Chapter 290. Lin Chen jumped into the lake alone and fell from the sky. With a loud bang, he fell into the lake. When he jumped into the lake, he saw two spiritual pearls the size of a fist. They were shining with a milky white light and looked like the sun and moon hanging in the dark lake. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile like a cat playing with a mouse. Lin Chen deliberately reached out his hand to touch the two pearl-like spiritual pearls, causing the entire lake to instantly churn and churn. As the torrent flowed in, two bloody mouths covered in countless bloody barbs and sharp teeth lunged towards Lin Chen. They were so fast that he couldn't react in time in the lake. Big Dipper Battle Chi. The metal elemental battle force transformed his bloodline energy, and Lin Chen's entire body was covered in a golden aura. The moment the two bloody mouths tried to bite him, it was like a tiger trying to swallow a piece of dark steel. They couldn't even move a single inch. Ancient Azure Dragon. The moment Lin Chen gave the command to the Ancient Azure Dragon in his mind, Lin Chen punched out furiously. With over 900 dragon power points, he was like a ferocious dragon that was born. His punch pierced through one of the mouths. Boom tilde. The space shook. The Ancient Azure Dragon that had been hiding for a long time got out of the Azure Dragon phantom state and bit the two black behemoths in the lake. In an instant, the entire lake was stirred up by thousands of huge waves, causing the sky and earth to turn upside down. Waves of blood dyed the bottom of the lake red. Not long after, the Ancient Azure Dragon swallowed the two pearl abyss toads. This kind of beast was quiet and had a strong shell defense. It was born with a pearl-like spiritual pearl as bait to lure food and creatures. It was an assassin hiding in the deep sea. It was a pity that they met Lin Chen, a human who was even more terrifying than a monster. They didn't even have the chance to hide in the shell. Host received 800 million points of chi and blood. Host received 600 million points of chi and blood. When the system screen popped up, the Ancient Azure Dragon swallowed the two pearl abyss toads into its body and chewed the beast cores into its stomach. The dragon veins opened again. 10 more dragon veins and the Ancient Azure Dragon can break through 2,000 points of dragon power. Lin Chen was excited. The Abyss Island was a paradise for him and the Ancient Azure Dragon. Their silhouettes flashed, and a man and a dragon left the bottom of the lake to search for the next target. Lin Chen purposely gave the Ancient Azure Dragon a mark similar to that of the ferocious beasts that participated in the auction. Even if it was occasionally exposed to the demonic eye stone in battle, there was no need to worry at all. 7 days later. On the 7th floor of the ancient tower, the Dire Beast auction was coming to an end. Many forces and sects had bought the high-tier Dire Beasts they wanted. At this moment, another scene on the hundreds of screens attracted everyone's attention. The nearly 10,000 Zhong Long Azure Dragon's body was like a holy dragon that moved through the clouds and rain. Its dragon roar shook the heavens, and its two claws viciously tore through the void, tearing an extremely powerful ancient hornless dragon into pieces. What an overbearing ancient azure dragon. Hey, isn't this the one that old man Xiao bought? Why does it seem a little different? The number is 511, not the one that old man Xiao bid for. Could it be that the heavenly Kirin Holy Sun has subdued two ancient azure dragons and put them in the auction this time? This is not simple. The Ancient Azure Dragon is not a hybrid like the Hornless Dragon. It is a purebred dragon, and its potential is definitely higher than most Dire Beast. Holy Sha *T. There is such a good treasure. 5 level 5 elixir pills, plus 1,500 spiritual crystals and a low-level blue rank offensive combat skill. At this moment, many sects experts' eyes lit up. They had returned with a full load, and now they were bidding again. Moreover, this bidding war was at a level that shocked the entire world. Damn, these lunatics can even take out a blue rank combat skill. The foundation of a first-rate sect is really terrifying. Many experts' faces and necks were red from the bidding, and they almost fought because of this. The Azure Dragon they saw was Lin Chen's Ancient Azure Dragon. In order to hide his identity, Lin Chen deliberately let the Ancient Azure Dragon suppress part of its power. This was because the Dire Beasts in the Abyss Island, except for a few in the Ancient Tower, were not at the peak of level 5. On the top floor of the Ancient Tower, by Tianqi, the heavenly Qilin Holy Sun, who had been reading a blue-rank battle skill book at the top of the tower for the past few days, slowly opened his eyes at this moment. His eyes were filled with indifference and nobility as he spoke indifferently. "There seems to be some trouble." "What happened?" "Elder Kai Ying, did I subdue the Azure Dragon this time?" The beautiful Yuan venerate woman behind him hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Reporting to the Holy Sun, Kai Ying did not remember. "You are very resourceful. When you used the creation beast taming technique, there were too many dire beasts present, so you did not remember everything. Forget it. It's just an ancient Azure Dragon. I have a few other dire beasts as excellent as it. There is no harm in selling it," Bai Tianqi said nonchalantly. Instead, he focused on the blue rank combat skill in his hand. As he read it carefully, an endless storm appeared in his eyes. However, things seemed to have gone far beyond everyone's expectations. On the 11th day of the Dire Beast auction, on the 7th floor of the ancient tower, many experts from the first-rate sects and forces had finished choosing their dire beasts. The banquet was about to end. "Hey, that's not right. Look, what is that?" Two black-robed old men with ferocious eyes suddenly shouted. Their aged fingers pointed at a scene in the center of hundreds of light screens. Two behemoths were surrounding an Azure Dragon, but they were bitten and torn into pieces on the spot. "Isn't that the ancient Azure Dragon from a few days ago? Oh my god. That seems to be the third one, right? What is its serial number?" When everyone saw the serial number 424 engraved on the ancient Azure Dragon's head, they were instantly shocked and astonished. At first, it was 479, then 511, and now 424. Could there really be three ancient Azure Dragons? 479511424. What is that? No. Something is wrong. Three ancient Azure Dragons, and their strength is completely similar. This is too unrealistic. Hurry up and send a message to Saint Tian Qi, on the top floor of the ancient tower. Almost at the same time when the VIPs noticed the abnormality, Bai Tianqi suddenly opened his eyes, and a monstrous and destructive energy storm appeared in his eyes. It was as if the end of the world had arrived in an instant. His gaze was fixed in the direction of the southern area of the island. The heaven and earth spirit chi in the sky of the entire Abyss Island instantly turned into chaos, and the wind and clouds surge. There is actually a reckless bug that sneaked into my auction. It's courting death. Bai Tianqi suddenly tiptoed, and his figure seemed to teleport. He suddenly tore through space and rushed toward the south at extreme speed. Roar, roar, roar. The entire ancient tower began to shake, and endless beastly roars burst out. Streaks of ferocious aura that originated from the ancient and primordial era broke out in an instant. In the southern area, Lin Chen, who had just killed two Class 5 dire beasts, suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. A chill of murderous intent and misfortune suddenly attacked him. "I've been discovered. It's the Saint of Abyss Island." Chapter 291. Lin Chen, who was prepared to use his purple-gold eyes at any moment, reacted almost instantly. His whereabouts had been exposed. Over 800 level 5 dire beasts have been slain in 10 days. Ha ha ha. That's enough. I don't care if you are a sage or a dog. Brother Chen will slip away first. The ancient Azure Dragon transformed into a beam of green dragon breath and entered Luo Yunyang's body. Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings spread out in all directions, and he turned into the Nether King of Wind Prison. With each step he took, he stirred up the wind, and with each step he took, he tore through the sky with layers of sonic booms, and blasted out endless waves of air that were 3,000 meters long. The Wind Prison Dark Monarch steps combined with the purple phoenix wings. His speed was like a shooting star streaking across the sky. Thousands of miles to the south of Abyss Island in the sky, Bai Ruoyon's expression changed slightly. She had already sensed that the Yuan Venerate aura on Abyss Island was showing signs of moving at an extremely fast speed. What is this little fellow doing? Why has he alarmed the Yuan Venerate and the Sage of Abyss Island? Just as she thought of this, a silver-robed figure shuttled through the void. Purple flames swirled and a green wind blew like hell as he hovered in the void and exchanged a glance with Bai Ruoyon. Before the two of them could speak, A thunderous sonic boom followed. Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan were on high alert. However, their expressions were no longer as solemn and oppressive as before. They were already outside the spatial boundary of Abyss Island. Furthermore, Bai Juanhao and the others had already been rescued. The other party definitely did not have any means to threaten Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan. Given the strength and foundation of the two of them, they could fight a big battle and escape without any extra pressure. The two streaks of light were more than 10,000 meters apart, one above and one below. They shot over like sacred arrows and revealed two figures. The first to meet were two Yuan Venerate powerhouses. You look unfamiliar. Could you be a powerhouse outside of the spiritual state? How dare you offend the Bai family? Are you tired of living? The beautiful woman, Kai Ying, stared at Bai Ruoyan and said indifferently. She was holding a shocking treasure sword that was as bright as the clouds. The sword aura shook the sky. A mere Bai family can't intimidate me. It's the same for you, a second-level Yuan Venerate. It's just a matter of a few rounds for me. Bai Ruoyan's white dress floated in the air, swaying gracefully like snow. That otherworldly temperament, that indifferent and elegant beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. Is that so? Then how about we add it into the mix? Kai Ying knew that she was not Bai Ruoyan's opponent. She flipped her palm and the spirit-receiving ring flash. A mass of green energy that was as pure as the ocean rose from the center of his palm and formed a human figure. It gradually twisted into a human shape and finally turned into a fierce middle-aged man with sharp eyes and eagle-like eyebrows. He had a sword at his waist and looked like the king of swords in ancient times. Oh! An abyssal origin palace clone. This person must have been left behind by the original owner of the Abyssal Island's spatial barrier. Bai Ruoyan was slightly surprised. Logically speaking, a spatial boundary that even she found difficult to set up wasn't something a second-level Yuan Venerate could set up. You have good eyesight. Elder Bai Yun's Abyssal Origin Palace clone has a third-level Yuan Venerate cultivation. Let's see how you're going to protect this brat in a one-on-two battle. Kai Ying raised her hand, and when the swordlight was unsheathed, the sky darkened and the earth darkened. It actually felt like doomsday. On the other side, Bai Tianqi and Lin Chen stood opposite each other in the void. Why would a lowly mortal like you appear in this Saint's Beast auction? A fifth-level Heaven Dipper realm? What kind of trash cultivation is this? How dare you come out and jump around? Could it be that you dare to look down on my Bai family just because you have an ancient azure dragon and a Yuan Venerate? Bai Tianqi frowned and a disdainful look appeared on his feminine face as he sneered slightly. Lin Chen took out a white feather fan that was smaller than his palm. The word handsome was engraved on it as he chuckled. Your Excellency must be the so-called saint. You don't look very good. You don't even have 1/10,000th of my handsomeness. Furthermore, I was able to kill more than 800 ferocious beasts on your island when I was at the 5th-level Heaven Dipper realm. I wonder if your Excellency can achieve half of my efficiency when you were at the 5th-level Heaven Dipper realm. In terms of infuriating others, no one could compare to Lin Chen. With just a few words, the shrewd Bai Tianqi's veins were bulging and his eyes were about to pop out. No wonder when he was flying over earlier, he suddenly felt that there were a lot fewer ferocious beasts on the island. At first, he didn't believe that an ancient azure dragon that hadn't reached the 5th level could actually do this. So it was this brat who did it. Most importantly, Mr. Lin wasn't a picky eater. He specifically picked out ferocious beasts with good potential and aptitude. Most of the ferocious beasts had caught the eye of many buyers, and the rest were just ordinary ferocious beast. I think you're courting death. How dare you provoke this saint? If you can leave here alive today, my name, Saint Tianqi, will be written in reverse. Bai Tianqi's shoulders suddenly trembled, and his eyes instantly emitted a resplendent white light. At that moment, an earth-shattering roar reverberated in the sky. Black shadows blotted out the sky as 4 gigantic creatures appeared in the sky. Lin Chen's expression turned serious, which was a rare sight. The 4 colossal creatures were entrenched under Bai Tianqi's feet, and their might shook the world. Each of them was an extremely powerful ferocious beast that commanded 10 directions in ancient times. The blazing sky golden crow in the lead spread its flaming wings angrily. When it spread its wings, it was like a pair of wings that covered the sky. It was close to 5,000 feet long, and its entire body was burning with crimson flames. It looked like a black eagle, and its 4 tails were embellished with crimson flames like stars. The second one was an ancient blue phoenix. Its feathers were azure, and its form was like a wild goose. It was 1,000 feet tall, and its wingspan was 1,000 meters long. Its tail was spread out, and every feather swayed with different elements of energy. It was as if a slight flap of its wings could cause the world to tremble. The third one was an extremely rare purple-winged cloud-stepping beast from ancient times. Its form was like a bull, and its wings were 1,000 feet long. Its entire body was purple, and on both sides of its head were 6 horns that reached the heavens. The last one was so powerful that even the ancient azure dragon in Lin Chen's body subconsciously rushed out and entered a state of alert. Its entire body was flowing with golden flames, and its body was like a fierce horse. Its limbs were like a bull's hooves, and its front claws were like the claws of a black eagle. It had the head of a chileen, the tail of a carp, and coral horns. It was 4,000 feet tall, and it looked down on all living things. It was a golden flame swanny beast. Its grade was probably close to the peak of Tier 5. Bai Tianqi stood in the center of the 4 ferocious beasts, holding the holy plate and the heavenly staff. He wore a dragon robe, a feathered crown on his head, and a jade belt on his waist. His eyes were like stars. He was like the ruler of heaven and earth, and his eyes were like a king that judged all fates as he looked down on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's heart sank. This was the peak of the ancient families, the most powerful peerless genius, the ancient holy sun. Just a look and a raise of his hand was enough to suppress countless heavenly dipper sovereigns. The might of the holy sun, he ruled the 7 regions and commanded the 8 desolate. He was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 land. An unprecedented killing intent and pressure completely enveloped Lin Chen and his ancient azure dragon. Chapter 292. On the other side, an even more terrifying battle unfolded, which was not inferior to the battle between Lin Chen and the sage. With a flash of silver light, Bai Ruoyon's slender fingers flicked lightly. A silver needle shot through the void and aimed at the unsheathed sword. When the sword met the sword, the void thousands of feet in front of the 2 ladies crumbled like tofu. The space between the 2 of them twisted at an extremely fast speed, creating chaotic and complicated ripples. It was impossible to see what kind of terrifying aftershock the 2 of them created from their clash. Both of them were Yuan venerates, and their battle chi had formed their own Yuan palaces. With their minor laws, it was as though they were 2 life forms that had absorbed the energy of 2 realms were fighting. If the 2 of them deliberately controlled their attacks between Yuan venerates, their attacks would not even have a chance to spread before they were completely destroyed in the chaotic void. Both Kai Ying and Bai Ruoyon had people they did not want to hurt. They were Bai Tianqi and Lin Chen, therefore, the 2 of them had not completely let go of their battle. Otherwise, everything within a radius of thousands of miles would be turned upside down and yin and yang would be reverse. No other life forms would exist. Swoosh! A flickering afterimage flashed, and a sharp swordlight pierced through the void and pierced Bai Ruoyon's delicate body. The afterimage slowly disappeared, and Bai Ruoyon did not get hit. This caused the Yuanfu avatar with battle consciousness to be slightly stunned. A light and delicate jade-like hand appeared like a ghost, as if it was weak and powerless, gracefully pressing onto the back of the Yuanfu avatar. The explosive palm force blasted the Yuanfu avatar into the sea below, setting off thousands of feet of raging waves that converged into a whirlpool. Kai Ying soared with her sword and attacked again. The intense battle between the 2 of them changed rapidly in the blink of an eye. 100 miles away from the 3 Yuan venerates, 4 ancient ferocious beasts surrounded Lin Chen under Bai Tianqi's command. The blazing golden crow spat out a large amount of scarlet flames that were like a tornado that wanted to devour Lin Chen. The golden flame swan Ni swallowed a beam of golden light that shot into the blazing storm. When the 2 entirely different forces were about to collide, they miraculously melted with the scorching storm and turned into 3 bullets of golden light that shot at Lin Chen and the primordial dragon like shooting stars. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. There was actually such a way of fighting. The energies of the two ancient beasts were completely different existences. When mixed together, it was very likely to cause a destructive explosion. However, Bai Tianqi was actually able to perfectly fuse them and unleash their power to the maximum. The name of the Holy Sun was indeed well-deserved. Azura 9 Brilliance Transformation, Heavenly Water Transformation. In an instant, the first layer of Azura 9 Brilliance Transformation was completed. The moment Lin Chen activated the charging rune, the dark energy wheel spun in his palm. The ancient Azure Dragon refinement spat out 2 beams of Azure Dragon breath, turning them into sharp blades that slashed forward. Boom! 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 Lin Chen's entire body erupted with thunderous booms and vibrations, as if thunder was constantly exploding in the sky. Every pore on his body glowed with dragon aura that could destroy mountains and rivers. It erupted together as if thousands of dragons were dancing wildly. The momentum was earth-shattering, as if the sun and moon were shining in the sky. The sky demon sea domain under his feet kept surging with raging waves. Even though he was 30,000 meters above the sea surface, the dragon aura still caused thousands of waves to rise. After nearly 11 days of crazy killing and slaughtering beasts, Lin Chen had already obtained a huge amount of blood chi attribute light balls. His blood chi energy had already exceeded 130 billion point. In terms of pure strength, he already had 1,400 dragon power point. Dark Devour. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen circulated 1,400 dragon power points, raised the dark wheel in his palm, and slammed it out. Bang! Bang! Kai tilde. The moment the dragon breath blade cut through the blazing golden light bullet, it exploded into a destructive shockwave. The moment the destructive energy overflowed, it was pushed away by Lin Chen's Dark Devour wheel with pure strength, and the shockwave completely devoured the energy of the explosion. The shockwave did not hurt him or the ancient Azure Dragon. Almost at the same time, the purple-winged cloud-stepping beast in the northwest direction stepped on the clouds, rumbling the void, and charged towards her. The ancient blue phoenix behind it let out a long cry, and as it flapped its wings, the 3 types of energy of ice, fire, and wind swept across the sky. The wind and fire elemental energy merged into a ball, blessing the purple-winged cloud-stepping beast's body, causing its charge to be even more lethal and destructive. Thunder Punishment Transformation. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen completed the second stage of Azura Brilliant Transformation. His cultivation broke through from mid-stage Heaven Star Border Stage 5 to early stage Heaven Star Border Stage 6, and then to peak stage Heaven Star Border Stage 6. Charging Rune, Frozen Sky Finger. The moment the battle chi transformed into a special bloodline, Lin Chen pointed out the frozen sky finger at lightning speed. Within hundreds of miles, cold air suddenly arrived. Ice flowers spun in the sky. The cold light of the ice star pierced through the sky and froze the void, freezing the movement of the purple-winged cloud-stepping beast abnormally slow. The ancient Azure Dragon, who was facing the saint, did not even turn its head. Its mind seemed to have become one with Lin Chen's, and its dragon tail swept out, crushing the purple-winged cloud-stepping beast. The dragon tail's pure strength of over 3,000 dragon power points burst out, and the purple-winged cloud-stepping beast was swept to the surface of the sea, creating a whirlpool and huge wave. This brat's Azure Dragon is actually hidden so deeply. It's not just a peak stage Heaven Star Border Stage 5, but a peak stage Heaven Star Border Stage 5. Bai Tianqi's eyes suddenly narrowed. The ancient Azure Dragon's dragon tail's strength was close to 3,100 dragon power point. This brat has a huge secret on him. His body can actually release the ancient Azure Dragon. This Azure Dragon is of the same origin as him, so he can fuse it into his body and summon it to battle at any time. If I can get this secret technique, I won't be far from becoming the first saint of the ancient families. Endless greed flashed in Bai Tianqi's eyes. He realized how important Lin Chen was to him in this short battle, and he had his eyes on Lin Chen. Bai Tianqi was born in the Bai family and was the saint who had been baptized by the holy fire several times. The special ability hidden in his cultivation method and bloodline allowed him to establish a strange connection and communication with the fierce beasts, and he could tame a certain number of fierce beasts. His army of fierce beasts had frightened many masters of the same generation in the ancient families of the spiritual state. If he could fuse the bodies of the fierce beasts into his body like Lin Chen and the ancient Azure Dragon, then he alone would be the entire army of fierce beast. Azura 9 Brilliance Change, Dark Abyss Change. Lin Chen used the third stage of Azura 9 Brilliance Change, and his cultivation level rose to the mid-stage of Heaven Star Border Realm Stage 7 before it gradually stopped. Bai Tianqi stood proudly in the middle of the four ancient fierce beasts, while Lin Chen and the ancient Azure Dragon hovered in the air, their battle intent soaring to the sky. The two sides didn't back down. Just the aura they condensed was enough to shock the universe, stirring up the clouds and changing the color of the sea outside the Abyss Island. Thousands of miles away from the ancient pagoda on the Abyss Island. The leaders and masters of the first-rate forces and sects from the spiritual state, including the masters of the Bai family who guarded the Abyss Island, numbered more than 1,000 people. They walked in the air and looked at the turbulent sea in the distance, and all of them shivered with fear and fear. Which young man was so bold that he dared to show his claws and fangs to Bai Tianqi, the holy son of the Bai family? Chapter 293. The Phoenix roared. Between the distortion of space, light and shadow intertwined, and the shadows that covered the sky were constantly changing. The five ancient beasts danced in the air, and there were two young figures among them. In the chaotic battle, the universe was turbulent, and the void collapsed. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, it was the main battlefield of their chaotic battle. After countless rounds of fighting, the ancient Blue Phoenix and the blazing Sky Golden One took the lead to open up a distance. Through the chaotic battle earlier, Lin Chen already had a preliminary understanding of the details of these four fierce beasts, Bai Tianqi. Except for the Golden Flame Swanee beast, which was comparable to the middle stage of Heaven Dipper realm, the rest had just entered the peak of Stage 5. At most, they were comparable to the early stage of Stage 9. But under the control and coordination of the Bai Tianqi, they displayed more than double their strength. Their cooperation was flawless, and the energy fusion attack was at the peak of perfection. But for Lin Chen, who often cooperated with the ancient Azure Dragon, this was not a hopeless situation. The golden crow cried, and the blazing flames gathered, turning into a ball of energy turbulence. The golden flame Swanee beast breathed out, and golden light shone, turning into a blazing flame ball that burned the space. It was reddish gold in color, and each one was 10 feet in size. A mere wild dog can fight with me for 200 rounds without being defeated. You should be proud. Die. Since you have fallen into my hands, there are plenty of ways to make you hand over the secret technique of hiding the Azure Dragon. The heavenly Kirin Saint waved his heavenly staff slightly, and hundreds of flame balls flew in the air. The momentum was great, forming a series of meteor showers, falling toward the larger ancient Azure Dragon. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know how to talk big? Wait until you beat me, Muggle Saint. Accompanying the young man's heroic laughter was a series of sonic booms. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of purple flames and green winds flashed and disappeared. Countless afterimages belonging to Lin Chen brandished the spear and flashed around the ancient Azure Dragon. Every time an afterimage appeared, there would be more than one blazing flame ball that was sent flying or crushed by Lin Chen's spear tip. Lin Chen's lightning-quick cover gave the ancient Azure Dragon a chance and space. The dragon claw slashed out, crushing mountains, rivers, and earth veins, shattering the void, tearing apart the ancient Blue Phoenix and the sky-blazing golden crow that had the weakest defense. Bai Tianqi frowned slightly. The sacred jade wheel in his palm, the phoenix's tail swayed, and the golden crow's golden crow roared, spitting out an energy torrent of ice and fire. The golden flame Swanee beast and the cloud-stepping beast took turns to provide cover as they charged at the ancient Azure Dragon from both sides. Demonic might wild thunder, dominating the 8 desolations. The tip of the spear danced in the air, and a lightning dragon that was thousands of feet long appeared out of nowhere. It shattered the lightning dragon right in front of the two behemoths. Lin Chen, who was already prepared for his second move, pushed his palm into the air. Corrosive rune, light's fury. The light energy ball was surrounded by pure and flawless destructive battle aura. It burst out from his palm and blasted toward the energy torrent of the ancient blue phoenix and the blazing golden crow. Although this move did not completely repel the ancient azure dragon and the golden crow's attack, it made the heavenly Kirin Saint Sun's eyes suddenly focus. How can there be such a strange combat skill? The ancient azure dragon and the golden crow's energy has been greatly weakened. What kind of combat skill is this? The moment the attacks of the blue phoenix and the golden crow weakened, the ancient azure dragon's dragon claws tore apart their torrents of energy and grabbed their bodies in midair. The ancient azure dragon's claws tore the feathers of the ancient azure dragon and the golden crow, penetrating their flesh and making them cry out on the spot. As the dragon claws gradually tore their flesh and blood, a large number of colorful attribute light balls began to roll out from the wounds of the ancient azure dragon and the golden crow, dazzling the eyes. A large number of attribute light balls were green, white, blue, red, yellow, and so on. They were dazzling and colorful, floating in the air like a scene from a fairyland. The ancient azure phoenix was different from other savage beasts. Its body contained more attribute energy than most savage beast. Oh no! Bai Tianqi shouted in his heart. He did not expect Lin Chen to do this at all. He immediately used his mental cultivation method to control the stepping cloud beast and the golden flame swani beast to support the ancient azure dragon and the golden crow. Slow rune. Host has consumed 7 million rune energy points. He pushed his palm across the air, and a grayish-white rune fell from the sky, stopping the movements of the two behemoths on the spot. Their movements became incomparably slow. Lin Chen fiercely kicked the air, and 1,400 dragon power points were fully unleashed. At the same time, he swung the spear with both hands. The spear was like a spinning wheel, smashing the two behemoths into the sea. Brother Chen, I've saved up 75 million rune energy points, and I'm going to fight you guys. Lin Chen tapped his feet lightly, and the purple phoenix wings flapped, and his body turned into an afterimage. With Lin Chen's pure strength, he could only fight with a mid-stage Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 8. Although he could not cause any substantial damage to them, it was not a problem to send them flying. Bai Tianqi was dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? There was no battle aura fluctuation, no space seal, and no artifacts. He actually suppressed 2 Stage 5 savage beasts just like that. The afterimage in the air suddenly trembled a few times. Although he was more than 200 miles away, Lin Chen's speed was so fast that even Bai Tianqi was frightened. Damn mortal, you want to sneak attack me? The wheel in his palm turned, and Bai Tianqi disappeared from the spot. The tip of a spear that pierced through the void had just pierced through the air. Lin Chen appeared and was ready for battle. Seeing that he was hundreds of miles away, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to chase after him. His back was as straight as a battle spear, and he held the black abyss in his hand as he walked in the air, blocking Bai Tianqi. The most important task now was to destroy the blazing golden crow and the ancient blue phoenix. At that moment, the 315 dragon veins in the ancient azure dragon's body roared with dragon aura that could swallow the sky and the moon. As the dragon twisted its body, it twisted the blue phoenix and the golden crow together. Its 4 dragon claws and dragon mouth cooperated, constantly biting, strangling, and swallowing their blood energy step by step. In just 10 days, Lin Chen let the ancient azure dragon devour more than 800 mid-stage and high-stage Stage 5 savage beasts. Its pure strength reached 3,150 dragon power, and it had nearly doubled. In terms of combat power, the current ancient azure dragon was not inferior to a late-stage Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 9. The current ancient azure dragon would not benefit much from devouring Stage 5 savage beasts and below. In terms of one-on-one combat, the ancient azure dragon could fight any one of the 4 savage beasts. But in a group battle, the ancient azure dragon could not withstand the fierce attacks of the 4 savage beasts. Host has received 1 billion points of blood energy, 500 million points of blood energy, 5 billion points of battle aura essence. Host has received 5 million points of water-type energy, 2 million points of metal-type energy. Countless attribute light balls were integrated into the ancient azure dragon's body and fed back to Lin Chen. The attribute value welcomed a wave of crazy increase. Bai Tianqi suddenly stared at the ancient azure dragon. As its dragon veins opened wildly, its pure strength broke through to 3,300 dragon power. Its expression changed slightly for the first time. What kind of joke is this? His azure dragon is actually devouring the blood energy of my blue phoenix and golden crow, forcibly plundering the energy. This is a demonic dragon-type cultivation method. Could this azure dragon be a demonic dragon with a mutated bloodline? Chapter 294. Who the hell is this young man? Why don't I have any impression of such a person? What's more, he has a powerful ancient azure dragon with him. A red-robed middle-aged man standing in the sky above the Abyss Island frowned. He couldn't think of an answer even after pondering for a long time. I don't know. In the spirit state, only the saint or saintess of the ancient families can contend with the saint. The three enchanting women shook their heads, revealing disbelief and shock. Other than the purple merit-level prodigies of the Heavenly Song Academy who can contend with him, any young prodigies cultivated by the first-rate forces can hardly be compared to the saint. Many leaders of the first-rate forces pondered in distress. In fact, it wasn't that they hadn't heard of Lin Chen's name. On the contrary, some of the powerhouses present had heard of Lin Chen's deeds. However, they couldn't relate it to Lin Chen at all. Combined with Lin Chen's previous deeds, although his aptitude and potential were extremely powerful, he still hadn't reached the level of the saint after all. A few months ago, he was just a young man who dealt with Heaven Dipper realm level 5 and below. How could he confront the saint now? Outside the Abyss Island, high in the sky above the sea, Bai Tianqi stood in the air, burning with anger. He suddenly clenched the heaven staff in his hand tightly. His face instantly turned green. He was the saint, and his wisdom and temperament were far superior to ordinary people. When Lin Chen's ancient azure dragon rapidly devoured the energy and blood of the blue phoenix and the golden crow, Bai Tianqi immediately understood the cause and effect. This kid came to his Abyss Island to hunt ferocious beast. Bai Tianqi ordered the powerhouses of the Bai family to go to the great wilderness to capture a large number of ferocious beasts. He then mobilized the ferocious beasts that he had subdued with great difficulty and auctioned them to various forces on the Abyss Island. All of this was for the Bai family's plan. It was all King done for this kid. Today, you will die without a doubt. Bai Tianqi's eyes were red, and he lost his composure for the first time as he roared. His figure suddenly trembled, and he jumped through the air, covering a distance of 100 miles in the blink of an eye. It's hard to say who will die. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a murderous glint. The ancient azure dragon had completely controlled the blue phoenix and the golden crow. It was only a matter of time before the two big guys were killed. He was responsible for taking care of Bai Tianqi's scepter of sacrifice. The heavenly staff pointed directly at Lin Chen and shot out 3 pitch-black light pillars with the energy of death. They traversed the blue dome of heaven and pierced through the 9 heavens. Freezing sky finger. The rune's energy decreased by 1,000,000 points. Lin Chen pointed his finger and froze the pitch-black light beam. He raised the dark abyss spear in his hand and thrust it forward. 1,000 demonic lightning. Corrosive rune. Lightning spear shadows bloomed in the sky, crazily piercing through the 3 pitch-black light pillars. The spear light was mixed with pure power that could shatter mountains and rivers, and it bombarded Bai Tianqi's chest. Oh! Bai Tianqi was constantly pushed back by the spear light. His figure retreated more than 10 steps in the air, and his face was slightly pale. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He discovered that he was experiencing the same symptoms as the golden crow and blue phoenix. His battle chi was being eroded by an inexplicable force, and his battle strength was less than 60%. Lin Chen was aggressive, and he didn't give Bai Tianqi any time to catch his breath. The dark abyss spear was like a ferocious beast that attacked violently. As the spear danced wildly, streaks of spear light bombarded the sky, smashing and sweeping, forcing Bai Tianqi to retreat step by step. The two of them were like 2 streams of light that intertwined and collided with each other. They fought from a high altitude to the surface of the sea, and then from the surface of the sea to the edge of the surrounding islands. Every time their battle chi collided, it would shake the void within a radius of hundreds of miles. The dark abyss spear swung left and right, and the spear technique was ferocious like a coiling dragon biting. Just as the tip of the spear was dodged, the tail of the spear rose up like a rising dragon and fiercely struck Bai Tianqi's chin. Bang! The energy wave exploded, and a terrifying force burst forth and spread throughout Bai Tianqi's body. Even a few of his teeth were broken. A blue light flashed and protected Bai Tianqi's chin and body. Then, he was sent flying to an abandoned island by Lin Chen's remaining force. He was in a sorry state. If it wasn't for the protection of the treasure, Lin Chen's strength would have been enough to blow his head off. Although Bai Tianqi's cultivation was at the early stage of the Heaven Dipper realm, his fighting style was only suitable for controlling ferocious beasts to fight. He had long been used to living like a prince. When facing a fierce person like Lin Chen who had been tempered in countless battles, 10 Bai Tianqis couldn't compare to Lin Chen in terms of close combat experience. Bai Tianqi was so aggrieved that he was about to vomit blood. On this trip to Abyss Island, he didn't bring his strongest ferocious beast at all. Instead, he left it in the Bai family to cultivate and recuperate. He only brought the blue phoenix golden crow, the stepping cloud beast, and the golden flame swanny lion. His original intention was to use the remaining ferocious beasts after the auction to train his 4 ferocious beasts. Therefore, he didn't bring his level 6 ferocious beasts this time when he was overseeing Abyss Island. Damn it, if this Saint's Dragonfire Chileen was here, this kind of trash can be blown to death with a dragon breath. In the past, Bai Tianqi wasn't even afraid of a Yuan Venerate. However, this time, he was actually beaten by Lin Chen, a Heaven Dipper realm cultivator, to the point that he could only defend. How suffocating! How humiliating! Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With Bai Tianqi's foundation as a saint, Lin Chen also couldn't gain much of an advantage when he resisted with all his might. In fact, if it weren't for the primordial water art, Lin Chen would already be seriously injured. If a saint who wasn't good at close combat was so strong, how strong would those saints and saintesses who were good at head-on combat be? The moment before Bai Tianqi was sent flying, a few blue and white attribute light balls fell from his body. Lin Chen grabbed them, and the attribute light balls merged into his body. The system's screen immediately popped up. Host has received 3 million points of water-type energy, 5 million points of metal-type energy, 300,000 points of mental power, 10 billion points of battle chi essence, 18 billion points of battle chi essence, 13 billion points of battle chi essence. Boom! Lin Chen's 9-colored battle spirit rotated faster, and his true cultivation broke through again. His true cultivation had officially entered late-stage Heaven Dipper Realm Level 5. When he used the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation, Lin Chen's cultivation rose to late-stage Heaven Dipper Realm Level 7. Lin Chen licked his lips, his eyes flashing with ferocity and fanaticism, as if he had nothing to lose and was not afraid of wearing shoes. A saint is indeed a saint. Damn it, the attribute light balls dropped by a few casual injuries allowed me to break through a small realm and obtain tens of billions of battle chi essence. These attribute values are even more than the many evil sect powerhouses I annihilated in the Blood River sect. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Bai Tianqi. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, like a pauper who had seen his money tree. That gaze made even Bai Tianqi's hair stand on end. How was this a saint that everyone was afraid of? To Lin Fan, this was AF * King walking attribute lightball warehouse. Chapter 295. None of the leaders and experts of the various sects on Abyssal Island dared to leave the island to assist Bai Tianqi. The reason was simple. The saint had his own pride and dignity. If they helped him, it was equivalent to proving that the saint was inferior to the silver-robed young man. This kind of cultivation was equivalent to humiliation in the eyes of the saint. If they were not careful, they might even get themselves killed. In this kind of situation, the most important thing was to bide their time. On an island tens of thousands of miles away, Bai Juanhao, Su Lan, and the others were looking in a direction tens of thousands of miles away. With their cultivation, they could vaguely sense that the direction of the Abyss Island had been turned upside down. The rescued people should have followed Bai Ruoyon's instructions and left, but they were still worried about Lin Chen. They hid on an island and paid close attention to the situation on the Abyss Island. In the end, they still fought. I wonder if Big Brother can deal with that Saint Tian Chi. Bai Juanhao took a deep breath and muttered to himself nervously. Although Big Brother is strong, the difference in cultivation time between them is too big. This is a fatal gap that cannot be made up for. Jiyu Chenfeng, who had lost an arm, sighed deeply. He couldn't help but worry. Su Lan and Su Lan held each other's hands tightly. Their beautiful eyes were filled with unswerving determination as they quietly waited for the final result. On the other side, Tiger Roaring Dragon Seal, Freezing Sky Finger. The dragon seal was like a seal that overturned the sky. As the wind and clouds swirled, the icy star finger pierced through the void and froze everything. The icy cold air sprinkled on the surface of the sea and instantly formed layers of ice. Bai Tianqi was shocked and angry. He pointed the heavenly staff at the void, and a huge golden Buddha phantom appeared behind him. 1,000 Buddha sacred hands. The heavenly disc rotated, and the killing intent was suddenly aimed at Lin Chen. Thousands of golden palm prints attacked like a storm. The green lightning that crossed the sky turned into a spear shadow and collided with the endless golden palm print. Bang! 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 Earth-shattering energy waves exploded in the distance between Lin Chen and Bai Tianqi. The golden palm prints gradually suppressed the green lightning spear shadow and pressed forward step by step, as if they wanted to crush Lin Chen in the Sky Demon Sea region. Although Lin Chen's demonic fighting Thousand Thunder was strong, it was clear that Bai Tianqi's battle technique was superior. "Watch me crush you, you trash." A ferocious and murderous look appeared on Bai Tianqi's feminine face. He waved his heavenly staff, and the attacks of the golden Buddha palm behind him increased in intensity. Just as Bai Tianqi's attack was about to crush Lin Chen to death, Lin Chen's cold shout suddenly resounded throughout the entire arena. Rune of Slowing. The host has activated the level 3 slow rune, consuming 6 million rune energy. The grayish-white talisman passed through his golden Buddha palm attack and fell from the sky. Bai Tianqi suddenly revealed a panicked expression. This was the strange move he had used to deal with the Cloud Stepping Beast and the Golden Flame Swanni. Boom! The grayish-white talisman exploded right next to Bai Tianqi, and the circulation of his battle chi instantly slowed down by more than 3 times. My battle chi and my whole body have become very slow. What kind of move is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Bai Tianqi's golden Buddha palm attack was like a deflated balloon, and it slowed down at the most critical moment. Even if Bai Tianqi used his advanced blue rank myriad manipulation spiritual art, he was still unable to break through the restriction of this energy in his body. Oh! As expected of a saint. My slow runes effect actually only sealed about 1/3 of his movement and battle chi circulation speed. What a domineering mental cultivation technique. Lin Chen's expression turned slightly serious. The spear in his hand suddenly shot out a world-destroying lightning dragon, and the lightning in the sky shattered the golden light that filled the sky. Just as Bai Tianqi was about to run out of skills, the slow rune suppressing the purple-winged Cloud Stepping Beast gradually disappeared, and Bai Tianqi discovered that he could control his 2 ferocious beasts again. Cloud Stepping Beast. Return. Bai Tianqi's expression changed, and he immediately controlled the 2 ferocious beasts. The sea started to surge violently, shattering the ice on the surface of the sea. The 2 ancient ferocious beasts that were sent into the sea were about to be reborn. Unexpectedly, there were already 2 bloody corpses on the surface of the sea. The ancient azure dragon was like a raging dragon, and it charged into the Sky Demon Sea domain. Rumble tilde tilde. Huge waves rolled on the surface of the sea. The purple-winged Cloud Stepping Beast and the Golden Flame Swan Ni were fighting with the ancient azure dragon in the sea. After the ancient azure dragon swallowed the blue phoenix and the sky-blazing golden crow, its pure strength had reached 3,600 dragon power point. It had no problem fighting 2 top-tier Tier 5 ferocious beasts that had lost Bai Tianqi's control. You still want to control ferocious beasts? Go home and play with mantis shrimps. Using the 9 Hell's Hade steps and the purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen instantly rushed in front of Bai Tianqi. With nearly 1,500 dragon power points, he waved the Dark Abyss spear and smashed it down like lightning. Bai Tianqi's expression finally revealed a hint of fear. Without being able to control ferocious beasts, his battle chi cultivation was suppressed, and he was being attacked by Lin Chen in close combat. Even his life was in danger. 1000 Yuxian armor. Bai Tianqi had no choice but to use his ultimate life-saving skill, a defensive treasure armor formed by earth energy. The moment the armor formed to protect Bai Tianqi's body, Lin Chen's spear suddenly smashed on it. Bang! 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 Lin Chen attacked fiercely. His dragon power erupted, and every spear attack contained more than 1,500 dragon power point. In the blink of an eye, he had attacked more than 100 times and sent Bai Tianqi flying for thousands of miles. Lin Chen's arms emitted a brilliant golden light as his special metal elemental bloodline transformed. The sharp golden spear flashed and smashed around Bai Tianqi's body, cracking his defensive combat skill again and again. Bai Tianqi was shocked. His 1000 Yuxian armor was a top-tier advanced blue-rank defensive combat skill. When he used it, it could even block a Yuan Venerate's attack for a dozen times. However, this brat's fierce attacks actually cracked it. The experts and leaders of the various sects who were thousands of feet above the Abyss Island were shocked. The saint is being suppressed in a direct confrontation. That's too scary. The saint is being beaten up. Where did this young man come from? I don't remember such a person in the spiritual state. Along the way, Lin Chen's spear techniques and pure strength were displayed to the extreme. The defense of the 1000 Yuxian armor began to crack. Lin Chen smashed down with his spear, and 3 white attribute light balls appeared. Host received 12 billion battle aura essences, 7 million cultivation technique essences, 15 billion battle aura essences. Lin Chen's aura was like that of a demon king. As he waved his metal elemental bloodline arms, another 10 spear attacks were launched. 5 attribute light balls and an azure gold treasure chest fell from Bai Tianqi's chest wound. Lin Chen picked up the attribute light orb in the air and continued to attack it without stopping. Host received 4 million earth elemental energy points, 7 billion blood essence points, 250,000 spirit points. Host opened the azure gold treasure chest. Host received advanced blue rank defensive combat skill, 1000 Yuxian armor. Advanced blue rank. Seeing this combat skill and the soaring attributes, Lin Chen could not help but laugh. Lin Chen could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart. As he attacked wildly, he could not help but raise his head to the sky and laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha. Awesome. So awesome. Beating the saint is so King awesome. Hearing Lin Chen's wild laughter, all the leaders and experts who were watching the battle could not help but feel their scalps tingle as they sucked in cold air. Chapter 296. Is it really fun to fight the saint? Is this still something a human would say? Congratulations to the host for advancing to Heaven Dipper Realm Level 6. Lin Chen, who attacked Bai Tianqi fiercely, obtained countless attribute light balls. Finally, in the 7th wave of attribute light balls dropped by Bai Tianqi, his cultivation officially stepped into Heaven Dipper Realm Level 6. In the state of Azura 9 Brilliance transformation, his cultivation advanced to Heaven Dipper Realm Level 8. This made his attacks several times more ferocious. Even if Bai Tianqi, who was at the end of his rope, broke through the restraints of the slow rune, he was no longer Lin Chen's opponent with his heavy injuries. With Heaven Dipper Realm Level 8, coupled with pure strength combat and 9 calamities of creation, Lin Chen no longer needed to rely on the slow rune to fight him head-on. The spear was like a full moon as it rolled down and smashed onto Bai Tianqi's head. Bai Tianqi broke out in cold sweat. He dodged slightly at the critical moment and was hit on his left shoulder by the spear tip, completely shattering his 1000 Yuxian armor into nothingness. Even his body was blasted to the bottom of the sea. The moment Bai Tianqi's left shoulder shattered, 3 attribute light balls and a golden light shot up into the sky. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system's special reward mechanism. Reward: 1x blue gold treasure chest. Lin Chen, who originally wanted to pursue the victory, couldn't help but be attracted by the blue gold light. This was the first time he saw a blue gold treasure chest. Lin Chen's fingertips touched the blue gold treasure chest after taking away the attribute light balls containing the rune's energy. When the treasure chest was opened, a thumb-sized pitch-black jade fragment entered between Lin Chen's eyebrows and was displayed in his system. Host opened the blue gold treasure chest. Obtained, Phantom Rune Fragment, 1/3. Phantom Rune Fragment. What rune is this? Seeing the word characteristic rune, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Characteristic runes were always his strongest trump card. Could it be that he was about to welcome the fourth characteristic rune? System replied to the host. Preliminary information of the phantom rune has been recorded. The host needs to collect 3 rune fragments to synthesize a complete phantom rune. Phantom rune can copy the host's strength and create a phantom clone with the same cultivation level as the host. The phantom doppelganger can perform the same attack as the host and is compatible with the host's charging rune effect. The doppelganger will disappear after receiving a certain amount of damage or after the rune's energy is exhausted. The system's explanation caused Lin Chen's eyes to widen. His mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. This characteristic rune was simply heaven-defying. Wasn't this the same as using this talisman in battle to create another Lin Chen with the same level of strength as him? Outflanking the opponent. Most importantly, it was compatible with charging runes. His attack power would be increased by 2 times. Just from the description alone, Lin Chen could feel that this phantom rune was definitely the trump card of trump cards, no matter if it was a one-on-one battle or a group battle. Suddenly, Lin Chen saw the words, 1/3, in the system and couldn't help but curse. F***CK. This is only the first fragment. What kind of cheating system is this? I still have to collect the other 2 fragments before I can use the real phantom rune. Before Lin Chen could finish cursing, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles suddenly trembled and solidified. An unprecedented spatial seal had been unfolded. The expression of Bai Ruoyan, who was fighting with Kai Ying, suddenly changed. Her green eyes turned serious. Oh no, the Bai family's Yuan Venerate powerhouse has arrived. The silver needle flew across the void, piercing through a shocking spatial crack and piercing the legs of the Yuan Palace doppelganger. Bai Ruoyan stood on her tiptoes and flew in the direction of Lin Chen like a dancing fairy. Boom! The scarlet swordlight was like a rainbow that split the sun. It slashed through the waste and split the sky in 2. Bai Ruoyan was forced back a dozen steps. She flashed to the other side of the void with a grave expression. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you interfere. The Bai family's elders have arrived. That brat will definitely die. There was still blood at the corner of Kai Ying's mouth. She grinned maliciously as she brandished the sword in her hand to block Bai Ruoyan. A spatial vortex was spinning in the void. The moment an old palm blocked the spatial vortex, 2 figures slowly stepped out of the void. 2 old men in black and white robes slowly walked out of the spatial vortex. They crossed their arms before their chests and coldly looked down at Lin Chen as they spoke in an indifferent voice. I haven't seen a young man who dared to attack the Bai family for many years. No matter who you are today, you will definitely be a prisoner of the Bai family. As soon as they finished speaking, the space around them started to tremble and the surface of the sea started to sway. The many powerhouses of the various sects on Abyss Island couldn't help but feel envious. An ancient family was indeed an ancient family. They had 2 Yuan Venerate powerhouses at once. Apart from factions of the same level, no other first-rate faction could compare to them. In a first-rate faction, a Yuan Venerate powerhouse was already in existence that could draw a sword. In the entire sect, perhaps only a few supreme elders could reach this level. Many powerhouses also looked in Lin Chen's direction mockingly. This was the fate of someone who dared to provoke a saint. The spiritual state was still the world of the ancient families. At this moment, the ancient azure dragon broke out of the sea and returned to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen was on high alert as he focused all his attention on the system. His 58 million points of rune energy were constantly flashing. As soon as the other party made a move, he would directly shoot out the slow rune that contained 58 million points of rune energy. Although he was in a hopeless situation, Lin Chen discovered that he was surprisingly not in a state of panic. The reason was because his purple-gold eyes, which had the ability to create something out of nothing, did not allow him to see his own doom. In the past, when facing more dangerous areas and opponents, Lin Chen could see his death luck and murderous luck. From there, he could distinguish the danger of his actions and battles. However, Although the appearance of these two Yuan venerates was surrounded by endless murderous luck, he did not see any death luck. In other words, his life was not meant to end. Crack, crack. Just as Lin Chen saw the mystery, the spatial seal that froze the void for thousands of miles shattered in an instant. The old man's thunderous roar reverberated across the sky. The people of the Bai family are really overbearing. Do you think the people of the Heavenly Song Academy can be reduced to prisoners with just one sentence? The black and white old man snorted coldly and flicked his sleeves. His eagle-like hand reached out to grab Lin Chen, twisting the space around him to block his escape route. These two elders wanted to capture Lin Chen by force. Tut! The wind howled as two finger lights tore through the void and blocked the attacks of the two elders. Beside Lin Chen, there were three figures floating in the air at an unknown time. The little lowly in white stood with her hands on her hips and snorted like an old woman. How dare you attack in front of me? This kid is under my protection. Let's see who dares to touch him. Lin Chen stared at the little lowly's back with his mouth slightly open. Chapter 297. Heavenly Song Academy. The black and white elder's face darkened. He hadn't expected Bai Yunfei to have the backing of Heavenly Song Academy. Boom! Huge waves rose from the sea as Bai Tianqi rose from the sea, glaring at Lin Chen with resentment and murderous intent. Seeing Bai Tianqi in a sorry state and covered in blood, the little girl in white and the other two elders sized up Lin Chen in surprise. 14th, this brat had actually forced the holy son of a generation to such an extent. Can someone from Heavenly Song Academy casually interfere with our Bai family's affairs and injure our saint? The black-robed elder of the Bai family was filled with murderous intent. His eyes were cold as he took a step forward, causing the entire sea region to tremble. He wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Song Academy's Yuan venerate at all. The Bai family was powerful and had many powerhouses. Today's incident had happened in front of many powerhouses of the spiritual state and concerned the dignity of the Bai family. If they couldn't get a reasonable explanation and result, they wouldn't be afraid of the Heavenly Song Academy. Whoosh! Two streams of light split apart and stood in opposite camps. They were Bai Ruoyan and Kai Ying. Casually interfere. Our Heavenly Song Academy students aren't so rude and unreasonable. Lin Chen, tell us the cause and effect. The other elder of the Heavenly Song Academy, Elder Bai Mai, stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Chen nodded, straightened his back, and spoke righteously. Your Bai family's saint kidnapped a student of my Heavenly Song Academy during the beast auction. I only broke into Abyss Island to save my companion. What's wrong with that? On the other hand, your Bai family's saint made a move on me. Do you think I have to stretch out my neck and wait to be killed? The two elders were stunned. Kidnapped a student of the Heavenly Song Academy? There were so many students in the Heavenly Song Academy, and countless of them died while carrying out missions in the outside world. Why would these old fellows come out personally? Little guys, come over here. Elder Bai Mai waved his hand, and Bai Juanhao and the others floated up from the sea. Now that we have witnesses and material evidence, our Heavenly Song Academy isn't afraid of trouble if your Bai family wants to find trouble. The white-clothed lowly giggled and rubbed her delicate jade-like hands together. Her green eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Feeling the terrifying aura inside the little girl's body, the two elders' expressions became serious. They knew that today, Heavenly Song Academy intended to protect these students at all cost. Even if the price was to offend the Bai family. Elder Bai Qianxuan, since the Bai family is in the wrong, why don't you take a step back? Does your Bai family have absolute power in the spiritual state? Another chubby middle-aged man said with a smile. A strange glint flashed through the corners of his eyes. Lung clan? What are you guys doing here? The black-robed elder frowned, and the space force condensed in his palm slowly disappeared. With people from the Lung clan here, even the Bai clan would not be able to bear the consequences of offending two powerful clans at once. We're not here to join in the fun. This Lin Chen is half a member of the Lung family. The yellow-clothed fatty laughed mischievously. When he glanced sideways at Lin Chen, he suddenly understood and smiled knowingly. However, Bai Tianqi gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "Then, How do you explain this kid slaughtering more than 800 ferocious beasts of my Bai family? Ha! The corner of Lin's mouth twitched, and he said with a mocking smile, Holy Sun Bai, are you out of your mind? I came here to save people, and your ferocious beasts attacked me. How could I not fight back? Lin Chen's shrug infuriated Bai Tianqi. However, because he was in the wrong, he was stopped by the two elders. The conversation between the two parties was clearly heard by the forces of the spiritual state under the Abyss Island, and they were all shocked. This Lin Chen kid is actually the genius of Heavenly Song Academy. Heavenly Song Academy? Lin Chen? Is he the Lin Chen who made a name for himself in the Sacred Sun Palace a while ago? Yes. I remember now. I heard that the young master of Eternal Rain Palace, Yu Junsheng, was screwed over by this kid. TSK, 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 no wonder Heavenly Song Academy protected him. This kid's talent is amazing. I'm afraid that he will soon grow into someone who is on par with the Holy Sun. After this battle on the Abyss Island, Lin Chen's name would shake the spiritual state under the witness of all the masters present. After some negotiations, the Bai family finally compromised with the Lung family and Heavenly Song Academy. Forget it. Since the Bai family is in the wrong, there is nothing to say about today's matter. You are Lin Chen, right? Remember, there will be no second time. If you dare to offend the Bai family again, even the Lung family and Heavenly Song Academy won't be able to protect you. The two elders seemed to have other thoughts. With a flick of their sleeves, the space vortex opened again. Kai Ying, stay here to appease the sellers. We will take the Holy Sun Tianqi back to heal his wounds. The black and white elders instructed indifferently. Kai Ying, with blood on the corner of her mouth, sheathed her sword and immediately cupped her fists to accept the order. Before Bai Tianqi left, he glared angrily at Lin Chen. Instead, Lin Chen smiled like a rose and waved his hand to bid him farewell. Little brother Qi Tianqi, you are so despicable tilde. Seeing Bai Tianqi gnashing his teeth in anger at Lin Chen before leaving, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Chen in confusion. Why are you looking at me? He said it himself. If I could go back today, he would read his name backwards. Aren't I still alive and well? That's why I reminded him out of kindness. Lin Chen said shyly. The white-robed lowly snorted and burst out laughing. Ahahaha. I can't take it anymore. This kid is too much to my liking. How about I make him my disciple? Ha ha ha. Elder Bai Mai patted Lin Chen's shoulder and said meaningfully. Lin Chen, kid, you were too reckless this time. Why didn't you tell the Elders Guild first? If it wasn't for old Yuan reporting to us in a hurry, wouldn't you have died in this Abyss Island? Lin Mao glanced at the elder and said indifferently. The culprit behind all this is your precious child. Long Xiongyu is the one who caused all this. Are you going to punish him for me? Hearing Lin Chen's answer, Elder Bai Mai's expression showed a trace of embarrassment. At the mention of Long Xiongyu, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly became particularly sharp. He turned and stared in the direction of the Abyss Island. No need to look, he has already left. A few days ago, when I was waiting for you here, a young man with good strength left the ancient pagoda. He must be the Long Xiongyu you mentioned. Bai Ruoyan secretly transmitted her voice. Lin Chen couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it, I let that bastard run away. Just as he finished cursing, he suddenly felt weak and almost collapsed. Lin Chen's face was slightly pale. Lin Chen, are you alright? The yellow-clothed fatty from the Lung family supported Lin Chen. It wasn't difficult to see the worry and anxiety in his eyes. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a few days. Elder, I'm not surprised that someone from the academy came. Elder, why did you come? Did something happen to my teacher Yuechi? Speaking of Lung Yuechi, Lin Chen's expression showed a rare trace of nervousness. Bai Ruoyan, who saw this, raised her eyebrows slightly. Chapter 298. No. You've misunderstood. I'm here to invite you to represent the Lung family and participate in the Holy Fire level with the other prodigies of the Lung family. The yellow-clad fatty from the Lung family spoke sincerely and solemnly. Holy Fire level? A flash of understanding appeared in Lin Chen's heart. He had indeed promised the Lung clan that he would lend them a helping hand when necessary. Lin Chen had indeed heard of the Holy Fire level. It was a grand event that only the ancient families could participate in. Those who entered the Holy Fire level would have the opportunity to qualify for the Holy Fire baptism. Those who received the Holy Fire baptism would become the next Holy Son and Saintess. The prodigies who could enter the Holy Fire level were only second to the Holy Son and Saintess of the ancient families. They were a group of prospective Holy Sons and Saintesses. The alchemy festival that Lin Chen had participated in was directly related to the Holy Fire level. Because he had helped Han Ziyun win the alchemy festival, the Han family had obtained 2 opportunities to enter the Holy Fire level. This was also the reason why the entire Han family was deeply grateful to Lin Chen. The eyes of the 2 from the Sky Song Academy lit up when they heard the Lung family elder's suggestion. The Sky Song Academy also had a quota for the Holy Fire level. Initially, they had planned to leave a quota for Lin Chen. Now, it seemed that if Lin Chen accepted the Lung family's invitation, they would be able to save a quota. Not only would they save a quota, but they would also be able to let their own students enter the Holy Fire level. This was a win-win situation. The yellow-clad fatty rubbed his hands nervously as he waited for Lin Chen's reply. He had rushed to the Sky Demon Sea area and witnessed Lin Chen's ability with his own eyes. He was more fortunate than anyone that the Lung family had chosen Lin Chen. With Lin Chen's current ability, he was definitely qualified to lead the declining Lung family to compete with the other prodigies of the ancient families. Alright, since the Lung family has come here, I won't go back on my word. I'll represent the Lung family and participate in the Holy Fire level battle if I don't go. Lin Chen grinned. His eyes were filled with an undying sense of pride. This decision made the 3 Yuan venerates present heave a sigh of relief. If that's the case, let's depart now. The Holy Fire level event is happening soon. The yellow-clothed fatty smiled cheerfully. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. You're leaving so soon? That's fast. The invitation letter I sent to you a month ago has already been sent to the academy. Who knew that you wouldn't rest for even a moment after returning to the academy? The white-clothed lowly helplessly rolled her eyes. She was extremely cute. Brother Lin Chen, since you're joining the Holy Fire level, it's time for me to leave and do my own thing. At that moment, Bai Ruoyan smiled faintly from the side. The Holy Fire level could not allow powerhouses above the Yuan Venerate level to enter. Even if she accompanied Lin Chen, it would only increase the risk of the Bai family and the Lung family falling out. Previously, when she fought with Kai Ying of the Bai family, she had been very careful to avoid using the Bai family's cultivation method, which allowed her to avoid being seen through. Sister Ruoyan, you have to be careful. Lin Chen said worriedly. Bai Ruoyan only smiled gracefully and her figure dispersed like smoke, disappearing into the void. The 2 from the Sky Song Academy stared in the direction Bai Ruoyan had left, especially the white-clothed lowly, who seemed to be deep in thought. Big brother, are we going to part so soon? Bai Juanhao and the others flew over and asked somewhat reluctantly. Don't worry, it's settled this time. I will avenge all the losses you suffered. I have left some points in the academy for all of you. Becoming stronger is the most important thing. Lin Chen smiled sincerely. When he extended his fist, everyone's fists lightly bumped, indicating that they had agreed to Lin Chen's request. Little guy, don't worry. From today onwards, no one will bully them in the academy. If they lose a single strand of hair, you can look for me, Meng Qianmo. The white-clothed lowly patted her chest and promised. With the assurance of the academy's higher-ups, Lin Chen felt reassured. After absorbing the ancient azure dragon into his body, Lin Chen and the yellow-clothed fatty left the divine monster sea territory. Holy Fire level, it seems like it will be very lively this time. Let's go back and prepare. Elder Bai Mai stroked his beard and smiled. The banquet this time would gather all the young people in the spiritual state who were second only to the saints and saintesses. It would usher in a once-in-a-century peak confrontation. Of course, the Sky Song Academy would not be absent from such a banquet. Elder Bai Mai led by Juanhao and the others back to the Sky Song Academy, leaving behind the noisy crowd on Black Abyss Island. Lin Chen was sitting cross-legged on the back of a battle chi rock that was flying at an extremely high speed in the space tunnel that was filled with colorful flowing lights. His face was pale, but he held his breath and focused his mind. After recuperating his battle aura, Lin Chen opened the system. Heavenly Dao Possession System version 3. 0 Host, Lin Chen Cultivation Level, Early Stage of Heaven Star Border Stage 6 Limit Strength, 1510 Dragon Power Chi and Blood Energy, 185. 397 billion points Battle Aura Essence, 215. 944 million points Spiritual Power, 4, 98 million points, Late Stage of Spirit Transformation, Cultivation Method Essence, 55. 1 million points Cultivation Method, Advanced Blue Rank, 10,000 Mountains Armor Cultivation Method, 9 Calamities of Creation, 80%, Cultivation Method, Taisha Bible, 70%, Shura 9 Brilliance Change, Incomplete, Sanqing Spiritual Water Seal, Demonic Thunder, Freezing Sky Finger. Bloodline Energy, maximum of 3 types Azure Dragon Bloodline, 50,000 points, Violet Golden Pupil Bloodline, 10,000 points, Characteristic Rune, Slow Rune Level 3, Corrosion Rune Level 3, Recharge Rune Level 3, Phantom Rune Fragment, 1/3, Rune Energy, 58 million points. Various Elemental Energy, Fire 90, 9 million points, Earth 93, 5 million points, Wood 81, 4 million points, Metal 91, 4 million points, Water 92, 21 million points. Thunder 100 million points, Wind 97 million points, Light 60, 21 million points, Dark 89, 91 million points. Although the Abyss Spear is at the peak of rank 5, after the battle between Fu Wanquan and Bai Tianqi, it lost 90% of its power and can't be used anymore. If it can't be repaired, my ability will be limited. System, I want to cultivate the 10,000 Mountains Armor. The system consumed 35 million Cultivation Method Essence and is now transmitting the Advanced Blue Rank Defensive Combat Technique, 10,000 Mountains Armor. New memories flooded into Lin Chen's mind. If Lin Chen used the Advanced Blue Rank 10,000 Mountains Armor, he would reach an unprecedented peak since he could transform his battle aura into a special Earth Elemental Bloodline. It could not be more fitting to describe it as tailor-made. In these 7 days of hurrying on the road, Lin Chen was practically in a cultivation state all the time. 7 days later, the Sky Monster Sea territory was extremely far away from Lin Chen's destination. It was more than 1,000,000 miles away. During these 7 days, he had completely recovered from the weakness caused by the Shura 9 Brilliance Change. After crossing the southern region of the spiritual state, the yellow-clothed fatty traveled at full speed and brought Lin Chen to a ruined ancient city. The square in the ruined ancient city was where all the young prodigies of the current generation of the ancient families gathered. Chapter 299. Phew. I finally made it. The yellow-robed fatty was sweating profusely as he removed the Battle Chi rock and placed Lin Chen outside the White Jade Plaza. All right, Lin Chen, you can go in by yourself. Lin Chen looked around curiously. When he activated his purple gold eyes, he realized that there were countless heaven and earth luck surrounding the entire plaza. These were all the luck that belonged to Li Yi and the others. It was so dense that it made Lin Chen click his tongue in wonder. The geniuses present were all younger than 50 years old. Most of them were at Heaven Star Border Stage 7 and above. Their appearances and temperaments were excellent, and they were all dragons and phoenixes among men. Every word they spoke was filled with arrogance and disdain. The young men and women in the plaza were all elites from the ancient families. Lin Chen stepped into the White Jade Plaza and saw a gigantic desolate gate that stretched for tens of thousands of feet. It was like a giant gate that connected to the heavens. Other than that, Lin Chen's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Around the desolate gate, there were countless attribute light balls and dozens of golden treasure chests floating in the air, as expected of a gathering of geniuses. Damn it, I'm going to be rich this time. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva and was about to let go of his hands to pick up the treasures. Lin Chen, over here. Class monitor, why are you only here now? The moment Lin Chen stepped into the plaza, Han Yizhi and Han Ziyun were waving at him from a few thousand meters away. Other than that, there was also a cold and beautiful woman standing in the crowd. When she saw Lin Chen, it was as if a 10,000-year-old iceberg had melted. She smiled seductively and quietly. Lin Chen. Hearing Han Yizhi and Han Ziyun's shout, the hundreds of geniuses nearby all turned to look at Lin Chen. This name was already quite famous among the younger generation of the ancient families. Just the fact that Lin Chen helped Han Ziyun defeat so many geniuses at the alchemy ceremony was enough to attract their attention. Many gazes of surprise, doubt, curiosity, disdain, and jealousy landed on Lin Chen. Some of the heavens' prides even sneered. Because Lin Chen had entered a weakened state after using the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation, he did not have the time to use the myriad layered fire web arts again. Therefore, his cultivation was exposed in front of everyone. His Lin Chen? Where did this clown come from? Heaven Dipper Realm Level 6. Ha ha ha. Looks like the Grand Medicine Refinement Ceremony wasn't that great. Even trash like him could stand out. Look at this. This combination is simply amazing. The Han family, which has already been kicked out of the ranks of the ancient families, and the Lung family, which is ranked at the bottom with only 10 spots, are all gathered together. They waited for a long time for a Heaven Dipper Realm 6th layer. Any one of the ancient families present could easily defeat them. Ha ha ha. 4 or 5 of the Bai clan's prodigies couldn't help but burst into laughter. Many of the other prodigies looked at the Han and Leng clans with pity in their eyes. TSK. Hum. Ripples appeared in the air as a terrifying soul attack swept towards the direction of the 5 Bai clan prodigies like a hurricane. Boom. The soul attack was extremely fast. The 5 of them were caught off guard and were forced to retreat. Their faces turned extremely pale in an instant. 2 of them even knelt down with one knee on the spot. Their bodies twitched slightly as they foamed at the mouth. Lin Chen walked over and casually reached out to catch 3 attribute light balls. He patted the Bai clan's prodigy who knelt down on one knee and laughed mockingly. Friend, although I'm invincible in the 9 states, you don't have to be so courteous to me since it's our first meeting. Lin Chen's actions angered the Bai clan's prodigies, and their killing intent was revealed. Suddenly, an even more shocking killing intent locked onto Lin Chen. It attracted everyone's attention. A young man in white slowly walked towards Lin Chen. It was Ning Lanfeng from the Ning clan. When the 2 of them brushed past each other, Ning Lanfeng warned with a murderous aura. You're Lin Chen, right? The Holy Fire Realm is not a competition of alchemy. When the time comes, I'll make you walk in and crawl out. After saying that, Ning Lanfeng brushed past each other and was about to leave. Suddenly, a young palm landed on his shoulder. When he turned his head, the space distorted. Boom. A hurricane rose and a fist wind that could flatten the entire world slammed towards Ning Lanfeng's face. The prodigy's expressions changed slightly. No one expected Lin Chen to be so domineering as to attack on the spot. Ning Lanfeng immediately used a defensive combat technique. He even condensed his battle aura and punched towards Lin Chen's chest. Clang. Ning Lanfeng's fist wind was intercepted in mid-air. A grayish-green rock armor appeared in front of Lin Chen and protected his chest. Ning Lanfeng, who was at Heaven Star Border Stage 8, was unable to cause any damage to Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's pure strength was not soft cotton. He punched through Ning Lanfeng's battle aura defense. Bang! The fist landed heavily on Ning Lanfeng's handsome face, causing his teeth and nose to bleed. He was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Lin Chen sneered as he caught the 5 attribute light balls that Ning Lanfeng dropped with one hand. You still want to walk in and crawl out? What are you pretending to be? If you have the guts today, you can take down your brother Chen right here and then say something fierce. Whoosh. The prodigies of the ancient families were in an uproar. No one expected Lin Chen to be so domineering as to attack in the ancient city. This was an example that was explicitly prohibited. It was possible that the quota would be revoked. Lin Chen had no taboos. You guys were arrogant, but I was even more arrogant. Along the way, Lin Chen had seen too many monstrous prodigies. These guys thought highly of themselves and looked down on everyone else. To deal with them, one's fist was strong enough. The prodigies of the Bai family were even more shocked. There was no way they were mistaken about the defensive battle technique that Lin Chen had just used. That was the famous technique of the Bai family, the Myriad Mountains Shen armor. Lin Chen, where did you come from? Why did the Yuexuan armor of the Bai family's holy son appear on you? Without a second thought, Lin Chen blurted out, Huh? Bai Tianqi. I beat him up. Is there a problem? The prodigies of the ancient families nearby could not help but twitch their mouths when they heard this. Beat up the holy son? How dare you brag about this? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Lin Chen, you? Ning Lanfeng was humiliated in front of everyone. As he got up and was about to retaliate against Lin Chen, a figure blocked his way. Lanfeng, if there's anything, wait until you've reached holy fire level. The green-robed man's face was chiseled. There was a calm and condensed sharpness between his brows, like a battle sword with a hidden edge. Brother Yunlan, this person is not simple. You may not be his opponent. Do you want to humiliate yourself in front of everyone? Ning Yunlan glanced at him and said indifferently. Ning Lanfeng gritted his teeth, trembling with anger. At this moment, thousands of meters away, two mysterious figures leaning on the green pillars snickered. That's the legendary Lin Chen? Interesting. He obviously beat someone up, but the elders hiding in the dark did not stop him. It seems like what the elders said is true. This Lin Chen is worth roping in. Chapter 300. The conflict between the Ning and Bai families and Lin Chen was just a small interlude. The prides of the ancient families did not pay much attention to it. At most, they were curious as to why the elders did not stop Lin Chen from causing trouble. Although the ability that Lin Chen displayed was extraordinary, it was nothing to the pride. This was because there was no lack of geniuses with extraordinary abilities here. He picked up a golden treasure chest in the air and the system screen popped up. You have opened a pure gold treasure chest. You have obtained 3 golden dragon vitality fruits. Picking up attribute light balls along the way, Lin Chen happily smiled as he walked towards the Han clan and Lung clan. You still like to cause trouble. You're still smiling so happily after causing trouble. Lung Yueqi rolled her eyes at Lin Chen helplessly. However, seeing him walking towards her with a smile on his face, Lung Yueqi's green eyes revealed a rare tenderness. Lung Yueqi lifted her slender hand and helped Lin Chen tidy up his clothes. The prides of the Lung family were dumbfounded. The icy beauty of Lung Yu's family in the past had actually become such a delicate woman. This has nothing to do with me. They're the ones who are jealous of my good looks. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders. The mysterious relationship between the both of them made Han Ziyun's heart ache. She pouted her cherry lips. The smart Lung Yueqi immediately noticed that something was amiss. She smirked dangerously and whispered into Lin Chen's ear. If you flirt with girls again, I'll freeze your legs so that they won't have the chance to do anything. Lung Yueqi's eyebrows were like the moon, and there was no lack of a dangerous aura in her cold and elegant smile. A certain Lin's lower body felt cold, and he said with an embarrassed smile, Teacher Yueqi, it's not my fault that I'm too handsome, right? Don't be so glib. You can't be like before when you enter the holy fire level. It's different this time. All the most powerful geniuses from the ancient families are here. It's not good to offend any of them. Lung Yueqi's advice caused a rare serious expression to appear on Lin Chen's face. The ancient families had accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. No one knew what kind of monstrous level genius they would raise. Lin Chen had heard from Bai Ruoyan that the minimum requirement to become a holy son was to have the ability of a Yuan venerate. Lin Chen would not be complacent just because he had fought Bai Tianqi once. On the contrary, it had deepened his vigilance against the ancient families. He knew that Bai Tianqi's true ability was far more than that. Teacher Yueqi is right, class monitor. The ones we should be most wary of are the 4 heavenly kings. Han Yizhi nodded her head. She pointed to the 4 figures in the square. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. These 4 people were the ones who attracted the most attention. They were the 4 youths. The first person standing behind the elites was a handsome young man in a snow-white robe with a jade-like face. His sword had not been unsheathed, but 3,000 sword gleams hung behind him like the scorching sun. He had a disdainful smile on his face, as if no one present was worthy of his attention. The second person had 2 blood-red battle axes strapped to her slender waist. Her figure was hot and enchanting. Her red lips were like blazing fire, and her black eyebrows were curved. Her bronze skin exuded an exotic beauty. She was actually a red-clothed beauty with a sexy figure. Her waist and figure looked slender, but under that bronze skin, there was a terrifying power hidden. The third person wore a feathered crown. He had a delicate face and a cold expression, like an iceberg that would not melt for thousands of years. The most mysterious thing about him was his pair of grey eyes. Almost no one dared to look directly into them. They were brewing an endless spiritual storm that could make people lose their minds with just a glance. The fourth person was a handsome young man. This young man was really worthy of being called a handsome young man. He was wearing a light green robe. His eyebrows were picturesque, his lips were red, and his eyes were like stars. He held a white feather fan in his hand, and his slender figure attracted the attention of both men and women. His charming appearance made even Lin Che concede defeat. The handsome young man pursed his lips and smiled. He had 2 small dimples on his cheeks, which made him look extremely charming. In terms of looks and temperament, perhaps only Han Yiji could compare to him. This was perhaps the most handsome man Lin Chen had ever seen. Just as Lin Chen was suspecting that the other party was a woman dressed as a man, the peerless young master's neck had a slightly protruding Adam's apple, which broke Lin Chen's suspicions. Han Yiji introduced the 4 heavenly kings of the ancient families one by one to Lin Chen. Every one of them had a quasi-venerate cultivation base. The difference between the Heaven Dipper realm and the Yuan Venerate was the Dantian and the Yuan Venerate. The Yuan Venerate could contain the minor laws of heaven and earth, while the Heaven Dipper realm only integrated one's battle chi into the realm and had the basic ability to control space. This was like an archer who was proficient in archery and a cannon operator who carried extremely high-quality explosives. Since ancient times, no Heaven Dipper realm had been able to challenge a Yuan Venerate. No matter how strong a Heaven Dipper realm was, they were just slightly stronger ants in front of a Yuan Venerate. They were on completely different levels. A Quasi-Venerate was a powerhouse between the Heaven Dipper realm and the Yuan Venerate. The Heaven Dipper battle soul in their Dantian had started to transform into a Yuan Venerate but had yet to complete the transformation. They were much stronger than a Heaven Dipper realm cultivator, but there was still a certain distance between them and the Yuan Venerate. This type of powerhouse was a Quasi-Venerate. Before Han Yiji could finish her introduction to Lin Chen, Lin Che had already left. He couldn't help but start collecting the attribute light balls floating in the entire plaza. Lin Chen leaped 10 meters into the air. With a wave of his hand, he picked up more than 20 multicolored attribute light balls in the air. Host has received 3 billion points of battle chi essence, 500,000 points of rune energy, 5 billion points of blood energy, and 1 million points of water energy. When he landed, another golden treasure chest appeared. Lin Chen reached out and opened it. Host has opened the golden treasure chest. You have received a top-notch Tier 5 elixir, triple green recovery pill. Another round of gold and red attribute light balls appeared. Lin Chen couldn't help but grin. His random looting attracted the attention of many geniuses. Host has received 5 million points of metal energy, 150,000 points of mind power, 800,000 points of fire energy, 300,000 points of rune energy. Lin Chen ignored the curiosity and doubts of many geniuses and started looting in the air. The quality of the attribute light balls here was extremely high. They were second only to the ones dropped by Lin Chen during his battle with Bai Tianqi. This feels great. These are all the geniuses of the ancient families with the highest standards. Every attribute light ball has a considerable value. Lin Chen was ecstatic. Although they couldn't be compared to the saints, there were many of them. Lin Chen had picked up a total of 17 attribute light balls from Bai Tianqi. There were at least a few hundred of them here. Why is this kid smirking over there? Could there be something wrong with his head? Hey, is this guy crazy? He's actually walking towards the 4 heavenly kings. Chapter 301. Lin Dong was picking up items along the way. Sensing that his 9-colored battle spirit was about to break through, he hurriedly activated the myriad layer fire web to cover his entire body, sealing his battle chi. Host has received 8 billion battle chi essences, 5 billion battle chi essences, 6 billion blood chi energy, 3 billion blood chi energy. Boom tilde tilde. Lin Chen's battle 1. 4 battle spirits rotated, emitting a stronger battle chi than before. In less than a quarter of an hour, his battle chi had entered the middle stage of level 6. Only then did he come back to his senses. He had already picked up all the attribute light balls and was standing in front of the 4 heavenly kings. When he raised his head, the red-robed woman with the dual axes was also staring at him in bewilderment. Their gazes met. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he said seriously, "So it's Miss Yi Yanxia, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the ancient families. I've long heard of your name. This one is Lin Chen. It's my honor to meet you." As he spoke, Lin Chen smiled and extended his hand, making a handshake gesture. Yi Yanxia had a straightforward personality, and as one of the 4 heavenly kings, she didn't stand on ceremony. She extended her hand and shook Lin Chen's hand, smiling. "So it's Prince Lin Chen. Yanxia has heard a little about what happened at the alchemy festival." Unbeknownst to her, only Lin Chen could see that at the moment his palm came into contact with Yi Yanxia's lily-white hand, countless blood-red attribute light balls rapidly emerged from the beautiful woman's lily-white hand, merging into Lin Chen's palm. Host has received 18 billion blood chi energy. Host has received 13 billion blood chi energy. Lin Chen's blood chi energy soared rapidly, and his dragon power grew like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, his dragon power broke through 1,500 point. Holy shit, this feels good. This girl's body refinement realm is extremely high, and the attribute light balls on her body are not simple. Lin Dong was so happy that he couldn't bear to let go of Yi Yanxia's hand. Instead, he tightened his grip. Oh! Yi Yanxia's eyes flashed, as if she had sensed that Lin Chen was also a body refinement martial artist. Moreover, she had misunderstood that Lin Chen was trying to test her. She couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth into a battle-thirsty smile as she suddenly exerted strength in her palm. Bang! Crack! Crack! The moment Yi Yanxia exerted her strength, the space around her began to twist and distort. The ground of the plaza, which was as solid as jade, began to crack and crack. The surrounding geniuses were so shocked that they immediately retreated. This kid is actually competing with Yi Yanxia of the 4 heavenly kings in pure strength. What a joke! Yi Yanxia's pure strength was an existence that could even defeat a quasi-venerable expert. His courting death. Many of the Sky Prides were both curious and shocked. This Lin Chen seemed to be hiding a lot. Host has received 10 billion points of vitality energy, 19 billion points of vitality energy. The moment Yi Yanxia exerted her strength, Lin Chen's attributes soared even faster. However, Yi Yanxia's abilities were extraordinary. She used 2,000 dragon power points the moment she attacked. Lin Chen could only rely on the pure strength of the ancient azure dragon to defend himself. 1,800, 1,900 dragon power point. Lin Chen's own pure strength increased rapidly through the attribute light balls that continuously appeared in Yi Yanxia's hand. Oh! That's the support medicine refiner who shone brightly during the alchemy festival, Lin Chen? Yes, that's right. Looks like his mental strength is not inferior to us old fellows. There should be no mistake about it. What a fellow. Not only is he extremely talented in medicine refinement, he's also a body refinement cultivator. Interesting. For this information, I paid a heavy price to obtain it from some of the opportunists in the Han family. He's not from the Lung family or the Han family, and he's not from an ancient family. Looks like he's indeed worth roping in. This is a medicine refinement seedling that even old man Bai thinks highly of. In a dilapidated loft outside the plaza, a group of ancient family elders were discussing and sizing up Lin Chen. That's Lin Chen, the one who's been in the limelight recently. In a corner on the south side of the plaza, 12 silhouettes were sizing up Lin Chen in shock. These 12 people were the blue merit level geniuses from the Skysong Academy who were going to the Holy Fire level. One of them was someone who was as famous as Fu Wanquan, Yi Juesheng, and Long Xiongyu. He was one of the 4 geniuses who was most likely to become a purple merit level genius, Mo Feng. Mo Feng, who was in the middle of the crowd, flicked his fingernails and sneered. Looks like he's just a medicine refiner with some brute strength. If he dares to disobey us in the Holy Fire level, We'll kill him on the spot. In the plaza, Lin Chen and Yi Yanxia were still shaking hands. Oh! His dragon power is almost 3,500, and he can still catch up with me. Looks like he's not just for show. Yi Yanxia was interested. His pure strength was more than enough to fight an ordinary mid-stage Heaven Star border level 9. Just when she was about to exert her strength again, she realized that Lin Chen had loosened his grip. Looks like Mr. Lin Chen isn't just for show. Yanxia looks forward to meeting you in the Holy Fire level. Yi Yanxia smiled faintly as they separated their palms. Lin Chen said with a smile. Miss Yi Yanxia's reputation is well deserved. I, Lin Mao, concede defeat. This strength is strong enough. As he spoke, he looked at the beauty's chest and said seriously, it's also big enough. Why are you so reckless? I just told you not to cause trouble and you went to test Yi Yanxia. Leng Yueqi frowned and scolded Lin Chen. Lin Chen, are you all right? Han Ziyun asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hehe, Ms. Yueqi, don't be angry. I've gained a lot from this trip. Although Lin Chen had a cheeky smile on his face, his eyes were filled with excitement. After picking up all the attribute light balls in the square, his strength had increased by another level. The ancient Azure Dragon's pure strength had increased to 3,900 dragon power. His own pure strength had broken through 2,100 dragon power. Glancing at the more than 100 million points of rune energy in the system, Lin Chen was looking forward to the Holy Fire level trial. With 100 million points of rune energy, Lin Chen was confident that he could fight anyone below the Yuan Venerate level. An hour after Lin Chen arrived at the plaza, two grey-robed elders appeared in front of the giant door and said slowly, the time is up. Listen up, everyone. In the Holy Fire level, your life is in your own hands. Also, a Yuan Venerate's cultivation base can't enter the Holy Fire level. If you're discovered, the Heavenly Tao rules in the Holy Fire level will automatically kill you. If you break through to the Yuan Venerate level in the secret territory, you'll be sent out automatically. The Holy Sun isn't the only way to become a powerhouse. There's a limit to the number of Holy Fire seeds left in the Holy Fire level. It'll be great if you can find your own situation in the Holy Fire level. Only those who survive can become legends. Kids, try your best to survive in the Holy Fire level. The two grey-robed elders gave their advice. When their palms touched the giant door, the two sides of the door opened slowly. A spatial tunnel leading to the distance appeared in the giant door. The prodigies could not wait any longer. With a tap of their toes, they rushed into the spatial tunnel. Countless prodigies rushed into the Holy Fire level. Chapter 302. Let's go too. With Lin Chen in the lead, Leng Yueqi, Han Ziyun, and Han Yizhi entered together. Not far from them, the Leng family's prodigies glanced at Leng Yueqi and the rest in disdain. In reality, the Leng family hoped that Lin Chen could join forces with their prodigies and obtain something in the Holy Fire territory. However, the Leng family's prodigies were very repulsed by Lin Chen, an outsider, and Leng Yueqi, who was promoted from a branch family. They did not want to be associated with them at all. Look out for each other. I think the elders are crazy. Why would the Leng family need an outsider to look out for us? When we obtain the Holy Fire seed, we'll be the new Holy Son of the Leng family. With a tap of their toes, the Leng family's prodigies followed closely behind Lin Chen and flew into the space tunnel. The 4 heavenly kings and the 10 prodigies below them rushed into the giant space door one after another. In just 20 breaths, all the ancient prodigies had disappeared, leaving only the elders waiting outside the square. As they entered the pitch-black tunnel, Lin Chen was fully focused and prepared. The weightlessness under his feet was extremely severe, and the surrounding space was constantly shifting and changing. In less than 15 minutes, the scene in front of them suddenly blurred. Lin Chen and the rest suddenly stood still. He and Leng Yueqi and the rest had arrived at a desert. Apart from that, there were 11 other prodigies from different families who landed with Lin Chen and the rest. 2 transparent mirrors hung upside down in the sky, reflecting the image of a vast ocean. Oh no! Seeing this, Leng Yueqi and Han Ziyun's expressions changed slightly at the same time. We've been transported to the mirror projection space. Lin Chen was puzzled. What's a mirror projection space? This is the most difficult and possibly the easiest secret zone to enter the holy fire territory. A few sky prides beside Lin Chen took over the conversation with solemn expressions. This mirror projection space will randomly create a clone of someone who enters the holy fire territory. The clone will have the same cultivation base and techniques as the original, Leng Yueqi said solemnly. The other prodigies who had arrived at the desert with Lin Chen and the others were on guard. There's such a mystic realm. I wonder if I can project a clone of myself. Brother Chen, I haven't fought with myself before. Just as Lin Chen was fantasizing with great interest, a lightning-like beam of light came crashing down. Boom! In the barren desert, the smoke of war rose from all directions. A slender young figure slowly walked out of the smoke. This figure was not a real living being. His entire body was covered in a pitch-black luster, and he held a white feather fan in his hand. His facial features were extremely handsome, and there was a hint of otherworldly elegance in his elegance. However, only his spiritless eyes let others know that he was not the real person. This scene caused the expressions of everyone present, except for Lin Chen, to change. It was actually one of the 4 heavenly kings, Luo Qingyu. This was definitely the worst draw. Perhaps all of them would perish here. Oh, so it's that peerless young master. On the other hand, a certain Lin was calm and composed. He suddenly realized something. At this moment, 15 prodigies formed a group, and similar scenes kept playing out in every mirror space. Some people were exceptionally happy when they encountered ordinary mirror clones, and they could pass the stage immediately. Some people encountered the 4 heavenly kings or the 10 great prodigies below the heavenly kings, and their faces were almost ashen. However, what was more noteworthy was in a certain mystic realm. In a primeval forest, there was a prehistoric aura. Since the teams that entered the secret realm were completely random, there were 4 prodigies from the Lung clan, 4 from the Ning clan, 4 from the Bai clan, and 3 from the Heavenly Song Academy who were at the blue merit rank. This included Mo Feng, who had the highest chance of becoming a purple merit ranker and was known as one of the top 10 geniuses. Ning Lanfeng from the Ning family was no exception. It's actually a mirror space. Ning Lanfeng looked up at the sky and exclaimed. With Brother Yunlan, one of the 10 great prodigies, and Mo Feng from the Heavenly Song Academy, as long as we don't encounter the mirror clones of the 4 heavenly kings, we shouldn't have any problems. Another prodigy from the Ning family smiled confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, a lightning-like beam of light came crashing down. Bang! A young figure that was as dark as the abyss slowly appeared. He held a black spear in his hand and looked extraordinarily handsome. There was a cynical smile on his face. Even though his eyes had lost their spirit, it still could not hide the flirtatious smile at the corner of his mouth. The most eye-catching thing was his cultivation base of mid-stage Heaven Star Border level 6. When he released it, everyone was a little shocked. Heaven Star Border level 6. It's Lin Chen? Ha ha ha. Alright, it's settled this time. We've passed the mirror space. I can't believe we encountered this piece of trash. Let's kill his clone first. I'll beat him up when I reach Holy Fire level. Heavenly Star Hand. Ning Lanfeng was the first to attack. He slapped his palm in the air, his battle aura surging like a nebula, breaking apart a gigantic hand of stars that was thousands of feet long. Whoosh! Bang! The sound was like a tide. A pair of purple flame wings appeared behind Lin Chen's clone. Suddenly, it cut through the sound waves and easily dodged the gigantic hand of stars. What? What kind of speed is that? Bang! Like a ghost, it appeared above Ning Lanfeng's head. The speed of Lin Chen's clone was so fast that it was shocking. He raised his black spear high. 3 types of battle aura, wind, thunder, and dark, were activated in an instant. A wild thunder meteor smashed onto Ning Lanfeng's head. Don't underestimate your enemy. Ning Yunlan's movement technique was extremely fast. He arrived at Ning Lanfeng's position in a single step and pulled him away. In an instant, he threw a thunderous punch and collided head-on with the tip of Lin Chen's spear. Bang! Lightning flashed, the ground shook, and the entire wild forest surged. The clouds were scattered by the lightning. In the clear sky, There was a hint of murderous intent. There was a trace of blood on Ning Yunlan's fist. The Bai family's prodigies and Mo Feng from the Heavenly Song Academy raised their eyebrows subconsciously. Ning Yunlan suddenly shouted, "Extremely strong movement technique and pure strength. In addition, he has the Bai family's Thousand Mountains Shen armor, which is a super strong defensive combat technique. Don't underestimate this Lin Chen. His strength is not simple." Those who had previously looked down on Lin Chen all put away their inner contempt. Although it was unexpected, to be able to lightly injure Ning Yunlan, one of the top 10 prodigies, this kind of strength was not ordinary. In the next moment, a dragon's roar shook the sky. An ancient azure dragon turned into a ray of green light from Lin Chen's body and appeared out of nowhere. The prodigies of the Bai family and Lung family all turned pale. An ancient azure dragon? How is this possible? Didn't they say that this mirror space would only project the intruder's clone? Could this ancient azure dragon also be a part of Lin Chen? How is this possible? Is he a dragon? If he's a dragon, then his body should be the one that becomes the azure dragon. The prodigies of the two families could not calm down. Only the people from the Heavenly Song Academy were deep in thought. Then, they suddenly understood. Chapter 303. Hades / Dragon Demon Claw. Judgment, 10 ultimate slashes. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky as colorful battle auras caused the space to distort and crack. The attacks were like a tidal wave. The entire secret realm was trembling as if a natural disaster was about to befall. Numerous high-level battle skills locked onto the rapidly flashing figure in the void as well as the 4 ancient dragons that were close to 30,000 feet long. A prodigy from the Lung clan activated his battle chi, causing the space around him to distort. A demonic dragon claw was aimed at the back of Lin Chen's doppelganger, but it was blocked by the giant defensive armor that looked like a rock mine. The defense of the 1000 Yushen armor was indestructible and couldn't break through his defense at all. Swoosh! The clone was as agile as a fish in water. He turned around and stabbed out with his spear. The lightning spear pierced through the air with terrifying pure energy. That prodigy from the Lung clan was shocked. His companions immediately came to support him. The 3 of them blocked Lin Chen's domineering spear and retreated a few thousand meters. Everyone launched a frenzied attack, not giving Lin Chen's doppelganger any chance to rest. Their attacks were like an avalanche that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Lin Chen and the ancient azure dragon's doppelganger dodged nimbly and retaliated fiercely. So strong. It's been 45 minutes, and we haven't caused much damage to him. The prodigy from the Lung clan, who wanted to sneak an attack on Lin Chen's clone, gasped in disbelief. 15 of us are from the younger generation of the ancient families. 2 of us are even the top 10 prodigies of the current generation. Yet, we can't take down a Heaven Star Border Stage 6. Although Ning Yunlan from the Ning clan and Mo Feng from the Skysong Academy haven't used their full strength and their trump cards are still unfathomable, his strength is too terrifying to be able to hold on for so long without any damage. The 4 prodigies from the Lung clan gasped in disbelief. They finally understood why the Lung clan's elder insisted that everyone cooperate with Lin Chen. His strength was second only to the top 10 prodigies. Ning Yunlan was fighting while sensing the purplish gold glow in the pupils of Lin Chen's clone. Every time a ferocious attack came, the light in his eyes would become brighter. It seems that he has a mysterious eye technique that can see through the secrets of heaven and predict life and death in advance. Looks like I have to make a feint to attract his attention. Ning Yunlan's aura suddenly shook. His mid-stage Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation base was fully revealed, and the attraction force of Lin Chen's clones was concentrated on him. Now, Ning Yunlan shouted coldly. Golden break 4th layer. The golden light flickered and formed 4 energy walls that pressed down from all directions. It sealed Lin Chen's clone and the ancient azure dragon in a narrow space. Let's attack him now. The prodigy of the Bai family that sealed Lin Chen's doppelganger suddenly roared, and 2 afterimages slashed out like blade. Soul extinguishing finger. Withering blood bead. Ning Yunlan from the Ning family and Mo Feng from the Heavenly Song Academy both used their killer moves. 2 alternating fingerprints that were as bright as the sun and moon pierced through the air. Following closely behind was a star jade-like battle light. It carried a hint of withering beauty as it crashed into the man and the dragon behind the 4 golden walls. Rumble tilde. The golden walls shattered, and an energy storm swept across the sky. Just when everyone thought they had succeeded, the young man's cold voice was emotionless. 8 barren land. The black spear pointed out, and the dragon danced in the sky. Green lightning gathered, and a 1,000-jong-long thunder dragon pointed out, sweeping across the land. That's a decent battle technique, and the cultivation base is also quite high. Unfortunately, his battle chi cultivation base is still a little weak. Just when Mo Feng was disdainful, Ning Yunlan's expression suddenly changed. Full defense. He still has a backup plan. While all the prodigies were still captivated by the might of the 8 barren dominion, 2,000 meters below Lin Chen, the ancient azure dragon clone, whose dragon scales were slightly cracked, raised its dragon claws angrily and swung them down alternately. After images flashing with green light danced wildly in the sky. The dragon breathlight blade was like a fluctuating storm, and it carried a destructive force that could push the galaxy away. It was constantly released from between the dragon claws. No! A few of the geniuses were swallowed by the storm before they could even scream. The earth-shattering dragon breathstorm passed through like a typhoon, destroying everything in its path. In the direction where the dragon claws swung, all life within 1,000 miles was destroyed. Everything was cut into pieces by the dragon breathblade. When the ancient green dragon had 2,500 dragon power, it was comparable to a beginner heavenly star border level 9. Before Lin Chen's ancient green dragon entered holy fire level, it already had 3,900 dragon power. It would not be at a disadvantage if it fought with anyone who was at the peak of heavenly star border level 9. The green dragon soul-splitting claw that was released with 3,900 dragon power was so powerful that it could cut through anything below quasi-venerable like tofu. If it was a one-on-one battle, even quasi-venerable powerhouses would have to avoid it. When the green dragon soul-splitting claw's power dissipated, there were only 13 people left. Even though the geniuses of the ancient families had a strong foundation and many life-saving trump cards, the Bai family and the Ning family still lost 1 person each. Moreover, they were both late-stage heavenly star border level 7. Apart from that, the Lung family, the Bai family, the Skysong Academy, and the Ning family were all injured. Other than the top 10 geniuses, Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan, no one could escape unscathed from the power of that attack. In reality, the situation was even more serious than that. If Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan were not at the forefront of the soul-splitting claw and weakened most of its power, the situation would be even worse. What kind of joke is this? With 2 of the top 10 geniuses here, he can still kill people from the Bai family. Lin Chen? He's so strong. The people from the Bai family were shocked and angry, while the geniuses from the Lung family were scared witless. Ning Yunlan and Mo Feng's expressions were extremely solemn. He already has such strength at Heaven Star border level 6. If this kid is at the same level as me, won't I not be his opponent? Will it affect my position in the academy? No. I want to kill him completely in this holy fire region before he grows his wings. At this moment, Mo Feng was the first to kill Lin Chen, as expected of someone who could make Saintess Qing Xian remember his name. His indeed extraordinary. Based on the previous battle, Ning Yunlan had already figured out where the core of Lin Chen's clones battle was. In terms of mental cultivation, his mental cultivation technique had many different attributes of battle chi, and its power was so strong that even the geniuses who cultivated blue-tier mental cultivation techniques couldn't take advantage of it. Normally, a Heaven Star border level 9 martial artist could cripple a Heaven Star border level 6 martial artist with a flick of the finger. However, Lin Chen made use of his mental cultivation technique and his pure strength that was as strong as a wild beast to make up for this flaw. Regardless of whether it was close range or long range, his pure strength was the strongest threat. In addition, his strange and unpredictable eye technique allowed him to predict his opponent's movements and intentions. Coupled with the explosive speed of his purple phoenix wings and a movement technique of the blue rank and above, as well as the indestructible defense of the Myriad Mountains Xian armor. This kind of 1 + 1 didn't equal 2. His foundation could be said to be a perfect combination of attack, defense, and speed. Not to mention that there was an ancient azure dragon next to him that was hard to find a match for under the quasi-venerable stage. Lin Chen's strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. Chapter 304. As the smoke dispersed, Lin Chen's clone slowly appeared. His left arm was missing, and only his right arm was left holding the black spear in his hand. Obviously, Lin Chen's clone was not unscathed from the previous wave of attacks. However, in reality, it was not difficult for the powerhouses who had seen Lin Chen fight to realize that the clone that was projected from the mirror space was not Lin Chen's full strength. This was because when Lin Chen fought, he would transform his elemental battle aura into a special energy bloodline. However, this clone did not do so at all. Even so, his avatar and the ancient azure dragon were still ridiculously powerful. Your Excellency Mo Feng, if we continue to hide, I'm afraid there will be more casualties on both sides. Ning Yunlan glanced at Mo Feng, who nodded silently and said, "Leave this kid to me. You go and take care of the ancient azure dragon. I'll help you after I've taken care of this guy." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of golden light appeared in Mo Feng's palm. His speed suddenly increased by more than 3 times. This speed was almost the same as Lin Chen's clone's Hade's 9 hell steps with the help of the purple phoenix wings. Both of them were like shooting stars in the sky, instantly meeting and fighting in a chaotic battle. If that's the case, I'll have to take care of this troublesome azure dragon for now. Ning Yunlan's fists were like a dragon as he violently attacked. His entire body was covered in Buddha's light as if he was an invincible martial Buddha from ancient times. He fought the ancient azure dragon head-on. These 2 top 10 geniuses who were second only to the 4 heavenly kings had finally shown their true strength. The people from the Lung family, the Bai family, and the Skysong Academy were dazzled. While they yearned for the duo's strength, it was replaced by a deep fear and shock towards Lin Chen. Thinking back to 2 hours ago when he had just entered Holy Fire level, who would have thought that Lin Chen's ability would be so powerful that 2 top 10 geniuses had to besiege him? Looking at Lin Chen and the ancient azure dragon, who were exchanging blows with the 2 great geniuses from afar, the few people from the Bai clan spoke in a trembling voice. Even their hearts were trembling. If it weren't for Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan, I'm afraid all of us here today would have been wiped out by Lin Chen's doppelganger. On the other side, in the desert, more than 10 figures crisscrossed and fought with an elegant figure in light green robe. Lin Chen took the lead. His purple phoenix wings flapped, sweeping up purple flames as he fought with the green-clothed person at close range. His fists, knees, elbows, fingertips, palms, and legs had all turned into lethal weapons. Every move he made landed on Luo Qingyu's body. He did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy to her. Bang! 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 His fists landed on Luo Qingyu's lower abdomen, followed by his left shoulder and waist. Lin Chen's attacks landed on Luo Qingyu continuously. Every part of his body that was hit would have attribute light balls rolling down. When Lin Chen picked them up, his attributes skyrocketed. You've received 7 billion battle aura essence, 9 million water-type energy, 12 billion battle aura essence, 11 billion battle aura essence. Luo Qingyu seemed to be extremely weak in close combat. Facing Lin Chen's fierce attacks, she could only defend herself with all her might. She did not look like one of the 4 heavenly kings at all. The attribute light balls that dropped from her body were all battle aura essence, causing Lin Chen's cultivation level to increase tremendously. Crack, crack. There was a faint sound of breaking through a bottleneck in his body. Lin Chen's cultivation level had advanced to the later stages of Heaven Star Border Stage 6. Taking advantage of the gap created by the opponent defending against his kick, Lin Chen raised his hand and slammed it on the opponent's chest. When the palm landed on the opponent's chest, although the battle aura had blocked most of the power, Lin Chen still managed to hit the chest of Luo Qingyu's clone. Lin Ming felt as if his palm had landed on cotton. The soft and tender feeling made him experience what it meant to indulge in silky softness. Lin Chen was suddenly enlightened as he laughed mischievously in his heart. So, Luo Qingyu of the 4 heavenly kings is actually a girl. No wonder this girl is so beautiful that even my brother can't resist her. She's actually a beauty. Luckily, This clone did not have the intelligence and thinking ability of its owner. It only had pure battle awareness. Otherwise, Lin Chen's attack would have provoked the opponent. I didn't expect her to have such a hobby of dressing up as a man. When I'm free, I have to find a secluded place to change her habit. As a good citizen, I have to help her. I can't help it. Brother Chen's character is just too good. Various thoughts flashed across Lin Chen's mind. At this moment, Luo Qingyu crossed her hands in front of her chest as if she had been accumulating power for a long time. Vast water-type energy surged out like huge waves and shrouded the surroundings. In a flash, it formed a water-type cage that was thousands of feet wide, trapping all the surrounding sky prides inside. As if they had received a message in advance, all of them used their ultimate techniques and retreated. Only Lin Chen remained inside. Azura 9 Brilliance Transformation, Heavenly Water Transformation. Lin Chen's cultivation level rose from mid-stage stage 6 to early stage stage 7. Charging rune, Frozen Sky Finger. At such a close distance, Lin Chen unleashed his Frozen Sky Finger with all his might and froze all the water-type energy in the water-type cage into frost. He and Luo Qingyu's doppelganger were frozen in ice. Just before they were frozen, Lin Chen's entire body transformed into the special metal-type and earth-type bloodlines. His entire body glowed with golden light and a dirt-red armor. Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi, WN Yuxian Armor. Lin Chen's two major defensive techniques, Heavenly Dipper Battle Chi and WN Yuxian Armor, were used at the same time. One was used to defend the outside, while the other was used to defend the inside. It was a perfect combination. Freeze him. Let's attack together. When Lang Yueqi pulled her bow, she suddenly shouted. The surrounding sky prides immediately attacked and aimed all their battle techniques at Luo Qingyu's clone on the other side. Fire Luo Sky Covering Palm. Apocalyptic Demon Form. By Jun's Finger. Heavenly Light, Polar Ice. The 14 of them attacked at the same time. When all kinds of battle chi attacks broke through the ice cage, Luo Qingyu's clone didn't have the chance to dodge anymore. She had to take everyone's attacks head-on. Lin Chen borrowed everyone's strength to break through the ice cage. With two types of defensive techniques on his body, he quickly retreated and flew out of the ice cage. Retreat quickly, Han Yizhi said anxiously. Only then did everyone realize that the ancient green dragon on the other side was ready to attack. All of them immediately retreated as if they had seen a ghost. Green Dragon Soul-Splitting Claw. As the two dragon claws swung down alternately, the dragon breathlight blade wreaked havoc in the entire arena. It surged violently towards the beautiful woman in the ice cage. This was the strongest attack in the entire arena. It cut Luo Qingyu's clone into pieces. From Lin Chen's perspective, when her clone was destroyed, more than 10 elemental light balls dropped. Most importantly, there was a green gold treasure chest floating in the air. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward system. When the system screen popped up, Lin Chen's eyes were burning with passion. Chapter 305. The emerald treasure chest emitted a dazzling light. If one were to look closely, one could even see that there was a hint of bluish gold mixed within the misty green light. Lin Chen leaped into the air, landing in front of the treasure chest. Stretching out his hand, he opened the treasure chest. A jade shard that flickered with a faint golden light fell into Lin Chen's palm, fusing with his body. You have opened the first emerald treasure chest. You have obtained Phantom Rune Fragment +1, Phantom Rune, 2/3. It's a fragment of the Phantom Rune. Lin Chen's expression suddenly became wild with joy. There was another fragment. As long as he picked up another fragment or triggered the next surprise, he would be able to use this trump card rune. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Lin Chen calculated in his heart. I've gained quite a lot this time. The Phantom Rune Fragment, more than 30 million points of water energy, and more than 80 billion points of Battle Aura Essence. My Battle Aura cultivation has broken through a small level. Lin Chen looked at the 120 million points of water energy in the system with satisfaction and could not help but grin. He thought about it and deactivated the Azura 9 Brilliance change. Now, he had completely adapted to the first level of the 9 Brilliance change. Other than the intense consumption of Battle Aura, there would not be any side effects. Brother Lin Chen, I'm Dan Qianxiu from the Dan family. Lin Chen, not only are you accomplished in medicine refinement, but you're also very strong. I'm really impressed. A long-haired beauty in a silver dress that was as cold as snow greeted Lin Chen with a fist salute and a smile. Apart from being polite, there was also a hint of arrogance in her tone. She only referred to Lin Chen as someone who was accomplished in medicine refinement. As one of the top 10 geniuses, she was also very curious about Lin Chen. Lin Chen waved his hand casually without interest. He did not even look at her. It's all right. We all have a common enemy. When I reach holy fire level, if necessary, I'll also fight with you guys. After saying that, Lin Chen turned around and looked at Han Yizhi and the rest with a smile. Yizhi, teacher Yueqi, Ziyun, are you all right? Everyone nodded. Han Ziyun's cultivation was at the late stage of the 7th rank. Although her strength was considered average, it was not enough to drag them down. Although Han Yizhi's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 4th layer, her special physique and spiritual force had reached the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. If they fought, even a late-stage 8th layer cultivator wouldn't have much of an advantage. Lung Yueqi was a real step to the sky. After receiving the ancestors' inheritance, she went to Lung Yueqi's family to get the focus of training. She was already in the late stage of Heavenly Dipper Realm 8th layer, and now she was completely in front of Lin Chen. Chen PH, what's with the attitude? Our cousin Qianxiu is already giving him face by talking to him. He thinks he's so great just because he has some strength. Who does he think he is? The other 3 prodigies of the Dan clan curled their lips and said. Dan Qianxiu glared at them, and they finally shut up. This person is unpredictable. He's considered one of the dark horses of the holy fire level. He's only second to the 4 heavenly kings and the top 10 geniuses. His ability might be on the same level as mine. It's best that you guys don't offend him. Dan Qianxiu warned his cousins around him, and then he fell into deep thought. Not only Dan Qianxiu, but many of the prodigies present also fell into deep thought. At that moment, Lin Chen and the others heard a topic they were interested in. Dan Qianxiu and the others immediately pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Class monitor, is this all that the 4 heavenly kings have? Or is it that you're too strong? Lin Chen smiled. Hehe, you're half right. Your class monitor is indeed strong, but Luo Qingyu of the 4 heavenly kings isn't as simple as her mirror clone. On the contrary, it's because her mirror clone is so weak that she appears to be extremely dangerous. As he spoke, Lin Chen's tone gradually became serious. Although the holy fire level is mysterious and ancient, and can project the clone of another person and perfectly reproduce the other person's ability, I don't think it's that simple. Because some of the foundation and methods might be above the holy fire level, they can't be projected here. That's why the clone's ability is far less powerful than the name of the original person. At this point, some of the prodigies had already understood. That's right. The more powerful the clone that appears in the mirror space, the closer it is to the original person. The weaker it is, the more dangerous it is. Because of them, some things can't be projected. These missing things and foundations are the reason why those people can stand at the top. At this point, Lin Chen was also very curious about how much of his ability was projected. He did not think that the mirror space here could project his characteristic runes. Buzz tilde. Buzz tilde. Space rippled, and light screens spread out rapidly, displaying the situation in each of the mirror spaces. In some of the mirror spaces, the prodigies had already killed the projected clones. Some had encountered the clones of the top 10 prodigies and were still in a tough battle. Intruders, please wait for all the mirror spaces to end, before you can enter the holy fire level. The obscure voice turned into a spirit wave and entered the minds of everyone in the desert. Lin Chen simply sat on the sand and watched the show. As Lin Chen circulated his heart technique to recover his battle aura, he curiously observed the situation in the mirror spaces. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze focused. Hey! There really are clones of me, damn. Not even a 10,000th of Brother Chen's handsomeness is projected. Bad review. Lin Chen cursed as he stared at a light screen at the edge. Everyone could not help but look curiously. I can't believe that this mirror space can even project my ancient green dragon's clone. The mystery of a holy fire level is really amazing. I wonder how much of my ability it has projected. Just as Lin Chen was deep in thought, he saw his avatar take a punch. Immediately, he could not sit still. When the prodigies took a closer look, the 11 of them could not help but suck in a cold breath. The top 10 prodigies, Ning Yunlan and Mo Feng? Oh my god! Fighting 2 prodigies alone? When they saw Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan surrounding Lin Chen's clone and the Azure Dragon clone in an intense battle, everyone looked at each other with unconcealable shock in their eyes. Hit him. Left hook, followed by a knee strike and an elbow strike. Kick his crotch, stab his eyes. Damn, why are you dodging? Damn it, freeze his D**CK with the frozen sky finger. Commander. Lin Chen shouted excitedly, waving his fists in excitement. He looked even more excited than when he was fighting. Seeing his doppelganger gradually being suppressed by Mo Feng, Mr. Lin was so angry that his face turned red. Damn it. Why were you so scared just now? Use your battle aura to feign an attack and attack his D**CK with pure strength. In the end, Lin Chen's clone exploded on the spot after more than 100 rounds of fighting with Mo Feng. Lin Chen was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his head. Damn. This doppelganger really made me lose all my face. Go home and sing and play basketball. Hearing Mr. Lin's angry curses, everyone present couldn't help but frown. Brother. That was Mo Feng from the Heavenly Song Academy. At the level of the ancient families, the strongest person below the 4 heavenly kings was also the most promising candidate to become the Holy Son in the ancient families. Your clone can fight with him for more than 100 rounds and you're still not satisfied. Do you still expect your clone to defeat him? Chapter 306. Although he was angry, Lin Chen could still see many clues from the battle between his clones. Firstly, his clone was unable to transform the second half of the 9 calamities of creation into a special bloodline. Secondly, his purple gold eyes had only reached the 4th level of the purple lightning realm. Thirdly, he was unable to use the Azura 9 brilliance transformation, which was the most important factor. Using the Azura 9 brilliance transformation's 3-layer transformation to the extreme would allow Lin Chen to reach the 8th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. The other party would have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to take down his clone. As for the rest, Lin Chen had yet to observe them. However, that was all. It was impossible for attribute runes to appear. This unique trump card belonged to Lin Chen and the system. No other powerhouse could replicate it. The ancient green dragon's strength was perfectly reproduced. The ancient green dragon's clone was eventually killed by Mo Feng, Ning Yunlan, and 7 other geniuses who still had the strength to fight. It had even managed to inflict light injuries on Mo Feng before it died. This scene made the geniuses in the same mirror space as Lin Chen gasp. When they looked at Lin Chen's ancient green dragon again, their eyes were filled with horror and fear. Even Dan Chenqiu, one of the top 10 geniuses, was somewhat afraid. If she were to face this ancient green dragon, she would have to pay a heavy price to destroy it. She might even be seriously injured. If there was still Lin Chen by her side, it was obvious that Lin Chen's strength and foundation were equivalent to any one of the top 10 geniuses. It turns out that watching one's clone get beaten up is such a terrible thing. Damn it, I'm so angry. My mood for a breakthrough was completely ruined by these guys. Lin Chen was in a bad mood. He only got better after Lung Yueqi and Han Yizhi comforted him. When he scanned the screen again, 2/3 of the people had already passed through the mirror space. However, some of the mirror spaces had suffered a devastating blow. They had either encountered the clones of the 4 heavenly kings or the clones of the top 10 geniuses. In terms of cultivation, the 4 heavenly kings were at the quasi-venerate level. In terms of combat strength, it was comparable to a peak quasi-venerate or even a first-level Yuan venerate. Secondly, the top 10 prodigies would definitely have the strength of a quasi-venerable. If the 15 prodigies who did not have a strong enough lineup and foundation encountered the top 10 prodigies' clones, they would either die or perish together. In the end, 2 geniuses from the mirror dimension were completely annihilated by Yi Yanxia, one of the top 10 geniuses and the king of the 4 heavens. The other 3 geniuses who were severely injured after encountering the top 10 geniuses were also in a terrible state. Less than half of them survived. Even if they did survive, it was still unknown if they had the strength to do anything in the Holy Fire territory. Mirror dimension. Close. Holy Fire level. Activate. The mirror dimension began to collapse and disintegrate. All the sky prides in the mirror dimension were rapidly sucked into the spatial vortex that had appeared mysteriously and disappeared. Boom. Hundreds of light pillars shot down from the sky, and all the prodigies were teleported into an ancient city. It was a desolate and dilapidated place. On both sides of the ancient city was a vast forest of giant trees. The towering ancient trees were thousands of feet tall and were even more majestic than the mountains. Everything was filled with the aura of the ancient and primordial times. These plants had been growing for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. No one knew what kind of strange creatures would be born. In the ancient city, all the prodigies descended together, causing the dilapidated and desolate ancient city to instantly have an aura of vitality. The sudden arrival of this life force had attracted the attention of some of the living beings in the surrounding forest. In the center of the ancient city, Lin Chen and the rest descended into the ancient city. They immediately distanced themselves from each other and were vigilant of each other. While being vigilant of each other, they looked around at their surroundings. Where are we? It seems to be different from the map that we have. The teleportation of the Holy Fire level is completely random. We just have to be prepared for battle at all times. The Holy Fire level is vast and boundless. None of the ancestors of the ancient families dared to say that they had mapped the entire Holy Fire level area. Some of the prodigies took out the maps that their families had prepared beforehand and compared them. Something's not right. Suddenly, Lin Chen, Han Yizhi, the 4 heavenly kings, and the other prodigies reacted almost immediately. Leng Yueqi and Han Ziyun instantly stood together and were ready for battle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A terrifying sound wave began to surge from all directions. There were ripples in the air as if it was affected by a large number of creatures. Boom tilde tilde. In the next moment, an earth-shattering black wave surged. It was thousands of feet tall and appeared from all directions. The moment the mysterious black wave surged, a wave-like mental sound whistle was transmitted over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spirit whistle was extremely terrifying. It was like waves after waves of spiritual attacks that continuously surged into everyone's minds. Everyone present was affected to varying degrees. Some of the prodigies who had a lower level of spirit immediately squatted down and covered their heads in agony. What's more, within 10 breaths of the spiritual howl's eruption, their eyes had already turned white and they were foaming at the mouth. Lin Chen and Han Yizhi immediately activated the Genesis Holy Bible and formed 2 layers of spiritual shields to protect Han Ziyun and Leng Yueqi. Lin Chen was still all right. 3 of the 4 of them were alchemists and had a higher level of spirit. The impact was not too great. Even Leng Yueqi had the spirit of beginner-stage spirit transformation. She was not as flustered as most of the prodigies. What is that? Han Ziyun's pretty face was a little solemn. What kind of creature could release such a terrifying spirit whistle? Is it a beast? Why haven't I seen it before? Leng Yueqi looked like she was reminiscing. At this moment, Lin Chen spoke with great interest. It's a rare spiritual type beast, the black demon bee. It only existed in ancient times. I didn't expect there to be so many left in the Holy Fire level. Only Lin Chen could see that there was a spiritual type light ball in each of the black demon bees. The black wave was as vast as the sea, and there were at least tens of thousands of black demon bees gathered. There might even be hundreds of thousands of them. Dan Qianqiu of the Dan family was also an alchemist who was very skilled in refining medicine. His spirit was outstanding, and he was one of the few people who could remain calm in such a dangerous situation. Dan Qianqiu stared at Lin Chen in shock as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Lin Chen was staring at the mysterious black wave with excitement and fanaticism. His eyes were shining like a bachelor who had been single for 30 years who had seen a beautiful woman who had her clothes taken off. His saliva was about to flow out. Is he crazy? He's actually drooling at those black demon bees. Chapter 307. Dan Qianqiu saw everything clearly and felt his scalp go numb. Where did this weirdo come from? He's already half a step into the gates of hell, and he's still drooling? The black demon wasp, which had frightened most of the sky prides, was like an unprecedented treasure in Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Chen wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself with a trembling voice. If I pick up all these attribute light balls, will my spiritual power reach the peak of the spirit transformation realm? The spiritual power realm was one of the most difficult realms to cultivate. Apart from talented humans like Han Yizhi, who had special bloodlines and special constitutions, most people had no way to cultivate it. Even for Han Yizhi, who had a special constitution, it was very difficult for her to reach the late stage of the spiritual power realm. If not for Lin Chen's Genesis Holy Scripture, it would not be easy for her to cultivate. Among the attribute light balls dropped by Lin Chen's enemies, spiritual power was always the least valuable. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water for a late-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator. If he cultivated normally with the Genesis Holy Scripture, it would take him at least 2 years to break through to the next realm. For ordinary cultivators, this was already a godly speed. But for Lin Chen, he could not wait 2 years. Just as Lin Chen was rubbing his hands and preparing for a big fight, the black demon bee's spiritual roar became even more ferocious and surged toward him. As if trying to destroy all of their spiritual power, the prodigies prepared for a desperate counterattack. Boom! A faint yellow spiritual light rose into the sky like a rainbow, and a yellow holy barrier rose from the ground of the ancient city. The yellow spiritual light formed a bowl-shaped spiritual barrier that enveloped all the prodigies in the ancient city. At this moment, all the spiritual roar was blocked by the barrier, and ripples of light kept appearing on the surface of the barrier. The pressure on the prodigy's spiritual power was reduced by 90%. Is this the ancient city's holy spirit barrier? We're saved. Luckily, this ancient city still has some power from ancient times. Many prodigies looked as if they had just survived a calamity. Their spiritual power had not reached the spirit transformation realm, and they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Things don't seem to be that simple. At this moment, the beautiful young master, Luo Qingyu, who was holding the white feather fan, slowly opened her mouth. Luo Qingyu looked at the peerless beauty who was dressed as a man with great interest. Luo Qingyu looked up at the sky and said seriously, "Although the attacks of these black demon bees aren't as fierce as before, they haven't completely stopped attacking. At this rate, the Holy Spirit barrier can only last for 4 more days." Yi Yanxia, who had 2 blood axes strapped to her slender waist, nodded in agreement. That's right. Most importantly, these black demon bees are ferocious beasts that live in groups. They are usually led by a wasp king. Judging from the situation, the wasp king hasn't arrived yet. Mo Feng glanced at everyone present and said indifferently, "If the queen bee arrives, I'm afraid the attack will be 1 or 2 levels stronger. By then, the number of people who can survive can be counted with 2 hands." Hearing this, many Heaven's favorites trembled. Their eyes were full of fear. Only a certain Lin's eyes shone even brighter when he heard the news. "If you want to make a breakthrough, now is the only time," Luo Qingyu, one of the 4 heavenly kings, said cheerfully. She pointed at the void and kept her white feather fan. Then, she turned into a ray of light and flew away from the ancient city. After leaving the ancient city's spiritual barrier, Luo Qingyu withstood the spiritual attacks of the black demon bees. She smiled and raised her hand. The light of battle chi disappeared in her palm. Bam! The overwhelming palm wind penetrated countless black demon bees. Luo Qingyu's palm broke through the black wave and escaped from the scene. When Luo Qingyu was leaving, she suddenly turned her head. Coincidentally, her eyes met with Lin's. When their eyes met, Luo Qingyu's green eyes were filled with resentment and killing intent. Then, she left the swarm of black demon bees. "This pretty girl dares to stare at me. The girl who did this the last time was almost killed by me." Lin laughed mockingly. Strange phenomena appeared in the ancient city. The 4 heavenly kings used their various abilities and left the spiritual barrier to fight their way out of the encirclement. Yi Yanxia smiled and waved the blood-red battle axe at her waist casually. Her pure strength was like the birth of a ferocious dragon. The sharp axe radiance cut through the black wave and created a heavenly river-like crack. It was a shocking sight. The young man in white held his sword and stabbed out. The void sword intent cut through the space like a sharp blade and cut off part of the spiritual howls. He then left the scene in a carefree manner. The last youth with the feathered crown leisurely stepped into the void. Every step he took caused countless spiritual fluctuations to ripple outward. Every step he took not only shattered the spiritual howls, but also reflected them back. The spiritual waves caused a large number of black demon bees to die. The dead black demon hornets scattered around him like flower petals. Even Mr. Lin could not help but click his tongue in amazement when he left so calmly. This is the first time I've seen someone who is more pretentious than me. The 4 heavenly kings are indeed strong. Lin Chen could see that any one of the 4 heavenly kings had the ability to kill all the black demon bees present. However, they didn't need to waste their energy. Everyone present was their opponent. There was no need for the 4 heavenly kings to save them. Let's go. If the Wasp King arrives, it'll be troublesome for me. Mo Feng led the people from the Heavenly Song Academy. Before he left, he glanced at Lin Chen and punched the void. The wind from his punch seemed to contain a mysterious force and spatial wave, shattering the spiritual howls that rushed toward him. The people from the Heavenly Song Academy fought their way out of the encirclement. After the 4 heavenly kings, the top 10 geniuses began to leave as well. Only the geniuses who didn't have a high spiritual level and didn't have the ability to resist large-scale spiritual attacks were left behind. In just half an hour, almost half of the geniuses in the ancient city were gone. Some of the geniuses tried to break through the encirclement, but they were injured by the spiritual howls again and again. Through this operation, everyone had a preliminary understanding of the gap between them and the top 10 geniuses and the 4 heavenly kings. The holy fire level this time was much more severe than any of the previous times. It was their first time entering and they were attacked by so many black demon bees forming a swarm. Most of them would be eliminated first. Class monitor, it's time for us to leave. Han Yizhi turned to look at Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, he sat down with his legs crossed and chuckled. Why are you leaving? The best part is yet to come. Let's wait for the Wasp King to arrive. Lin Chen's words were shocking. More than 20 geniuses next to him stared at him in horror and retreated in fear. Wait for the Wasp King? Do you want to die faster? Chapter 308. With the help of the Wasp King, the attacks of the black demon bees would be at least twice as strong. By then, even the top 10 geniuses might not be able to break through. Damn it, I thought this guy was a dark horse. Turns out he's a lunatic. Let's hurry up and figure out how to break out. If he wants to die, that's his business. Han Ziyun said anxiously as the 20 or so Sky Prides immediately distanced themselves from Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Do you know what it means when the Wasp King arrives? Any group of high-tier dire beasts that has a leader will become 2 completely different creatures. Lin Chen could not be bothered with this little girl. Instead, he sat down cross-legged calmly and his consciousness entered the system. Seeing this, Han Ziyun was furious. Lung Yueqi held her hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Silly girl, is this your first day knowing him? Do you think his actions can be deduced with common sense?" Lung Yueqi's reminder stunned Han Ziyun. Thinking back to the first time he saw Lin Chen, every action he took, there was no common sense to speak of. I also believe in our class monitor. Since he said to wait, then let's wait until the Wasp King arrives. Han Yizhi smiled faintly and sat beside Lin Chen, waiting for him quietly. Dan Qianqiu's heart trembled when she saw this scene from the side. Lin Chen didn't intend to leave at all. With his strength, he could definitely protect the 3 people around him and leave together. Does he really want to wait until the Wasp King arrives? What is he planning? If the Wasp King is controlling them, even I will find it difficult to break through. Intense curiosity and suspicion surrounded Dan Qianqiu's heart. Even though her alchemy skills were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns in the Dan family, her curiosity ranked first. Ever since she came into contact with alchemy, she wanted to know the answer to every question. Apart from some unanswered questions, She wanted to know the answer to any question that piqued her curiosity. Her strong curiosity stopped her in her tracks. She had no intention of breaking through. "Cousin Qianqiu, are you really not going to leave?" The young prodigies of the Dan clan tried to persuade Dan Qianqiu again and again. Dan Qianqiu seemed to be possessed by a demon as he kept focusing on Lin Chen and the others. "Hey, let's go." Once Sister Qianqiu's curiosity was aroused, no one could stop her. Back then, when she wanted to become a Tier 5 alchemist, wasn't it the same? "We can only wait for her outside." A young man in blue shook his head and sighed. He had taken Dan Qianqiu's place and led everyone to charge out of the wasp swarm. The youths of the Dan family were all alchemists, and their spiritual power was the highest among everyone present. Therefore, even if their battle chi cultivation was slightly lacking, it did not hinder them from making breakthroughs at lightning speed. "Your Excellency Lin Chen, please forgive us for our previous offense." At this moment, a blue-clothed youth stood with a sword on his back, cupping his fists and apologizing. Behind him, there were 3 figures from the Lung clan. 4 geniuses from the Langyu family actually took the initiative to apologize to Lin Chen and express their goodwill. These 4 people were the 4 geniuses from the Lung clan who were transported into the same mirror space as Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly with a mocking smile on his face. He seemed to understand the intentions of these 4 people. "Lengyu, is there something wrong with your brain? Why are you siding with this trash? Ha ha ha. Lengyu, I didn't expect you to be such fence-sitters. You actually believe in a Heaven Dipper Stage 6 cultivator?" The 10 geniuses from the Lung clan couldn't help but sneer as if they had just seen the biggest joke in the world. The 4 geniuses were so angry that their faces turned red. The leader, Lengyu, scolded. "What do you know? His Excellency Lin Chen is the one who is second only to the top 10 geniuses. What do you short-sighted people know?" Hearing this explanation, the other 10 geniuses from the Lung clan laughed even harder. "Him? And second only to the top 10 geniuses? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? These 4 guys have already gone crazy. It doesn't matter. Let them go crazy. We'll take our leave first." The 10 geniuses from the Lung clan were disdainful of Lengyu and the rest. They immediately activated their battle chi to defend themselves while the rest charged out of the ancient city. Wang, wang, wang. Suddenly, the battle chi defense of the 10 geniuses was shattered by the soul shriek that was twice as ferocious as before. 6 of them rolled their eyes and bled from their 7 orifices. Their spirits were severely damaged and they were sent back into the ancient city alive. How is this possible? Those who were still conscious looked at the hornet swarm in disbelief. The hornet swarm was initially dozens of miles away from the ancient city, but it was now only 10 miles away. Their soul shriek was more concentrated and sharp. Once any living being tried to break out of the encirclement, the hornet swarm would focus all their energy on that living being. Other than that, only a small portion of their energy was used to attack the spiritual shield. "These black demon bees seem to be trying to trap us here. They are waiting for the Wasp King. It will be even more difficult for us to leave now." Dan Qianqiu frowned slightly. When she looked at Lin Chen again, he was still as calm and composed as before. His eyes were closed and he seemed to be resting. "Lin Chen, what means do you have to break out of this predicament? Why do you have to wait for the Wasp King?" Dan Qianqiu's curiosity was like a cat scratching at her heart. She wanted to interrogate Lin Chen on the spot. However, if Lin Chen really had a trump card, why would he tell her about it? Time ticked by. Lin Chen remained motionless. The 4 geniuses from the Lung clan decided to stay by Lin Chen's side. Other than the geniuses from the Lung clan, the other geniuses from the ancient families also tried to break out of the encirclement, but to no avail. Ever since the black demon bees changed the range of their soul shriek and focused their firepower on those who tried to break out of the encirclement, they couldn't break out at all. Instead, they were severely injured. At this moment, there were less than 200 geniuses in the ancient city. Despair began to pervade the entire ancient city. Shouts of unwillingness and cries of fear could be heard all around the ancient city, trying to win it over. Because when everyone was in despair, The black demon bees seemed to be stimulated and became even more excited. It was as if they had discovered a delicacy, and their soul shriek became even more terrifying. As soul elemental beasts, they were better at sensing people's emotions. The more desperate the soul shriek was, the more tempting it was to them. 3 days passed. During these 3 days, only 7 geniuses succeeded in breaking out of the encirclement. 11 of them died on the spot. The moment their soul shriek collapsed, they were devoured by the black demon bees on the spot. Not even their bones were left. Lin Chen had nothing to do, so he picked up all the remaining attribute light balls in the ancient city. Although there weren't many of them, it was better than nothing. Finally, on the 4th day, 3 soul shrieks pierced through the air from the surrounding giant trees. This time, even Dan Qianqiu, who had deliberately stayed behind, was shocked. There wasn't just one Wasp King, but 3. Chapter 309. The 3 black demonic Wasp Kings that were hundreds of feet tall were completely black. They flapped their wings, and 2 sharp fangs hung in front of their heads, emitting a steel-like luster. The moment the 3 black demonic Wasp Kings flew into the horde, more black demonic wasps began to pour into the horde, and the horde grew taller and taller. When the black demonic wasps led by the 3 Wasp Kings all gathered together, there were more than 100,000 of them. Buzz! Buzz! The agile impact that was a few times more terrifying than before shook the entire ancient city. Oh no! It's not just 1, but 3. There are black demonic wasps from 3 hives here. Even Dan Qianqiu, who had been relatively calm, panicked. If it was just 1 Wasp King, she would not be afraid. However, if there were 3 Wasp Kings, the power would be completely different. Oh no, the Wasp Kings are here. The ancient city's spirit shield is about to collapse. We're all going to die. I don't want to give up. It wasn't easy for the Lung family to enter the Holy Fire level, and I'm going to die here as soon as I enter the Holy Fire level. Unwillingness, hysteria, despair, and countless howls and roars echoed in the ancient city. Lin Chen, can you break out of this predicament? Dan Qianqiu pursed her cherry lips and stared at Lin Chen curiously. She wanted to see what kind of expression he would have in the face of the 3 Wasp Kings. The next moment, the beauty covered her red lips with her slender hands. Her beautiful eyes trembled as if she had seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. Lin Chen stood at the top of the tallest tower, facing the sky, opened his arms, and sang at the top of his lungs. The young man's hysterical, high-spirited singing spread throughout the entire ancient city. You're finally here. Luckily, I didn't give up. Happiness is hard to come by, so people cherish it even more. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Lin Chen's excited singing. Some of them almost fainted on the spot. There were 3 F** King Wasp Kings. UF** King waited for me for so long. You still want to talk about happiness? Happiness is hard to come by. Are you in a hurry to die or to be reincarnated? The next moment, Lin Chen seemed like he would not stop until someone died. You're finally here tilde, I almost missed you. I didn't let myself down when I met you at my best age tilde. When a certain genius heard the last 2 sentences, his eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. Crazy. He must be crazy. Meeting you at my best age. Are you going to die at the best age possible? All the geniuses present were at their prime. They tried their best to get to Holy Fire level at their best age just for the slim chance of becoming the Holy Sun. However, as soon as he entered Holy Fire level, he encountered the horde of black demon hornets. Before he could spread his wings and soar, he was about to fall like a meteor. Dying under such circumstances, this bastard Lin Chen actually said, I didn't let myself down only by meeting you at my best age. This wasn't a case of having water in his head. This was a case of having an ocean in his head. But in reality, for Lin Fan, he had really endured for a long time, and it was extremely difficult for him to endure. He had never tried something like this before. Tens of thousands of attribute light balls flew around in front of his eyes, and he endured it for 3 whole days. 3 days. They should have entered the bridal chamber, but he could not even touch a single drop of soup. He was afraid that the horde would run away and alert the Black Demon Hornet King, but now, it was finally here. And there were 3 of them, 3 consecutive blessings. Lin Chen was more than ecstatic. Tears welled up in his eyes on the spot, and he could not help but sing at the top of his lungs. Dan Qianqiu stared blankly at the young man who was singing at the top of his lungs. She could not think of such an outcome no matter how hard she racked her brains. The space shook, and the spiritual shield began to tremble. With the addition of the Hornet King, all the spiritual attacks became extremely penetrative. Perhaps another 5 waves of attacks would completely destroy the last remaining trace of spiritual energy in the ancient city. The next moment, Lin Chen wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and a cynical smile appeared on his lips as usual. The show has just begun. Ancient Azure Dragon. Roar tilde. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The nearly 30,000 feet long ancient Azure Dragon descended upon the ancient city like a miracle of the dragons. Lin Chen and Han Yizhi stomped on the ground. The two of them and the ancient Azure Dragon soared into the air and instantly charged out of the spiritual shield. After sensing that humans had left the spiritual shield, the 3 Black Demon Hornet Kings instantly targeted Lin Chen, Han Yizhi, and the ancient Azure Dragon. Buzz tilde. Kai. Kai. The moment the spiritual attacks spread out like tidal waves, ripple-like distortions appeared in the space, and all of them were aimed at the 2 people and the dragon. Yizhi. The 8th chapter of the Grand Beginning Bible. Yes. As Lin Chen shouted coldly, the 2 of them interlocked their fingers and made the same hand seals. Their spiritual powers were like countless vortexes, gathering in the space in front of the 2 of them and covering the space of 10,000 feet. When the countless spiritual vortexes appeared, the aggressive spiritual sound attack came at once. Just as everyone thought that Lin Chen and Han Yizhi would die under the spiritual sound attack, the powerful spiritual attacks were suddenly distorted by the duo's spiritual vortexy. What's this? Dan Qianqiu's beautiful eyes focused, and her expression turned solemn. As one of the top alchemists of the younger generation in the spiritual state, she could sense that Lin Chen and Han Yizhi were using a never-before-seen spiritual control method. Every strand of spirit force formed into a circle, and when they were condensed together, they could resist and dissolve powerful spirit force attack. However, it was impossible to achieve by common sense because a person's willpower was limited. It was impossible to control so many scattered spiritual powers at the same time with high precision. The moment Lin Chen and Han Yizhi joined forces to resist the spiritual attacks, all the spiritual vortexes suddenly changed directions. Yes, they aimed the spiritual vortexes at the 3 Black Demon Hornet Kings. Have a good taste of your own spiritual attacks. The 2 of them pushed their hands horizontally, and the spiritual attacks that had surged into the spiritual vortexes suddenly burst out like a hurricane, destroying the 3 Black Demon Hornet King. At this moment, everyone's expression turned pale with fright. Shifting the attack. Lin Chen and Han Yizhi had shifted all the spiritual attacks of the Black Demon Hornet Kings to the 3 Black Demon Hornet Kings. No matter how intelligent the Black Demon Hornet Kings were, they definitely didn't expect Lin Chen to do this. They were under the protection of so many Black Demon Hornets, and they didn't expect to suffer such a destructive attack. The 3 Black Demon Hornet Kings didn't even have the chance to dodge, and they directly faced the spiritual sound attack of all the Black Demon Hornet. Boom tilde tilde. The spiritual attacks blasted a huge hole that was 10,000 feet tall in the Hornet Wave, and the 3 Black Demon Hornet Kings' heads exploded on the spot. The instinctive fear that originated from living creatures quickly spread throughout the Hornet Wave. However, Lin Chen didn't give them a chance to retreat. Now's the time. Green Dragon Soul-Splitting Claw. Chapter 310. The light cyan dragon's breathblades danced wildly in the sky, swirling in all directions like tornadoes. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles was enveloped by the dragon's breathblade. The remaining black demon bees were all torn apart by the Azure Dragon Soul-Splitting Claw. This wave of joint attack had appeared too suddenly. First, it reflected all the black demon bees' spiritual attacks. Then, at the moment the Black Demon Bee King died, Lin Chen unleashed his strongest attack. Even the Sky Prides in the ancient city could not react in time, let alone the Black Demon Bees. It was too fast. The destructive attack happened in an instant. There were more than 100,000 Black Demon Bees, and none of them could escape. The young man stood under the shattered Black Demon Wasp Tide with a confident smile on his face, as if he was in control of the situation. Everyone stared blankly at the scene. His silver robe fluttered in the wind as he stood calmly in the middle of the battlefield. He was indescribably handsome and cold. The broken limbs and wings of the black demon bees fluttered in the air like a heavy snowstorm. They fell around him, but not a single drop of blood was on him. The ancient azure dragon was under his feet, and the beautiful woman was standing behind him with her hands behind her back. She was like a king who ruled over the world. Han Ziyun's heart trembled. She covered her mouth with her hand. She had imagined that Lin Chen could kill all the black demon bees, but she did not expect him to do it so quickly. Dan Qianqiu stared at the back of the young man in a daze. The confident smile on her face was the reason why he came here. Whether it was the black demon bee king or the swarm of black demon bees that was about to break the spiritual shield of the ancient city, everything was under his control. There is actually such a miraculous young man in this world. Dan Qianqiu's beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. Looking at Lin Chen's back, she was lost in thought. The 10 sky prides of the Leng family were trembling. They finally understood why Leng Yu and the others chose Lin Chen as their backer. He did have the strength to do so. Leng Yu and the others were no less shocked than anyone else at the scene. They had never seen Lin Chen's doppelganger in the mirror space use the special method of mind control from the Genesis Holy Scripture. In other words, he still had a trump card. The previous clone in the mirror space was far from his full strength. Just how strong is he? Leng Yu's heart trembled. She was even more glad that she had chosen to follow Lin Chen. In the eyes of an outsider, these were only the broken limbs and wings of the black demon bees. However, in Lin Fan's world, these were all spirit-type light balls. The ancient azure dragon suddenly twisted its body and began to collect the spirit attribute light balls in the surroundings. As long as the attribute light balls were within 100 feet of the dragon, they would automatically be absorbed. Lin Chen and the ancient azure dragon split up and picked up the attribute light balls in a frenzy. Host has gained 23 points of spirit, 58 points of spirit, 44 points of spirit. Lin Chen's spirit attribute was changing at an unprecedented speed. Because Lin Chen's spirit realm was no longer the same as before, the spirit attribute light balls dropped by the black demon bees were only a few dozen or a few hundred points. If a creature's strength or cultivation base was too strong or too weak to Lin Chen, they wouldn't drop any attribute light orbs. If an enemy's cultivation base was too weak, the attribute light orbs dropped wouldn't be too high either. But now, although the quality of the light balls was poor, there was a large number of them to make up for it. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Chen had collected all the attribute light balls from nearly 130,000 black demon bees. Crack tilde tilde. The sound of eggshells cracking echoed in his mind. Lin Chen's spirit sea had more than doubled in size. Host has reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage. The moment the system screen popped up, Lin Chen's spirit attribute began to break through the 10 million points mark and finally stopped at 11.74 million points. Not only had Lin Chen reached the peak of the spirit transformation stage, but he had also broken through the bottleneck. He was only one step away from the legendary transcendence stage. Last time, his spirit attribute was still in the range of 4.98 million points. This time, after killing the black demon bees, Lin Chen had obtained 6.76 million points of spirit attribute. On average, each black demon bee gave Lin Chen 52 points of spirit attribute. His psychic fluctuations have become even stronger. Did he break through his spirit realm? Peak of the spirit transformation stage? No, it's even stronger. He's already at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Dan Qianqiu, who had the highest spirit realm among everyone present, couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. How long has it been? His spirit realm actually broke through on the spot. His spirit realm breakthrough has something to do with these black demon bees. But although the black demon bees are spiritual type dire beasts, the spirit in their bodies is colorful and complex. No one in this world can absorb it directly. Forcibly absorbing it will cause one to go crazy on the spot. At most, one can only refine spiritual type pills with dire beast cores. How did he do it? Dan Qianqiu pondered hard, but he couldn't think of any possible answer. Did we survive? Oh my God. This Lin Chen actually killed all the black demon bees with one move. And he deliberately waited for the 3 black demon bee kings to appear. Is his strength above the top 10 geniuses? There were different opinions. At this moment, all the Sky Pride's impression of Lin Chen had changed. Some were in awe, some were grateful, some were jealous, and most were afraid. With Lin Chen's strength, there was no doubt that he would be as difficult to deal with as the top 10 geniuses in the Holy Fire realm. Before everyone could finish their exclamations, even Lin Chen didn't expect that a lavender satin would fly out of Lin Chen's arms and circle around the ancient city like a dancing elf. It was the mysterious weapon Lin Chen had obtained before, the Fantasy Senro. It was a magical weapon that could absorb spirit energy. The Fantasy Senro circled around the ancient city like a dancing butterfly. All the remaining spirit energy in the dire beast cores of the black demon bees was extracted by the Fantasy Senro and turned into pure white smoke that slowly rose into the air and was finally absorbed by the Fantasy Senro. Even the last bit of spirit energy in the ancient city didn't escape the Fantasy Senro's absorption. The last spirit shield of the ancient city completely dissipated into nothingness. After absorbing the spirit energy, the Fantasy Senro flew back to Lin Chen's palm like a quiet butterfly. Compared to before, its light was more restrained and condensed. How could I forget about this treasure? Lin Chen shook his head and chuckled. He then put it back into his arms. Everyone saw everything. However, due to Lin Chen's strength, they didn't dare to watch for too long. They were afraid that they would be killed. They knew very well that Lin Chen didn't destroy the black demon bees to save them. He had other plans. If he wanted to kill them, he could have killed everyone present. Before leaving, some of the Sky Prides stepped into the air and thanked Lin Chen with their fists clasped. Some of them left directly. Lin Chen didn't care as he wasn't interested in them. Chapter 3:11. Leng Yu led the other 3 and flew towards Lin Chen. She rubbed her hands excitedly and looked at him expectantly. Your Excellency Lin Chen, then if you want to follow me, feel free to do so. If we encounter a common danger, I will help. But I can't help you snatch the holy fire kindling. Lin Chen shrugged his shoulders and the 4 of them immediately nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. As long as they could follow Lin Chen, they would still have a chance. Lin Chen didn't care about this. Having a few more people by his side was still good. After all, he had taken a spot from the Lung family. As long as they had a proper attitude, he wouldn't refuse to help. Lin Chen, I want to join your team too. Suddenly, Dan Qianqiu turned into a streak of light and flew in front of Lin Chen, speaking seriously. Leng Yu and the others were overjoyed. One of the top 10 geniuses of the Dan family and Lin Chen. With such a lineup, as long as they didn't meet the 4 heavenly kings, no one in the Holy Fire territory could defeat them. Brother Lin Chen, you're really charming. Leng Yueqi smiled faintly and patted Han Ziyun's shoulder. The 2 beauties seemed to have a telepathic connection. Han Ziyun smiled sweetly. Han Ziyun smiled but didn't say anything. She took light steps forward, and a faint fragrance wafted over. She moved closer to Lin Fan, her eyebrows curved. Of course, I'm the most handsome man in Jojo. Oh my god. It hurts, it hurts. Lin Chen gasped in pain as the beauty pinched his waist. Seeing the faint smile on Leng Yueqi's cold and elegant face, he forcefully endured the pain and said seriously with the appearance of a gentleman. I'm sorry, Miss Dan Qianqiu. I'm a very principled person. As long as it's a beautiful girl, I won't accept her as my companion. Why? Is this sexist? Dan Qianqiu frowned unhappily. She was too curious about Lin Chen. This young man was simply full of mysteries. To someone as curious as her, this was simply an addictive poison. Dan Qianqiu would rather stay by his side and observe him for a while, even if it was just to observe him for a while. No, I'm afraid you'll fall in love with me. Of course, you can have sex, but you can't have sex. Lin Chen said seriously. Han Yizhi covered her mouth and snickered. After they finished cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Chen rejected Dan Qianqiu and went with Leng Yu and the others. The remaining 10 prodigies of the Lung clan stared blankly in the direction that Lin Chen had left in. Their hearts were filled with endless regret and frustration. Perhaps they had made the stupidest decision of all. 50,000 li away from the ancient city, Lin Chen's group flew through the air rapidly while Dan Qianqiu stubbornly followed behind Lin Chen. The two sides maintained a distance of less than 50 li. Seeing this, Leng Yueqi couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. Just how many outstanding girls was this little fellow going to harm? As Lin Chen flew, he flipped through the map that Leng Yu and the others carried with them. He pointed at the central area on the map. Next, we have to rush to the area near the dragon platform at full speed. Lin Chen's decision puzzled the four from the Leng clan. Leng Yu asked, puzzled. Your Excellency Lin Chen, shouldn't we search the surroundings first? The four heavenly kings and the other prodigies have already left the ancient city for 4 days. Right now, our team should be the strongest. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled casually. You're only half right. The prodigies who left the ancient city did indeed leave for 4 days. However, do you think that during these 4 days, they wouldn't have searched for treasures and holy fire seeds in the nearby area? Lin Chen's words woke everyone up from their daze. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. If they followed this train of thought, then the area near the ancient city would have been turned upside down by the prodigies who had left first. If there were any treasures, they would not have had a chance to obtain them. As they thought about this, the four of them admired Lin Chen even more. When they entered the holy fire level, they only thought about how to protect themselves and did not consider this aspect at all. After closing the map, Lin Chen squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. For the next 2 days, we only need to be in charge of traveling. To avoid missing out on the opportunity, Lin Chen used his purple gold eyes throughout the journey so that he would not miss out on any treasures. However, the result was just as he had predicted. During this period of flying, Lin Chen did not even find a single high-level treasure. This meant that the holy fire-level prodigies might have abilities similar to his purple gold eyes. 2 days later, Lin Chen and the rest were in their best condition. Holy fire level, Underworld Sea region. Lin Chen and the rest who had just arrived at the Underworld Sea region were suddenly stopped by the surging wave. Hundreds and thousands of rainbows rose from the surface of the sea and bloomed in the sky like flowers from heaven. The wind howled and the sea was turbulent. Huge waves that were thousands of feet high came crashing from both sides. Lin Chen and the rest immediately activated their battle aura to protect themselves. There's a phenomenon. Lin Chen activated his purple gold eyes ability to create something out of nothing. He discovered that in the center of the sea region, there were countless strands of miracle luck and ultimate luck that turned into threads that wandered in the void. However, most of it was bad luck and bad luck. Opportunities were always in direct proportion to dangers. Lin Chen also discovered that more than 30 prodigies had gathered on the surface of the sea. A gigantic object was slowly rising from the bottom of the sea. It was a building that looked like a coffin. If one used their purple gold eyes to spy on it, they would be able to see that it was tens of thousands of miles long and thousands of miles wide. Orange lanterns hung from the front and back of the coffin. As it had just risen from the bottom of the sea, the lanterns were still flickering with faint flames. It looked very strange. Right at that moment, 2 holy fire pillars shone down from the top of the sky and shone into the strange, gigantic building. Lin Chen was not the only one who saw the holy fire pillars. Everyone around him saw it clearly. Holy fire seed. This was the light that only a genuine holy fire seed could emit. The person who obtained the holy fire seed was qualified to become the holy sun. Looks like there's a big show waiting for us. Lin Chen smiled and sped up with the rest, riding the wind and waves as they flew towards the gigantic building. In less than 5 breaths, they arrived at the scene. At that moment, due to the holy fire seed's attraction, including Lin Chen and the rest, 52 people had gathered around the gigantic building. Oh, I didn't expect him to come too. Ha. Great, if he dares to enter the tomb, I'll wait for an opportunity to kill him. Suddenly, the figures in the crowd noticed Lin Chen. It was Mo Feng and the other prodigies from the Heavenly Song Academy. The blue merit behind Mo Feng sighed inwardly. He was the one leading the Holy Fire level team this time, so no one dared to go against him. From their standpoint, half of the blue merit did not want to become enemies with Lin Chen. This new student who had risen like a shooting star had long become a brand new legend in the Heavenly Song Academy. No one knew how many trump cards he had hidden. It's actually the 100 Graves. Right then, Leng Yu, who was beside Lin Chen, exclaimed in shock. Chapter 312. What is the Tomb of the 100 Sovereigns? Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. He was usually as cunning as an old fox, so he couldn't compare to the geniuses from ancient families in this aspect. The Tomb of the 100 Sovereigns is a place where countless Yuan venerate powerhouses perished during a great war in ancient times. Their bodies turned into mountains and rivers, and a few Yuan venerate powerhouses who still had a breath of life eventually used their own foundation and the fallen Yuan venerates to create the Tomb of the 100 Sovereign. Legend has it that there are countless Yuan venerate inheritances inside. If one can obtain more than one Yuan venerate inheritance, the benefits obtained will be second only to the sacred fire seed. The eyes of Leng Yu and the others lit up. Although there weren't many sacred fire seeds, there were many opportunities in the Tomb of the 100 Sovereigns. As long as they obtained one of the inheritances, their strength might soar. Interesting. Lin Chen stroked his chin. His eyes were full of confidence and curiosity. Boom tilde tilde. The stone door of the Tomb of the 100 Sovereigns slowly opened and a vast dark passage extended out. On both sides of the passage, ghostly flames were lit, illuminating the entire passage. The passage to the tomb has appeared. Enter quickly, a figure in a black cloak shouted. Based on his voice, it should be a young man. The young man in the black cloak took the lead and entered the passage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 40 geniuses followed closely behind. No one was willing to let go of this opportunity and they all rushed into the tomb. Leng Yu and the others couldn't wait to join the army that was flying into the tomb. However, Lin Chen stopped them. Don't be in such a hurry to die. There are other mysteries in this tomb. Lin Chen's pair of purplish gold eyes seemed to see a completely different scene. In Lin Chen's eyes, the passage opened up by the tomb was lit with a faint glow of death. Countless dead luck entwined around it. Even Lin Chen himself had a certain chance of dying if he entered. However, the only light wasn't dead but alive. Dan Qianqiu, who was following behind Lin Chen, saw that Lin Chen didn't have any reaction. Thus, he quietly stayed 20 feet behind him. Everyone, follow me. Don't get lost. Lin Chen suddenly shouted. Everyone moved closer to him. The group led by Lin Chen began to fly into the dark tunnel. What no one noticed was that at the entrance of the dark tunnel, there was a white light that was faintly discernible. Because everyone's attention was attracted by the black-robed young man, they followed him in. That's why, just as Lin Chen was about to enter the tunnel, he suddenly turned around and rushed towards the dim white light on the surface of the sea. As soon as they came into contact with the white light, their figures disappeared like ghosts. The expression of Dan Qianqiu, who had witnessed everything from beginning to end, changed slightly. What's going on? Could it be that he had seen through the mysteries of this tomb? How did he get in just now? It seems like. With some hesitation, Dan Qianqiu imitated Lin Chen's movements and circled the entrance of the tomb several times, but to no avail. Just as the entrance to the tomb was about to close, Dan Qianqiu finally saw the wisp of obscure white light that Lin Chen had captured earlier. Hey! What is this? While she was puzzled, she had just taken 2 steps forward when her whole body was sucked into the white light and disappeared. Rumble tilde tilde. The tomb sank and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. After Lin Chen, Leng Yueqi, and the rest were sucked into the white light, they entered a tunnel filled with white light. This time, the tunnel was smooth and unobstructed. Lin Chen's purple-golden eyes didn't detect any danger and allowed the spatial tunnel to transport everyone to the end. With a flash of light, everyone felt solid under their feet and landed on the ground. At this time, the sacred flame seed was flickering continuously. It was much brighter than when they had seen it in the outside world. This seems to be a great hall. It's the sacred flame seed. Everyone who had just arrived at the great hall exclaimed. Han Yizhi was the first to notice the 2 sacred flame seeds floating in the air not far from them. They were the size of a fist and were burning with milky white flames, releasing a holy and pure aura. In the center of the milky white flames, There was a tiny flame seed the size of a lotus seed swaying and burning. Lin Chen's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He activated the Wind Prison Hell King's steps and rushed to the 2 sacred flame seeds, wanting to take them away. The spirit storage ring flickered slightly. Lin Chen had just taken the first sacred flame seed when a pale and young palm suddenly appeared from the dark void. It was surrounded by a dark aura of death and slapped toward Lin Chen. This palm was no small matter. Just the aftershock was enough to corrode space. Lin Chen circulated his pure strength and activated the charging runes. He then slapped out with his dark devour. Kai tilde. Bang. The 2 palms collided, and the opponent dropped 3 dark attribute light balls. Lin Chen grabbed them casually. Host has received 150,000 points of dark energy, 300,000 points of dark energy, and 4 billion points of battle chi essence. The shockwaves from the monstrous energy shook the surrounding area, and the space within 1,000 feet of it instantly shattered. Both sides retreated more than 10 steps. Lin Chen stood still and squinted his eyes. Under the light of the sacred flame seed, the opponent revealed his true body. It was the black-robed young man who led the charge into the tomb from the beginning. A deep and hoarse voice came from under the cloak. I didn't expect that there would be someone who didn't enter the path of death and could still find the path of life. You seem to have a pair of good eyes. Hand over the other sacred flame seed and this young master will spare your life. You seemed to know that the first path was dangerous and purposely led those people in. You hid very well. Lin Chen waved his hand and laughed casually. He and the opponent each took a sacred flame seed, so Lin Chen didn't lose out. Lin Chen roughly knew that the black-robed young man's cultivation was at the middle stage of Heaven Star Border Stage 9. In terms of strength, he wasn't inferior to any of the top 10 geniuses. He was definitely one of the dark horses who hid very well. The fewer people who entered the tomb, the better. There were a few people who were troublesome for this young master, but they followed me in obediently. However, you have to die too. The black-robed young man shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a black scythe appeared in his palm. His strange and unpredictable dark battle aura surged violently, and the scythe's blade suddenly slashed out horizontally, creating a series of slashes that were as thin as silk. He wants to end the battle quickly. He's using his true strength right from the start. Leng Yueqi saw through the opponent's intentions and was about to help Lin Chen when he suddenly stomped his foot. The ground shook violently. 200 feet tall rock walls bloomed with a dazzling golden light. They blocked the black-robed young man's attack and shattered. Rip tilde. With the conversion of his wind attribute bloodline, Lin Chen's Wind Prison Hell King steps increased in speed. Like a ghost, he appeared above the cloaked youth's head. Chapter 313. What an uncanny speed. Just as he was inwardly cursing in his heart, the young man furiously slapped his palm towards the sky, and a pitch-black dark battle chi surged out of the void, transforming into a fierce shadow dragon that pounced towards the young man. Dark Dragon Palm. Corrosion. Recharge Rune. Lin Chen's rune energy dropped by 5 million points. As his water-type bloodline energy was being converted, he pointed his finger. Freezing Sky Finger. 1-4. The icy star finger light streaked across the sky like a meteor, shooting out from Lin Chen's fingertip and colliding with the dark element battle chi palm. Bang! Bang! The ice and frost lingering around the dark fog-like battle aura exploded like flying snowflakes, splashing ice shards in all directions. The cold temperature gradually froze the ground. Damn it, what kind of battle skill is this? It can even freeze my meridians. It can even corrode my celestial battle soul. The young man in the black cloak cursed. He sensed that something was wrong after being hit by Lin Chen's corrosion rune. When he realized that something was wrong, he turned into a bloody light and retreated. What a powerful battle skill. It's at least a blue rank advanced battle skill. Lin Chen landed on the ground and looked at his bleeding right palm with a serious expression. If he hadn't used the corrosion rune at the critical moment, Lin Chen would have been defeated by that palm. At this moment, a crystal clear light blue light shot up into the sky. A treasure chest with a bluish gold glow floated in the air. This is. Attack the treasure chest that guy dropped. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He rushed over and grabbed the treasure chest. Host has opened the blue rank treasure chest and obtained the blue rank advanced battle skill, Dark Dragon Palm. Requires a dark attribute martial artist to use. If the user has the dragon bloodline or a strong physique, it will be more powerful. Cultivation requirement, Heaven Star Border Stage 5 and above. Pure strength of 300 dragon power. Another high-grade blue rank cultivation method. Lin Chen was overjoyed. However, it wasn't the time to cultivate. After entering the system, a new group of people appeared on the other side of the hall. Damn it, we encountered a huge wave of poisonous arrows and battle aura trap. Fortunately, our movement techniques were fast enough. Just now, 2 people from the Xiao clan had already died in the passageway. It is indeed a relic left behind from the ancient times. It is indeed extraordinary. Many geniuses arrived at the main hall. Some of them were bathed in blood, some had weak auras, and some had exhausted a great deal of energy even if they managed to retreat safely. Perhaps this was the goal of the mysterious young man. He wanted to harm as many as he could. Even if he didn't die, he would at least exhaust a portion of his strength. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. The only fatal flaw was the unexpected existence of Lin Chen. After being hit by Lin Chen's corrosive rune, even if he wanted to recover his battle chi, it would still take some time. In this unknown secret realm, he had no spare energy to deal with others. Hey, where's the kindling of the sacred flame? I remember it was in the tomb. Suddenly, a light and killing intent flashed in Mo Feng's eyes as he spoke with a savage smile. It's them. This group of people appeared in the main hall first, so they might have taken it away. Many geniuses who had just arrived at the main hall looked in Mo Feng's direction and immediately locked onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen wiped the blood off his palm and circulated the primordial water scripture. He frowned slightly and sneered. We're from the same academy, but you want to mess with me? Interesting. Mo Feng, one of the top 10 geniuses, is it? Han Yizhi and Leng Yueqi immediately stood behind Lin Chen while Leng Yu and the others quickly entered battle mode. There were still 41 geniuses who had arrived at the tomb. Almost all of them had rushed out of the black demonic horde first. None of them knew that Lin Chen had the strength to repel the black demonic horde. I didn't take the kindling of the sacred flame. However, if anyone is not afraid of death, feel free to come at me. Lin Chen clearly refused to admit it and released the ancient azure dragon. The space here seemed to be more stable than the outside world. The ancient azure dragon's body was less than 10,000 feet long. When the ferocious and domineering ancient azure dragon hovered in the air, the geniuses who were ready to fight were immediately intimidated. Lin Chen's group, together with the ancient azure dragon, was not weak at all. In addition, they did not enter the path of death at all and did not go through an intense battle like most of the geniuses. They were almost in peak condition. In such a situation, anyone could tell the pros and cons of a fight. In such an unknown situation, they were surrounded by competitors. None of them were fools. They could tell at a glance that such a battle was not worth much and did not want to be used as a tool. Damn it, a bunch of trash. Mo Feng, who did not start a fight as he wished, could not help but curse. Senior Mo Feng, you seem to be playing dirty with your psychological tactic. Mo Feng did not make a move, but it did not mean that Lin Chen would let it go. The ancient azure dragon hovered on Mo Feng's left, Lin Chen stood in the middle, and Leng Yueqi and the others stood on the right, completely surrounding the Heavenly Song Academy. Wait a minute. Junior Lin Chen, we have no enmity with you. That's right, junior brother. We are all from the same academy, so there is no need to be so hostile. Who knows, we might even work together and reap greater rewards in this tomb. Some of the Heavenly Song Academy's Blue Merit seniors exclaimed and waved their hands hurriedly. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He could tell that apart from Mo Feng, many people had no intention of fighting him. He glanced at Mo Feng, who was the leader, and withdrew the ancient azure dragon. There is no need to work together. There will not be a next time. After saying that, Lin Chen led the group to the other side of the hall, leaving behind the gloomy Mo Feng and the others. There were many strange buildings in the hall. Some were like ancient totems carved with mysterious talismans. Some had 3 engravings, while others had only 1 stone tablet. These buildings represented the inheritance of a Yuan Venerate powerhouse. As long as one could unravel the mysteries within, they would be able to obtain the inheritance land that belonged to that powerhouse. Lin Chen looked around and suddenly discovered that there was an item in the hall that looked brand new. It didn't look like something from ancient times at all. Lin Chen led the group over and took a closer look. It was an altar. Rather than an altar, it was more like a stage. There were only 5 items placed on it. The first was an eggshell. The second was a few strands of chicken feathers. The third was a crown made of pure gold. The fourth was a wine jar of 1,000-year-old wine, intoxicating beauty. The fifth was an ancient mirror. Lin Chen was puzzled. He walked forward and picked up the ancient mirror, rubbing his chin as he pondered. What kind of riddle is this? Apart from Big Brother Chen's handsome face, there doesn't seem to be anything else in this ancient mirror. Everyone exchanged glances. They couldn't see through it at all. Eggshell, chicken feathers, crown, intoxicating beauty, ancient mirror? Which powerhouse had left behind this weird combination? What did this have to do with the inheritance? Chapter 314. Dan Qianqiu followed closely behind Lin Chen and the others. Just as the tense atmosphere in the hall eased a little, she fell through the space vortex and arrived in the hall. She entered the tomb in an almost unscathed state, which left many people dumbfounded. This woman seems to have been following Lin Chen from the start. Could it be? Mo Feng's expression was particularly gloomy as he glanced at Lin Chen with murderous intent. Could this kid have known beforehand that there were other passageways? Damn it. The sacred flame seed must have been taken by this kid. Besides Mo Feng and Dan Qianqiu, Ning Yunlan of the Ning family had also entered the tomb. 3 of the 10 great geniuses had already gathered here. If the mysterious young man who had fought with Lin Chen before was included, there would be 4 of them. On the other end, Lin Chen fell into deep thought for the first time as he looked at the messy group. Eggshell? Egg chilled by the wind? Chicken feather? Chicken is too beautiful. Crown? If one wants to wear a crown, one must bear its weight. Drunk beauty? Drunk till one stops smiling at a beauty. Ancient mirror? There was nothing else besides reflecting Big Brother Chen's handsomeness. Looks like I'm still not there yet. Lin Chen put the ancient mirror back in its original position and shook his head with a bitter smile. Class monitor, even you can't decipher this inheritance? Han Yizhi asked in surprise. Previously, everyone had been hoping to get a different answer from Lin Chen. The opportunities of heaven and earth are obtained by the fated ones. Looks like I'm not the fated one either. Lin Chen said with a carefree smile. His expression was somewhat melancholic as he said, perhaps only some existences who are even more handsome than me can unlock the secrets of this inheritance. Come, let's go to the next one. Rumble tilde tilde. As soon as he said that, the stone door opened and the geniuses of the ancient families who had obtained the Yuan Venerate's inheritance opened unique mechanisms and secret passageways that extended out. Lin Chen glanced at the stone door with interest. Then, he activated his purple gold eyes ability to create something out of nothing and scanned the surroundings. Wisps of extremely faint green luck lingered in the ethereal void. This strand of luck guided Lin Chen to the end of the hall. Hey! I didn't expect it to work. Apart from seeing his own luck, Lin Chen also saw that a few people's luck was related to the land of inheritance. Interesting. Teacher Yueqi, go to that tombstone. Yizhi, you go to this side. Ziyun, and you. Lin Chen first led Leng Yueqi to an ancient totem. When Leng Yueqi's hand touched the totem, another spatial channel extended out. After that, the miracle that attracted Han Yizhi's luck was the 3 ancient diagrams. The complicated patterns inscribed on them were irregular. But when Han Yizhi released her mental power, the 3 ancient catalogues underwent an astonishing change. Countless complex patterns seemed to float out of the wall, opening a heavy stone door and sucking Han Yizhi in. The massive amount of mental information surged into Han Yizhi's mind. Even Lin Chen's ancient azure dragon had a strand of luck lingering around it. The ancient azure dragon coiled in front of the 10 beast race totems. The light from the totems suddenly shone brightly, sucking the ancient azure dragon into a unique space within the totems and disappearing from the hall. Some of the prodigies present had already noticed this abnormality. Almost every time Lin Chen's group changed directions, there would be new inheritances that would be opened. What kind of joke is this? Does he know the structure of the 100 tombs? But it's useless even if he knows. The 100 tombs were formed by the final wills of the powerful Yuan venerates of ancient times after they fell. To be able to obtain their inheritance, one's overall aptitude must be recognized by their wills before the inheritance can be opened. Lin Chen, what a terrifying young man. Over a dozen prodigies stared fixedly at Lin Chen's group. Lin Chen moved on to the next inheritance location. A jade pillar that was hundreds of meters tall stood in the hall. Dragons and phoenixes were engraved on it, and there was even a faint human figure holding a scroll. Sacred light enveloped him, making him incomparable to all beast. Ziyun, place your hand on the jade pillar and try to circulate your mental cultivation technique. Lin Chen said excitedly. Han Ziyun was filled with uneasiness as she placed her palm on the surface of the jade pillar. A bright light flashed and Han Ziyun disappeared from the spot. Another one that had obtained an inheritance. The prodigies were dumbfounded, and some of them even began to look greedy and fanatical. Hey, everyone, this Lin Chen can see through the mysteries of the tombs and accurately find an inheritance that suits him. Yes, I saw it just now too. He has already found 3. The 8 prodigies began to shout crazily. The other prodigies who were still studying the place of inheritance immediately turned their attention to Lin Chen. Their previously restless desires began to stir again, and they could no longer hold themselves back. The inheritance of the 100 venerables was second only to the seed of the sacred flame. If they could obtain even one of them, it would be beneficial to them for the rest of their lives. Ha ha ha, a tall tree attracts the wind. Lin Chen, let's see what you're going to do. If a fight breaks out later, I'll find a chance to take your head. Without that azure dragon, you're just a piece of trash. Mo Feng was hiding in the dark, sneering coldly with a low voice. Interesting. As expected, this Lin Chen still has some trump cards up his sleeve. Ning Yunlan from the Ning family also stopped his search and turned his attention to Lin Chen. Ning Yunlan knew that if a fight broke out, Mo Feng would definitely make a move on Lin Chen. If he joined forces with Ning Yunlan, based on the strength of his mirror doppelganger, he had a 90% chance of taking down Lin Chen. Brother Yunlan, are you finally going to make a move on this lowly guy? Ning Lanfeng's morale was boosted, and his battle chi surged all over his body, ready to attack at any time. Your Excellency Lin Chen, since you can see through the land of inheritance in the tomb, why don't you take a look for us? Maybe we can even become good friends. Yeah, it won't take much effort for you to help us choose. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more options you have. You don't want to have fewer friends and more enemies, right? 3 young men in white stepped out first. They were carrying high-grade swords, and there was a ka sound coming from their scabbards, as if they were about to be unsheathed at any moment. The 8 prodigies who had encouraged the crowd at the beginning also moved closer to Lin Chen and the rest. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lin Chen and the rest were powerful, but the ancient azure dragon, as the main force, had been sent to the land of inheritance and could not return for a while. Other than that, Leng Yueqi, Han Yizhi, and Han Ziyun had all left the main hall to obtain the land of inheritance. Only Leng Yu and the other 3 were left by Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen, who was coveted by everyone, curled his lips into an evil and cold smile. I, Lin Chen, am not afraid of threats. Since you've all shown your claws, then I won't hold back. Chapter 315. Oh no, we've become the target of public criticism. We have no choice. Since we've decided to follow His Excellency Lin Chen, we can only bite the bullet. Leng Yu and the rest were only on beginner stage Heaven Star Border Stage 8 and late stage Heaven Star Border Stage 7. Their overall ability was only below average among the Holy Fire level. The purple flame wings suddenly spread out from his back like a raging fire. Wind Special Bloodline Conversion Level 114. Do you think I can only rely on the ancient green dragon? Slowing rune. Lin Chen pushed both his hands in the air and a grayish-white rune that was hundreds of feet long appeared in the air. As the grayish-white rune flashed, the 3 young men in white who had threatened Lin Chen and the 8 geniuses who had instigated the crowd were stunned. Lin Chen's rune energy was reduced by another 8 million points. The level 3 slowing rune was used to suppress the world. The 11 of them were instantly sealed by the slowing rune. Their movements and even their battle aura were extremely slow. Bang! By the time everyone reacted, Lin Chen's afterimage seemed to have jumped through space. His speed was so fast that even Ning Yunlan and Mo Feng, who were part of the top 10 geniuses, were shocked. The 2,100 dragon power spread in all directions, causing a strong wind to blow across the entire hall. Most of the people could only see a purplish-green afterimage flashing 10 times in an instant and changing positions rapidly. Bang! 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 Every time there was an explosion, a heaven's favorite would explode into pieces. They would be crushed into dust. You've obtained 3 billion battle aura essence. 1. 5 billion battle aura essence, 3 billion chi and blood energy. Every time he punched, there would be a large number of attribute light balls flying out. Every time a prodigy died, they would drop at least 30 attribute light balls of extremely high quality. You've obtained 500,000 points of rune energy. 1. 5 million points of metal energy, 3 million points of method essence, 1 million points of lightning energy. In a flash, Lin Chen stepped into the air and floated in the air. In his palm, there were still bloodstains and 11 high-quality spirit storage rings. There are still people who want me to help them deduce the inheritance. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to come up. I, Lin Fan, will take you all. Lin Chen casually put away the 11 spirit-receiving rings and said with a smile after the water element energy flowed and washed away the bloodstains. The remaining heaven's favorites all revealed looks of shock and fear as they stared at the scattered corpses. Some of them had already been crushed into dust. Everyone couldn't help but feel a bone-piercing chill in their heart. It was too terrifying. He had instantly killed 11 ancient families' geniuses. His speed is much faster than the doppelganger in the mirror space. Ning Lanfeng was so scared that his legs went weak. He sat on the ground, his teeth chattering non-stop. His strength was not much stronger than the people Lin Chen had killed earlier. If he were to fight against Lin Chen, the result would be the same. These 11 heaven's favorites were all powerhouses who had rushed out of the Black Demon Swarm. The lowest was at the early stage of Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 8, and the highest was at the early stage of Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 9. Although they had experienced an intense battle and depleted their strength before entering the Tomb of 100 Ancestors, they still had their trump cards. However, Lin Chen did not give them a chance to use them at all. To be able to kill these 11 people in such a short time, even among the top 10 geniuses, there were probably not many who could do it. In that instant, his battle chi transformed into a special energy bloodline. He was still holding back. But, that's not right. If he has a special energy bloodline, the mirror space could still be projected. Why didn't his doppelganger use this move? Ning Yunlan and Mo Feng's expressions were unusually solemn. These heaven's favorites who had fought against Lin Chen's doppelganger thought that they had grasped more than 90% of Lin Chen's strength. Now, it seemed that it was far more than that. What's with that strange move of his just now? There were no signs or battle chi fluctuations, but it made everyone's battle chi circulate very slowly. Mo Feng's face was so gloomy that it was frightening. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of fear. Before entering the tomb, if it was a one-on-one duel, he still felt that he had more than 60% confidence in killing Lin Chen. Now, perhaps not even 30%. He had never seen such a terrifying 6-stage Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. If Lin Chen stepped into the 9th stage of the Heaven Dipper realm, then how strong would he be? The Heavenly Song Academy's Blue Merit officers secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. These 11 ancient heavens favorites were at least ranked in the top 50 in the Heavenly Song Academy, but they were all killed by Lin Chen in an instant. They knew very well that Lin Chen had entered the Heavenly Song Academy for less than a year, but he already possessed such terrifying strength. In a way, the extent of his growth was even more frightening than the legendary saint sons and saintesses. Dan Qianqiu stared at the young man who was standing in the air and intimidating the crowd. Her heart trembled as she muttered to herself. Just how many more secrets do you have? I still need about 80 billion battle chi essences to be able to advance to the 7th stage of the Heaven Dipper realm. Lin Chen was very excited. He looked around and realized that no one dared to challenge him anymore. The heavens' favorites were as silent as cicadas in winter. Like birds and beasts, they scattered and continued to explore every single place of inheritance. They didn't dare to look Lin Chen in the eye, fearing that they would be killed. When Lin Chen returned to Leng Yu and the others, the 4 of them were full of admiration and longing as they spoke excitedly. Big brother Lin Chen, although you're not a saint, we all think that you're better than a saint. A handsome young man beside Leng Yu said excitedly. Lin Chen waved his hand casually. Come on, don't flatter the saint. They're not as handsome as me. Oh, right, you're called Leng Yu, right? Head southwest just now, there's an inheritance ground with 7 carved altars. Whether you can seize the opportunity or not is up to you. As for the other 3 of you, I haven't found them yet. Lin Chen's guidance made Leng Yu ecstatic. He cupped his fists solemnly and said, Thank you, big brother Lin Chen, for giving me a clear path. The other 3 looked at him enviously and moved together with Leng Yu. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to enter the inheritance ground that was fated with him. He sat cross-legged in the air and his consciousness entered the system. If he also accepted the inheritance and was teleported away, there would be no one in this hall who could suppress Mo Feng and the others. Leng Yu and the others might be in danger at any time. System, I want to learn the Dark Dragon Palm. System notification. The complete inheritance of the advanced blue rank battle skill, Dark Dragon Palm, requires 16 million cultivation essence. Does the host confirm to learn? Confirm. System received. After deducting 16 million cultivation essence, the host still has 51.5 million cultivation essence left. Currently inheriting the advanced blue rank battle skill, Dark Dragon Palm. Chapter 316. Massive amounts of cultivation memories flooded Lin Chen's mind. He converted his earth-based and metal-based battle chi into special bloodlines and was prepared to use defensive techniques to guard against sneak attacks. Time passed quickly. A day and a night flew by. All the prodigies only moved within the range of the 100 tombs and didn't go beyond it. The hall was extremely wide, and the mysterious black-robed youth who had fought Lin Chen didn't appear again. During this time, 6 prodigies obtained new Yuan Venerate inheritances. Among them were Dan Qianqiu, Ning Yunlan, and Mo Feng, who were part of the 10 great prodigies. They had also successfully obtained new inheritances. Their aptitudes were already extremely high, and they were the top prodigies of the ancient families. Thus, they possessed boundless fortune. They were also undergoing astonishing growth and transformations at every moment. The remaining prodigies were still trying. It wasn't that easy to try out all the inheritances of the 100 venerates. Some prodigies even secretly began to search for the sacred flame seeds in other areas. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, a deep, pitch-black aura flowed within them. It was as if there was an eternal abyss hidden within those eyes, and within that abyss, there was a faint dragon shadow. What a powerful combat skill! The guy I fought with only learned a little bit of this black dragon palm, that's all. I have one more trump card. Lin Chen's heart was filled with amazement as he perfectly inherited the combat skill, Black Dragon Palm. His face was filled with excitement and excitement. The Black Dragon Palm was a high-level battle technique that could perfectly combine one's pure strength and dark-based attributes. Its might far exceeded that of other battle techniques of the same level. It had the potential to reach the peak of the blue rank. When cultivated to the peak, the Black Dragon Palm could make use of the dark-based battle chi to combine with one's pure strength to unleash 9 bursts of Black Dragon energy. Every burst of Black Dragon energy could catch the enemy off guard and was extremely penetrative. It could even penetrate a Yuan Venerate's defense and was effective against Yuan Venerate. The reason Lin Chen had been injured during his fight with the mysterious youth was because he hadn't sensed the mysterious Black Dragon energy. While Lin Chen was immersed in the power of the Black Dragon Palm, the Green Dragon origin source in his dantian throbbed. A large amount of memories that didn't belong to Lin Chen emerge. Hey! The inheritance of the ancient azure dragon has ended. A thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind. The 10 beast race totems connected together and shone down a beam of azure dragon light. A lifelike azure dragon that was only 100 feet long descended into the hall again, swaying its dragon tail. Heavenly armor, dragon aura armor that can condense its own dragon aura to cover the entire body. Frightening dragon roam movement technique, a movement technique unique to the dragon clan. It allows the user to freely control their body shape and use their dragon breath to move at high speed. Lin Chen's mouth gaped open when the 2 dragon race mystiques appeared in his spiritual sea. So strong. Although it still has 3,900 dragon power points, the current ancient azure dragon is 1 or 2 levels stronger than before. The ancient azure dragon, who had obtained a mysterious inheritance, had mastered 2 mystical abilities of the dragon clan. While Lin Chen was feeling shocked, he looked at the ancient azure dragon again. Compared to before, the ancient azure dragon now had more intelligence and awareness. The ancient azure dragon didn't have the intelligence to think independently. Its battles were all driven by Lin Chen's battle experience and awareness. But now, the ancient azure dragon had inherited brand new battle memories and awareness. Other than that, the ancient azure dragon could freely control its body shape and was no longer restricted like before. This was like a fatty who only knew brute force suddenly becoming a fierce soldier who knew a lot of battle techniques. The combat strength of the 2 was definitely not on the same level. Lin Chen didn't need to give any more orders. Lin Chen only needed to look at the ancient azure dragon, and the ancient azure dragon nodded at him as if it knew that its duty was to guard the hall. Good heavens, this is much more convenient than before. Without any worries, Lin Chen slightly used his movement technique and rushed to the back of the hall. It was a stone platform engraved on the wall of the main hall that was controlling his own luck. Lin Chen placed his palm on it and activated the 9 attributes of the 9 calamities of creation. The moment Lin Chen's metal elemental battle aura touched the stone platform emitted a dazzling golden light. Boom! The golden light formed a spatial tunnel that extended downwards. When Lin Chen stepped into the space tunnel that was paved with golden light, his entire body suddenly trembled and disappeared along with the space tunnel. With a spatial shift, Lin Chen was teleported to a dimly lit mansion. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Chen arrived at a place that looked more like a courtyard. In the courtyard's pavilion, there was a skeleton that had a jade-green luster flowing all over it, as if it was made from the finest jasper. A blue-gold treasure chest was suspended above the skeleton's head. Beside the skeleton was a battle spear with a golden glow. The battle spear was 2 meters long and had dragon patterns all over it. It was shaped like 5 dragons spiraling in the sky. The tip of the spear was a double-edged dragon tooth, and the golden dragon head seemed to have a spirit. Its dragon eyes flickered from time to time. This is the skeleton of a Yuan Venerate powerhouse, and a level 6 battle spear. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Only the skeleton of a powerhouse above the Yuan Venerate level could remain intact for thousands of years. Lin Chen walked to the skeleton's side and reached out to grab the blue gold treasure chest. The system immediately displayed a screen. Host has opened the blue gold treasure chest. Obtained 5 dragon soul essence. A ball of light floated out of the blue gold treasure chest. It contained a primordial and apocalyptic energy. Lin Chen could sense that there were 5 completely different dragon auras hidden within this ball of light. What a powerful soul essence energy, Lin Chen exclaimed inwardly. He temporarily stored it in the system and surveyed his surroundings. Lin Chen could clearly see a 5 feet tall stone tablet engraved in front of the skeleton. A large number of words that resembled ancient talismans were engraved on the stone tablet. They were densely packed and there was no mystery to them at all. At the beginning of the stone tablet, Lin Chen could only see a line of words that could be deciphered with the naked eye. Fated Junior, if you wish to obtain my inheritance, please use your mind power to read the contents of the stone tablet. Lin Chen released a little of his mind power. The stone tablet in front of him immediately underwent a heaven-defying change. A large amount of mind power floated in the void and appeared in front of Lin Chen's eyes. The number 1 blacksmith of the ancient era, Jin Xiahua. Because he participated in the Battle of the Heavenly Tomb, he passed away and left his blacksmithing skills on the stone tablet for future generations to inherit. The system has detected that the host has obtained the inheritance of a powerhouse. As the inheritance contains the inheritance of skills and cultivation techniques, the host can use the cultivation technique essence to increase the speed of receiving the inheritance. The system's screen popped up. Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately agreed to accept the inheritance using the cultivation technique essence. This choice reduced Lin Chen's cultivation technique essence by 50 million points. He had used up more than 90% of his cultivation technique essence. A massive amount of memories began to pour into Lin Chen's spiritual sea, automatically engraving themselves into Lin Chen's mind. They fused together perfectly, and the speed at which they were passed down was several times faster than a normal inheritance. Chapter 317. 4 days and 4 nights had passed. The sea of memories had completely fused into his mind. Lin Chen finally saw a strange scene. What entered Lin Chen's memory was an unprecedentedly huge monster. It seemed to have spirituality and vitality. Countless experts stepped into the air and launched ferocious attacks at it, causing the colossal creature to constantly let out furious roars that shook the universe. Finally, it seemed to be on the verge of death. It continuously shrank and started to become as sturdy as a building. Using its last bit of strength, it sucked all the powerhouses into its body and destroyed them along with it. Finally, in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen woke up from the inheritance with a start. What was that thing? Lin Chen was panting and sweating. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. After a while, it disappeared into the depths of his pupils. Is that strange creature the main culprit behind the 100 tombs? Lin Chen pondered to no avail. A ball of indestructible golden light spun in his palm. I didn't expect this inheritance to include the high-grade blue-rank Heavenly Dragon Rebel Spear technique and the ancient forging technique, Golden Sun Forging technique. When luck comes, I can't stop it. I, Lin Chen, actually became a forging master of my generation. Who knew how many geniuses had spent endless effort to become a high-grade forging master? He didn't expect himself to become one under such circumstances. Lin Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He slowly got up and took out a cloak from his spirit storage ring. He put it on the skeleton and muttered to himself. Senior Jin Xiahua, I will help you spread your forging technique. Rest in peace. Lin Chen sincerely kowtowed to the skeleton. The skeleton seemed to have lost its last bit of consciousness. When Lin Chen first saw it, it was still flickering with a faint green light. Now, the light had completely dimmed. Clang, clang. The golden spear next to the skeleton glowed. It wanted to follow Lin Chen, but the spear itself had a serious flaw. 5 Dragons Imperial Spear, the spear of an ancient emperor. However, even if it's damaged, it's still not something an ordinary treasure can compare to. Lin Chen pulled out the golden light battle spear and felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if an old battle companion had returned to his hands. This is caused by the loss of essence due to the war. Now that Lin Chen was a 6th-stage forging master, he could see the flaws of this spear with a single glance. When he touched the gap on the body of the spear, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he released the 5 dragon soul essence he had just obtained from the system space. Just as the colorful life essence hovered in the void, the 5 dragons' imperial spear shuddered as if it had a mind of its own. Like a bottomless vortex, it sucked in all the life essence. The anomaly this time also affected the abyssal spear on Lin Chen's back. The last part of it automatically fused into the 5 dragons' imperial spear. Boom tilde tilde. In the end, the dark abyss spear became dim and looked like an ordinary piece of metal. On the other hand, the 5 dragons' imperial spear was surrounded by 5-colored dragon aura, which grew rapidly. As the light trembled, the 5 dragons' imperial spear seemed to glow with a new glory. 5 different dragon roars burst forth. When the anomaly stopped, this golden battle spear was just like an ordinary battle spear, lying quietly in Lin Chen's palm. Accepting the inheritance this time is really a great opportunity. Although I didn't obtain the cultivation technique inheritance, I obtained such a divine weapon. After putting the 2 battle spears back into the spirit storage ring, Lin Chen tapped his toes in the air and flew up. In the main hall of the tomb, when Lin Chen returned, he saw Han Ziyun, Han Yizhi, and Leng Yueqi returning from the inheritance space and standing beside the ancient azure dragon. There were still traces of an intense battle in the main hall. It seemed like someone had triggered a mechanism, and a large number of treasures had appeared, causing the prodigies who did not obtain the inheritance to fight fiercely in the main hall. Seeing Lin Chen return to the main hall, Han Yizhi was delighted. She sized up Lin Chen and asked, "Class monitor, have you found an inheritance that suits you too?" "Yes, I didn't come here in vain. But what's the situation now?" Lin Chen looked around and realized that Mo Feng, Ning Yunlan, and the rest had also returned from the inheritance space to the main hall of the tomb. Their expressions and auras had become sharper and more powerful than before. Clearly, they had also obtained many opportunities and grown in the inheritance space. Mo Feng, in particular, shot a murderous look at Lin Chen from time to time. Clearly, he had obtained a completely different power than before. He was more confident than before in dealing with Lin Chen. While Lin Chen was growing rapidly, every top prodigy was also constantly obtaining opportunities and encounters. Their abilities would definitely not stop at holy fire level. Dan Qianqiu, who was standing not far away from Leng Yueqi and the rest, had also gained a lot in the land of inheritance. Her cultivation level had broken through from mid-stage of grade 9 to late stage of grade 9. Everyone is trying to find the exit here. Although the 100 sovereigns' tombs are recorded in ancient books, there doesn't seem to be any way to leave, Leng Yueqi said with a serious expression. Leng Yueqi said with a serious expression. Leng Yu and the rest returned to Lin Chen's side and pointed at the end of the main hall, speaking with some fear. Currently, there's only one exit in the main hall, and that's the end of the main hall. There's a dark tunnel below. After 2 prodigies from the Shui family entered it, there was no reaction. Now, no one dares to act rashly. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Various thoughts were surging in his mind as he pondered. The battle of the heavenly tomb, the 100 sovereigns' tombs, could it be? As the memories in his mind began to overlap, Lin Chen's expression became more and more serious. As soon as he activated his purple gold eyes, the entire main hall was completely different. Countless deathluck filled the air, and the end of the deathluck was the end of the main hall. At this moment, Ning Yunlan from the Ning family stood up and announced to everyone. "Everyone, I believe that everyone has searched the vicinity during this period of time. There's no second exit here, only the tunnel at the end of the main hall. In view of the possibility of the previous dangerous traps, I personally suggest that everyone work together to enter the exit of the main hall." Ning Yunlan was very calm. There was a sense of leadership in his speech that made people believe in him. His voice was sonorous and forceful. "No matter what situation we encounter, we have to overcome it together. Otherwise, if there's any unexpected situation, we might all be annihilated. However, as long as we work together, we might be able to leave this place alive." Many of the people present fell into deep thought. Ning Yunlan added fuel to the fire and said in a very serious and sincere manner, "Of course, as the initiator of this proposal, the Ning family will take the lead when we enter the exit tunnel. Therefore, you don't have to worry about us abandoning you if you encounter any danger." Some of the prodigies who were at the end of their rope gritted their teeth and began to stand with the Ning family. However, Lin Chen's gaze became more and more serious as he stared at the exit at the end of the main hall. Lin Chen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "Something's not right. This tomb seems to be alive." Chapter 318. Through his purple gold eyes, Lin Chen could see streaks of red light swirling in the void. He could sense a new life form emanating from the depths of the tomb. The memories he had inherited from Jin Xiahua kept replaying in his mind. That day, when the 100 sovereigns had fallen, they had battled with that mysterious life form. It was very likely that the creature was directly related to the entire tomb. The situation has changed. Prepare for battle. Lin Chen's sudden words caused Leng Yu's group of 4 and Leng Yueqi's group to enter a state of alert. Boom. 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 The space shook and the geniuses who had just been united turned their heads abruptly, their pupils constricting. A battered and exhausted figure escaped from the exit at the end of the hall. He was covered in blood and half of the Tier 6 armor, the heavenly falling silkworm, had been shattered. It was the black-robed young man who had attacked Lin Chen previously. Everyone conjured their battle chi to cover their eyes. As they connected the space, they saw a frightening scene from thousands of miles away. The moment the black-robed young man retreated into the hall, 5 emaciated figures emerged from the exit with heavy steps. Every step they took shook the space violently. Their bodies were surrounded by battle chi that was like steam. Every wisp of battle chi crushed the crystal walls of the space as if they were the strongest life forms from ancient times. Looking at the 5 shriveled corpse-like figures, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Yuan Venerate powerhouses. These 5 emaciated corpses were all Yuan Venerate powerhouses. 5 Yuan Venerates. Unless the 4 heavenly kings and the 10 great geniuses gathered, there was no way they could escape from such a terrifying lineup. There was an absolute difference between the Yuan Venerate realm and the Heaven Dipper realm. If the two were to fight, a Yuan Venerate could crush a Heaven Dipper realm as easily as crushing a bug. It's over. Why are there still Yuan Venerate powerhouses here? Could it be that they didn't really die back then? The remaining people couldn't help but retreat as their eyes trembled in fear. No. There is no aura of the living in their eyes. They are the living dead. Don't panic. They are not true Yuan Venerates. They are just living dead who possess part of their cultivation when they were alive. Mo Feng from the Heavenly Song Academy and Ning Yunlan from the Ning clan immediately shouted. The two of them were ranked at the top of the list and had the most prestige among the crowd. What should we do, Lin Chen? At this critical moment, Dan Qianqiu couldn't care too much. He approached Lin Chen and asked nervously, "Let's work together to get rid of these 5 things first. Also, it's very likely that there are still living creatures in that passageway. Follow me closely and don't rush in recklessly." Lin Chen and the ancient azure dragon stood at the front while the people behind them nodded. Suddenly, the 2 ends of the 5 mummified corpses were the first to reveal their killing intent. They raised their hands and threw out a punch. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could feel the strong pressure coming towards them. A Yuan Venerate is attacking. Retreat. As Ning Yunlan shouted coldly, everyone immediately retreated to the side. All kinds of movement techniques and life-saving trump cards were revealed. The primordial azure dragon transformed into 1,000 feet in size and protected everyone as they retreated to a corner. The terrifying fist wind pierced through the entire hall and whistled through the air, distorting the space around it. Lin Chen glanced at the disheveled black-robed young man not far away and chuckled. "Hey, if you want to live, you have to get rid of these 5 things with us. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave." The cloak was blown away, revealing the black-robed young man's cold and pale face. The corners of his mouth twitched. "TSK, only this once." Leng Yu and the others shuddered. The man and woman behind him also showed unprecedented fear. The woman from the Leng clan, Leng Tong, said in horror, "Your Excellency Lin Chen. We should look for an opportunity to escape. This is a Yuan Venerate. If we approach them without permission, they can wipe us out with a wave of their hand. No, this is not a Yuan Venerate. If there are 5 Yuan Venerates, the pressure won't be so simple. These mummies only have a small portion of their battle chi cultivation and incomplete battle consciousness. In terms of actual combat strength, they are at most comparable to a quasi-venerate. As long as we create an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, we still have a chance," Lin Chen said without turning his head. Seeing that the 30-odd prodigies on the other side had also reached an agreement, Ning Yunlan and Mo Feng seemed to have seen through the clues and led everyone to charge forward. The 4 people from the Leng clan were slightly stunned. Things had already reached this stage, yet this person was still so calm as to analyze the countermeasures. Was this really a youth of the same generation as them? In reality, Lin Chen was not flustered at all. Instead, his battle intent was unusually high and he was excited. He saw a large number of attribute light balls in the 5 mummies. As long as he got rid of the mummies, the attribute light balls would belong to him. He might even be able to step into the 7th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. The 3 Yuan Venerate mummies' eyes flickered with bloodlust as they took the lead and swept towards everyone. They were so fast that only a few people present could see their movements clearly. Two of the mummies were charging towards Lin Chen. "They are coming. The guy in black, you and I will take care of one. Master Yuechi, Dan Qianqiu, you two take care of the other one. I will get the Azure Dragon to create an opportunity for you. Then, you two will cover the Azure Dragon." Lin Chen suddenly shouted. Lung Yuechi and Dan Qianqiu nodded immediately. Sky water change. The first transformation of the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation was activated in an instant. Lin Chen's aura soared to the mid-7th level. An after-image flashed and everyone immediately scattered. The ancient Azure Dragon twisted its body and swung its claws down furiously. Azure Dragon breath suddenly illuminated the entire hall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first move was the Azure Dragon soul-rending claw. Lin Chen knew very well that ordinary methods could not be used to deal with powerhouses above the quasi-venerable level. The sky was filled with dragon breath light blades that danced wildly and shot out, forcing the Yuan Venerate mummy that was hiding in the air to come out alive. The dragon breath light blades bombarded the mummy's body and constantly burst out with clanging sounds of metal colliding. The moment the Azure Dragon swung its tail and bombarded the mummy, the ancient Azure Dragon seemed to turn transparent and escaped into the void. A move, Azure Dragon Shadow, made it completely hide. The moment the mummy's figure appeared, Leng Yu and the other three clenched their teeth and activated their strongest battle skills. The surrounding cold air suddenly arrived. Dan Qianqiu, Leng Yuechi, Han Yizhi, and Han Ziyun all used strange moves. Whether it was spiritual attacks or battle chi attacks, they were all aimed at the mummy that had revealed its figure. On the other side, Lin Chen's 9 Hells Hell King step continuously stepped on the void and moved dozens of miles with a step. Coupled with the superimposed speed of the purple phoenix wings, he was almost no slower than the mummy's surprise attack. "Come out!" As the Heavenly Dipper battle chi and WN Yuxian armor covered his calves, Lin Chen kicked out explosively and suddenly hit a blurry shadow in the void. It was a mummy in green clothes. The light of extreme ice flowed on the tip of Lin Chen's finger as he pointed at the void. Charging rune, freezing sky finger. One finger froze heaven and earth, freezing 3,000 miles. Chapter 319. Even though the mummy had battle chi protecting its body, a small part of its upper body was still frozen by Lin Chen's frozen sky finger, causing it to lose the ability to move for a moment. Lin Chen suddenly shouted with the frozen sky finger in his left hand and dark energy surging in his right hand. "Now!" As soon as he said that, a bloody light flashed behind the mummy. The black-clothed youth circulated his dark battle chi and slammed it down on the mummy's head. At the same time, Lin Chen's right palm surged with a godly strength that could move mountains and rivers. Countless strands of dragon power revolved around the dark battle chi in his palm as he slammed it down on the mummy's chest. Dark dragon palm. Bang! Bang! Lin Chen and the black-clothed youth both slammed their palms down. The earth-shattering power penetrated the mummy's battle chi defense and landed squarely on its body. The powerful shockwave shattered the surrounding space and stirred up a monstrous gale. What? He also used this young master's dark dragon palm? How is this possible? I've only used it once before. The black-clothed youth removed the top of the mummy's head and looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. His young eyes were filled with rage and astonishment that could not be concealed. The dark dragon palm was a secret of their clan that was not passed down to outsiders. He was the only one who could learn it. Where did this stranger learn it from? When he saw the mummy's condition, the black-clothed youth's heart was in turmoil. Only a dozen hair-thin cracks could be seen on the top of the mummy's skull, while Lin Chen's attack had left a fist-sized, spinning hole on the mummy's chest. This was a mummy of the Yuan Venerate realm. It was extremely difficult to leave a scar on it. Lin Chen's palm had almost pierced through the mummy. Both were dark dragon palms, but the difference in power between the two was like heaven and earth. 3 strands of dark dragon energy? No. It could be 4 strands of dark dragon energy. His dark dragon palm is above mine. Damn it. The black-clothed youth glared angrily. Just as he was about to question Lin Chen again, a terrifying aura erupted from the body of the green-clothed corpse. The green-clothed mummy's light had yet to be extinguished. After being punched through by Lin Chen's palm, it retaliated with a palm strike towards Lin Chen. As the mummy's 5 fingers swept through the void, 5 spatial cracks appeared in the void. The might of this palm strike was something even Lin Chen had to take seriously. Lin Chen raised his hand to block the attack. As his Earth attribute bloodline activated, the Wan Yuxian armor covered his entire body. The mummy's palm landed on Lin Chen. Bang tilde. The violent shaking was as heavy as a mountain. Lin Chen was blasted away by the palm strike, shattering the earth veins. Cracks as thick as giant pythons continuously extended outward. When he saw this scene, the black-clothed youth gritted his teeth, and his entire body transformed into a blood-red streak of light that retreated with extreme speed. If he missed this opportunity, then it would be difficult to leave again. Host has received 5 billion battle aura essences, 11 billion battle aura essences, and 200,000 points of rune energy. Lin Chen, who was slammed into the ground, saw a screen pop up in front of him. His battle aura had increased to the limit of a bottleneck. On the other side, Leng Yueqi and the rest swarmed forward. Their fierce and domineering attacks instantly landed on Gan Shi's body, barely shattering a part of its left shoulder. However, this attack had also created an opportunity for the ancient Azure Dragon. The ancient Azure Dragon's body transformed to 5 feet long, and it mysteriously appeared behind the mummy's back. As it did not have any battle awareness, it did not expect this at all. It waved its claws angrily, and another Azure Dragon soul-splitting claw exploded at close range. Kai tilde. Crack tilde. The shriveled skin and flesh split open, and the bones also began to break. The ancient Azure Dragon's 3,900 dragon power points were released without reservation, and a series of violent attacks were launched. Its dragon tail bound its legs, its dragon teeth bit into the mummy's shoulder and head, and its dragon claws constantly smashed the mummy's chest. It was doing everything it could. No matter how the mummy used its battle aura to counterattack and shake off the ancient Azure Dragon, the dragon scales on its body seemed to be circulating with an armor-like glow. Every dragon scale closed and connected together, forming an indestructible battle armor. Crack tilde. Rip tilde. In less than 4 breaths, the mummy was dismembered by the ancient Azure Dragon on the spot. Attribute light balls kept falling out of the mummy and fusing with the ancient Azure Dragon's body. Host has received 900,000 points of rune energy, 9 million points of light energy, 7 million points of metal energy. The attribute light balls were absorbed by the ancient Azure Dragon like raindrops. However, at that moment, the sound of rushing wind was suddenly heard. The other 2 Yuan Venerate mummies had also made their move. On the other side, Lin Chen flapped his purple phoenix wings, and every step he took left behind a series of afterimages. It was impossible to catch the trajectory of his main body. With the special dark bloodline transformation, Lin Chen's entire arm started to turn into a pitch-black hand of dark energy. His footsteps changed again, and his body turned like a floating light. Purple flames flashed and he appeared behind the mummy in a flash. He aimed at the back of the mummy's neck and raised his pitch-black arm to strike. Charging rune, dark dragon palm. Dragon power and the rotating dark battle aura merged and turned into a surging dark dragon force. A dark light flashed and pierced through the void. The dark dragon force penetrated the mummy's neck and head. Lin Chen's palm penetrated the back of the mummy's neck and sent its head flying. The combined power of the dark dragon palm was completely dependent on the user's battle aura cultivation and pure strength. Lin Chen's pure strength had already reached 2,100 dragon power points. Coupled with the elemental battle aura transformation that was not inferior to his special bloodline, he could unleash a power that only those with a dark bloodline could have. The dark dragon palm was a battle technique that was completely tailor-made for him. On the other side, Mo Feng and the others had joined forces to finish off the first mummy. Their speed was slightly faster than Lin Chen's side. However, they were stopped by the second mummy before they could advance for long. Oh no! Another mummy is coming towards us. Leng Yueqi's slender hand gently pulled back the ice bow and shot a few ice arrows that were slightly delayed before they were shattered. She suddenly shouted coldly. Just as Dan Qianqiu was about to engage in battle, Lin Chen's deep voice rang out. You guys go first. Leave the last one to me and the ancient azure dragon. Remember, don't enter the exit first. Wait for me before you act. Lin Chen's expression was solemn. The last mummy's strength was probably at the middle or even the late stage of quasi-venerable. It would be impossible to kill it without using some trump cards. Seeing that Lin Chen and the ancient azure dragon had a tacit understanding of each other and had blocked the corpse that was flying through the air, everyone gritted their teeth fiercely and suddenly flew towards the exit. The hall was extremely wide. With their strength, it would still take them some time to reach the end of the hall. Mo Feng and the others were the same. If it were not for the urgency of the situation, none of them would want to risk their lives. Seeing that Mo Feng and Ning Yunlan had intercepted the last mummy, they also left the group. Damn it, this bunch of bastards. Mo Feng cursed when he saw the geniuses of the other aristocratic families fleeing. Your Excellency Mo Feng, if both of us escape, this mummy will definitely choose to chase after us. You don't want to do such a risky thing, do you? Then, let's use some trump cards together, Ning Yunlan shouted coldly. The two of them looked at each other and communicated mentally. Then, they took out the combat power they had just obtained from the inheritance and joined the chaotic battle. Chapter 320. 15 minutes later, Dan Qianqiu and the rest were waiting for Lin Chen at the exit at the end of the hall. At this time, there were countless prodigies rushing in and out of the exit. Don't go in first, we must wait for Lin Chen. Leng Yueqi shouted coldly, stopping Leng Tong and the rest who were wavering. Ah! What the hell is this? It's alive! As soon as Leng Yueqi finished speaking, hysterical screams came from the passageway, making one's hair stand on end. In less than 15 minutes, Mo Feng, Ning Yunlan, and Lin Chen arrived at the exit almost at the same time. Lin Chen removed the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation, but his aura only dropped to the early stage of Heaven Dipper realm. After killing those mummies, his cultivation had officially stepped into Heaven Dipper realm stage 7. Behind the other two were people from the Heavenly Song Academy and the Ning clan. Lin Chen held a golden spear surrounded by 5-colored dragon chi. The monstrous dragon chi and dragon aura in the spear attracted the two's attention. Their expressions changed slightly. They sensed a trace of destruction in the 5-colored dragon spear's aura. It was definitely not something that Lin Chen, a Heaven Dipper realm stage 7, could control. This kid has a new fortuitous encounter. The same thought flashed across the two's mind. Lin Chen took the lead and said to everyone, "Let's go. Kill our way into the passageway." Lin Chen brought Leng Yueqi and the others and rushed into the dark tunnel in one go. The entire hall began to shake and crumble. The Ning clan and Heavenly Song Academy followed closely behind. The moment everyone entered the passageway, they were greeted by an unbearable stench and fishy smell. The entire passageway was squirming constantly. Around the walls, something like sebum and viscous corrosive liquid began to fall off slowly. So disgusting. This passageway is like a living thing. When Leng Yu and the rest flew past, it was a ghastly sight. Lin Chen immediately said in a low voice, "Don't let your guard down. The battle is not over yet. As long as we don't leave this place, we must be prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a fork in the road ahead. Instantly, miserable cries could be heard. "No, no." More than a dozen red tentacles covered in barbs danced rapidly in the tunnel. No matter how much that lone prodigy with his feet tied up shouted and attacked, the tentacles were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, constantly closing in on him. Moreover, they were recovering at an astonishing rate. The broken tentacles would grow new tentacles. Lin Chen casually waved his hand, releasing a ray of gung gold chi that severed all of the tentacles. By the time they recovered, the prodigy was able to escape. "Take the left." When they arrived at the fork, Lin Chen decisively ordered everyone to fly to the left, ignoring the fact that Ning Yunlan and the others were beside them. Light shone in from the passageway on this side. Everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed up. Gulp, gulp. The tunnel wriggled slowly, and another wave of stinky mucus surged. A large number of long red tentacles began to crazily emerge from the tunnel below. The red antenna was extremely fast, and it suddenly swept over like a bolt of lightning. There were at least hundreds to thousands of them. A slightly slower prodigy was so shocked that he slapped his palms several times, but only managed to shatter 2 of the tentacles. These red antennae were as hard as Tier 5 ores. They were definitely not something that could be easily shattered. Lin Chen deliberately slowed down and stood at the back of the group. The 5-colored dragon spear in his hand swept through the air, instantly shattering hundreds of tentacles. The sharpness of the Tier 6 battle spear shocked even Lin Chen once again. "You guys go first. I'll cover you. If this goes on, no one will be able to escape." The tip of the spear danced, and streaks of sharp spear light shot into the sky, shattering all of the red antennae. Before they could retreat, thousands of more antennae appeared. "Are you done yet?" This tunnel was more than 1,000 feet wide. Lin Chen simply circulated his lightning elemental battle aura to transform his bloodline. Like a peacock spreading its tail, he pierced forward, crushing layer after layer. Relying on the sharpness of the 5 dragons' imperial spear, Lin Chen destroyed thousands of antennae with this move. All of the Sky Prides who managed to escape safely looked at Lin Chen with gratitude, then fled frantically. However, the red antennae seemed to be endless, killing wave after wave. 5 spirits smoke palm. The palm wind that was burning with 5-colored clouds slammed down fiercely. A beautiful figure appeared beside Lin Chen. It was Dan Qianqiu, who had turned back the same way they came. "Why did you come back? Didn't I tell you to escape?" Lin Chen frowned and said without turning his head. "But you haven't left yet." Dan Qianqiu fought side by side with Lin Chen, either out of stubbornness or unwillingness. The exit of the tunnel was a stone door that was slowly closing on both sides. Han Ziyun and the 4 members of the Lung clan had just rushed out. After rushing out of this exit, they arrived at the top of the 100 tombs. At this moment, the tombs were slowly sinking like the bottom of the sea. At this rate, the entire tomb would begin to sink into the sea in another day. All of the Sky Prides who managed to escape revealed a trace of fear and relief. Looking back at the exit of the tunnel, they also felt some gratitude towards Lin Chen. If not for Lin Chen reducing his speed to cover everyone's retreat, the number of people who could have escaped would have been reduced by more than half. Han Yizhi, who was following closely behind, realized that Lung Yueqi wanted to turn back to help Lin Chen like Dan Qianqiu, but she was stopped by Han Yizhi. "Teacher, if we turn back, we will only cause trouble for the class monitor. Let's retreat for now. The exit is right in front of us." Lung Yueqi gritted her teeth and dashed forward. 10 breaths later, she and Han Yizhi arrived at the exit. The tunnel trembled. At the end, a stone door was slowly closing. At this time, it had already closed several hundred feet, leaving less than a third. "Class monitor, come out quickly. The stone door is closing quickly. Everyone, come out." Han Yizhi's powerful mental wave transmitted her voice. After Lin Chen heard it, he immediately turned around and retreated. Disregarding everything else, he grabbed Dan Qianqiu's slender waist, and the violet phoenix wings suddenly unfurled as he pushed forward with the wind-hell nether king steps at full speed. He was like a bolt of lightning that held up the heavens, and he flashed as he charged towards the exit. At this time, the stone door was less than 5 feet away from closing. Lin Chen flapped his purple phoenix wings and accelerated again. When Lin Chen was only 1,000 meters away from the exit, he should have covered this distance in an instant. However, an afterimage suddenly appeared and broke the situation. "Get out, Lin Chen. If you die inside, don't ever come back to Heavenly Song Academy." As the cold shout rang out, a golden light swept in all directions, cutting through the billowing airwaves and suddenly slashing towards Lin Chen and Dan Qianqiu. The person who attacked was actually Mo Feng. Lin Chen was caught off guard. Even though his purple-golden eyes had sensed the abnormality in advance, he couldn't dodge in time. Maintaining his full speed, he used the 1,000 Yuxian armor at the critical moment to protect himself and Dan Qianqiu. The golden light slashed on Lin Chen's 1,000 Yuxian armor head-on. The golden light's sharpness almost cut through his armor on the spot. The huge force fiercely slashed Lin Chen back into the tunnel. Boom tilde. The moment Lin Chen was slashed back into the tunnel, the stone door closed and stopped abruptly. The expressions of Lung Yueqi, Han Ziyun, and the others changed drastically. Chapter 321. Mo Feng, are you crazy? What are you doing? Mr. Lin Chen saved all of us. Lung Yuechi's pretty face was slightly pale, and her beautiful face was covered with a layer of unprecedented killing intent. Her green eyes locked onto Mo Feng and the people of Heavenly Song Academy. In today's world, to Lung Yuechi, who had lost her family long ago, Lin Chen was the only person she cared about. For this, even if she risked her life, it was not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha, if you don't agree, come and kill me. But if you leave, he might not even have a chance to come out. Mo Feng laughed crazily. His movement technique flashed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he left with the people of Heavenly Song Academy. Half of the students of Heavenly Song Academy were angry but did not dare to say anything. No matter what, Lin Chen was still a member of Heavenly Song Academy. They really did not expect Mo Feng to kill him. However, if they left the team without permission, they would probably suffer Mo Feng's crazy revenge, so no one dared to leave easily. Lung Yuechi was about to chase after them, but Han Yizhi stopped her. Ms. Yuechi, now is not the time to chase after him. We have to try first. The most important thing is to save the class monitor. Han Yizhi stared at Lung Yuechi, then looked at the stone door. Lung Yuechi clenched her teeth, her expression so cold that it was a little scary. Then what should we do? Everyone, let's try to attack the stone door again and see if we can blast it open. Me too. Count me in. After all, Mr. Lin Chen was able to come out because he covered for us. He is also my savior. Everyone looked at each other. Most of the geniuses who had been helped by Lin Chen took the initiative to step forward. Everyone immediately stood side by side, ready to attack. Their battle aura surged, and the wind and clouds changed. On the other side, Lin Chen and Dan Qianqiu, who had been beaten back into the passage, were only slightly injured. However, a large number of tentacles began to grow wildly in the dark passage. Lin Chen and Dan Qianqiu blasted the stone door several times, but there was no reaction. It did not move at all. Dan Qianqiu's expression could not help but change slightly. This is bad. How could this be? Someone actually launched a sneak attack on us at this critical juncture. However, Lin Chen didn't waver in the slightest as he chewed on 2 medicinal pills while activating his purple-golden eyes. You had the chance to leave just now, why did you turn back? Lin Chen asked with a frown after shooting out several spear lights from his battle spear and crushing those red tentacles. Because I'm afraid that something will happen to you. If you die, there will be no one to answer my curiosity. Lin Chen hadn't expected Dan Qianqiu's answer. He turned to look at Dan Qianqiu and saw an indescribable light flickering in her eyes. Are you not afraid of death just to satisfy your curiosity? I'm afraid, but I still want to know the truth behind the things I'm curious about. Dan Qianqiu stared seriously at Lin Chen, causing Lin Chen to shake his head and laugh. Hold on tight, don't let go. Lin Chen pushed Dan Qianqiu behind him. The ancient azure dragon was still outside the stone door, so Lin Chen wasn't worried about everyone's safety outside. I was very curious just now about what was down there. Since the exit can't be opened for the time being, let's go down and check it out. Lin Chen had been very curious about the attribute light balls flickering below ever since they had retreated. Lin Chen didn't feel much fear deep down. Instead, his fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. He had already witnessed the might of the 5 dragons' imperial spear. Previously, he had defeated the last Yuan Venerate corpse in just 15 minutes. 80% of this was due to the 5 dragons' imperial spear. How strong exactly are you? Let me, your new master, see for myself. Lin Chen glanced at the golden battle spear in his hand excitedly. As he faced the endless red tentacles in the passageway, he immediately used the first-level sky water transformation. His body emitted an azure glow as Lin Chen's battle chi rose to the late-stage 7th level. Hold on tight to me. Lin Chen suddenly shouted coldly. Dan Qianqiu grabbed Lin Chen's clothes by his waist. Lin Chen's purple phoenix wings suddenly flapped, his speed extremely fast. Dan Qianqiu was so shocked that he hurriedly hugged him. Demonic battle thousand thunder. Boom tilde tilde. Thunder rumbled as the 5 dragons' imperial spear pierced out at lightning speed. It was like a spiraling lightning storm, pushing forward layer by layer. The 5-colored dragon aura coiled around the tip of the spear and shot out countless lightning spear shadows. Every spear strike annihilated more than 100 red tentacles. Lin Chen's hands danced as he continuously executed his spear techniques. He destroyed a sea of red tentacles while advancing rapidly. Dan Qianqiu, who was hugging his waist, was completely stunned. With such destructive power, the speed at which it killed the red tentacles was at least 5 times faster than his own. Large amounts of red tentacles fell. The speed at which they grew couldn't keep up with the speed at which Lin Chen was destroying them. Lin Chen advanced at top speed for more than 15 minutes and gradually reached the end of the passageway. When he was several hundred kilometers away, the passageway seemed to have widened again. The emerging red tentacles turned from red to black. The black tentacles were at least 3 times harder than the red tentacles, dominating the 8 desolates. A spear pierced out. Lightning pierced through the void and condensed into a lightning dragon that swept through the 8 desolates. The lightning dragon's body was filled with 5-colored dragon aura. It was extraordinary. 1 spear to destroy the world. Boom tilde tilde. The lightning dragon pierced through the entire passageway and a wall, revealing wriggling blood vessels. It was a shocking sight. So strong. With his strength, perhaps even the top 3 of the 10 great geniuses might not be his match. Dan Qianqiu hugged Lin Chen's waist with her slender hands. Her beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. Lin Chen's face turned red. Along the way, he realized that the beauty had been hovering behind him, making it seem like he was deliberately taking advantage of her. Cough cough, we've reached the end. You can let go now. Seeing Lin Chen's slightly embarrassed expression, Dan Qianqiu, as a woman, realized what was going on no matter how ignorant she was. After letting go, Dan Qianqiu rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, embarrassed and angry. She was charming. Lin Chen walked to the end of the passageway. An eerily silent world entered their eyes. This was a world similar to underground lava. Blood as hot as lava flowed all around. There were a dozen thick jade-like pillars in the surroundings. They looked like chunks of meat, congealed together, binding something that looked like a ball of blood. That ball of blood was filled with veins and blood vessels, and it was pulsing continuously, as if it was alive. There were about 8 chunks of meat similar to this ball of blood in this area. In the center was a black chunk of meat. What exactly is this thing? It's so strange. It's like the internal organs of some huge creature. Dan Qianqiu leaned closer to Lin Chen, somewhat afraid. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still very resistant to this kind of place. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on that black ball of meat, and his expression became more and more puzzled. What kind of attribute light ball is this? In Lin Chen's eyes, an apple-sized black attribute light ball floated within the wriggling black ball of meat. The light emitted by this attribute rune was completely different from the attribute light balls Lin Chen had seen before. Its light was somewhat blurred and dim, unlike the dark energy attribute light balls, which had the deep darkness. On the surface of the attribute light ball, there were extremely faint mysterious patterns. Chapter 322. Apart from the black ball of flesh, there was an attribute light ball in each of the other 8 balls of flesh. The attribute light balls in the balls of flesh were blood red in color, and they revolved with astonishing blood chi power, as if a new primordial beast was nurturing a new life form. No wonder there are 100 tombs. Back then, when the 100 died, they were forced to open up a secret space in their bodies to leave behind their legacies. It's probably because of this creature. Dan Qianqiu asked curiously when she heard Lin Chen's shocking words. Lin Chen, you mean that this creature caused the death of the 100 ancient venerables? Lin Chen nodded as he said in a serious tone. From the inherited memories I received, it shouldn't be wrong. This creature's vitality is extremely tenacious. It's been so many years, but there's still vitality in its body. However, the vitality it left behind should only be a small portion of back then. The inherited memories should be different according to the state of the powerhouse before they died. From the looks of it, Dan Qianqiu didn't seem to know the true situation of the heavenly tomb. How terrifying. Just a small portion of its vitality is already so powerful. If it had 1%, no, 1,000th of its power at its peak, it might be able to destroy us. Dan Qianqiu's hands trembled as she stared at Lin Chen. Let's go around this place and not disturb it. Let's see if there are other exits. Lin Chen replied with a smile, no, I'm here for this place. As long as we destroy it, I don't believe that the stone door above won't open. Anyone who dares to trick me, no matter if they're dead or alive, never has a good ending. With that, Lin Chen leaped and swept the 5 dragons' imperial spear angrily, cutting off the first ball of flesh. Splat! The flesh split open, and a large amount of blood flowed inside the ball of flesh. Lin Chen grabbed the blood chi attribute light ball in the ball of flesh with one hand. Host has received a supreme grade blood chi attribute light ball. 200 billion blood chi energy points added. When the attribute light ball entered Lin Chen's body and the system screen popped up, Lin Chen froze on the spot. 200 billion. 200 billion attribute points in one attribute light ball? What kind of super creature could possess such terrifying blood chi energy when it was alive? Boom tilde tilde. A vast and boundless blood and chi energy exploded out like a wave, surging out from Lin Chen's body like a stampede of 10,000 horses. Lin Chen's pure strength began to climb rapidly from 2,100 dragon power point. At the same time, when Lin Chen cut off the first meatball, the entire scorching underground world began to shake violently. Roar tilde. Roar tilde tilde. Terrifying screams resounded from every corner of the 100 sovereigns' tombs. Outside the tomb of the 100 venerables. Just as the Sky Prides had stopped their attacks and were vexed over the fact that they were unable to force their way through the stone door, a series of earth-shattering roars rang out from within the tomb. What happened? Could it be that our attacks are effective? That's not possible. We didn't even break a corner of the stone door. It's impossible for us to create such a huge commotion. Dizzy because of the roar, the crowd quickly retreated to a distance of 100 miles away from the stone gate, exchanging glances with each other in a panic. Yes, class leader. It must be class leader. He's not the kind of person who would give up easily. He must have attacked from the inside to cause this. Han Yiji's little face was filled with ecstasy. Just as she finished speaking, something strange happened. Crack tilde tilde. Blood-colored steam burst out from the stone door, and a crack slowly opened. Inside the tomb, a broken wall reverberated throughout the entire tomb like a demon king awakening. Outsider, creature, die. Vast black tentacles rapidly grew in all directions, quickly blocking the remaining blood-colored meatballs and shielding them. Lin Chen did not care about the rapidly growing dragon power in his body. His gaze suddenly turned to look at the scorching depths of the underground world. In that endless sea of blood, some existences that could truly destroy the world were awakening. The aura of 2 ferocious spirits began to glow and awaken. There's the aura of a Class 6 ferocious beast. There seems to be more than one. Seeing that the sea of black tentacles was about to drown him, Lin Chen threw caution to the wind and waved the 5 dragons' imperial spear wildly. The spear swept across the sky and repelled a large number of black tentacles. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and Lin Chen used the wind prison Hell King steps. He flashed to the location of the black meatball and slammed his palm on its surface. Clang tilde tilde. The black meatball emitted the sound of metal colliding. Lin Chen's ferocious palm strike that could shatter dozens of mountains did not have any effect. However, because the distance was too close, the attribute light ball in the black meatball was attracted by Lin Chen and was sucked into Lin Chen's palm. The system screen immediately popped up. The system unlocked a new attribute value option, Heavenly Path Points. The host has received 90 million cultivation technique soul essences and 50 Heavenly Path Points. Heavenly Path Attribute Picking System version 4, 0 update requirement, 10,000 Heavenly Path Points, 3 billion cultivation technique soul essences. Version 4, 0 estimated functions, talent system, fusion function. Lin Chen hurriedly glanced at it and did not have time to look at it carefully. He immediately retreated. We should go. Dan Qianqiu exterminated dozens of black tentacles with a single palm strike and called out to Lin Chen. Whoosh tilde tilde. Lin Chen's figure flashed and took Dan Qianqiu away. He carried her slender and soft body on his shoulder. Wind bloodline. His legs flashed with green light. Lin Chen pushed the wind prison Hell King steps to the limit and went back the way he came. This time, there were no more tentacles blocking Lin Chen in the tunnel. He moved at his highest speed. At this time, Lin Chen's clothes began to burn. Lin Chen, you're so hot. Dan Qianqiu was sweating profusely. Even with her battle aura, she could not completely resist Lin Chen's burning qi and blood flames. Heat is a small matter. I'm afraid of stone. Lin Chen laughed excitedly. Dan Qianqiu was slightly stunned. Then, her face flushed red. She punched his waist and said coquettishly, "You're still acting like a pervert at a time like this. Hee, don't move. I, Lin Fan, have 2 peerless spears. One is for men and the other is for women. I'm going to use my spear now. Don't force me to use the wrong one." Lin Chen laughed mockingly. He spun the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear with one hand and made a throwing motion. He took a deep breath. At this time, Lin Chen's pure strength had exceeded 2,700 dragon power points, and it was still growing. Circulating his mental cultivation method, thunder and fire bloodlines changed. The veins on Lin Chen's right arm bulged. Thunder and fire intersected. The tail of the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear ignited with blazing thunder and fire. Break. When the stone door was less than 3 kilometers away from Lin Chen, his dragon power erupted like a flood. Lin Chen threw the golden spear furiously. Thunder and fire energy exploded, turning into an even stronger force. Kai tilde tilde. Bang tilde tilde. The tip of the spear pierced through the stone door and turned into a ray of golden light that soared into the sky. Everyone outside could clearly see this ray of golden light breaking through the horizon. No, it's not enough. Lin Chen's heart sank when he saw that the stone door had only cracked open half a meter. The tunnel behind him started to expand continuously. At the bottom of the tunnel, 2 red and black level 6 ferocious beasts scuttled out. They were sky scarlet pythons. 2 level 6 ferocious beasts were equivalent to 2 true Yuan Venerate. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.